Security Incident. The Ungovernable Series, Book 7. Written by R.M. Olson. Narrated by Zura Johnson. Chapter 1. Jez. Day 1. It was so early in the morning, it could hardly be called morning. The dim Prasvishoni streets were cold, and mist rose from the river, obscuring the damp cobblestones at Jez's feet. Dim street lamps flickered and guttered outside of the alley, creating foggy orange globes in the haze. Jez tucked her hands into the pockets of her pilot's jacket, shivering slightly in the chill air. It had been a while since she'd been in Prasvishoni. Even after all this time, though, it was almost as familiar to her as breathing. The cold, the damp, the chill mist, the pungent smell of dirt and garbage, the footsteps following behind her, almost certainly belonging to someone who wanted to inflict some sort of bodily injury. She gave a small sigh of satisfaction, flexing her fingers in her pockets to get the blood flowing. Easier not to break your knuckles if you had some feeling in your hands when you throw a punch. Whoever was following her was being a lot quieter than the person she was following. She grinned to herself. Of course, that wasn't saying much. Behind her, the footsteps sped up. She knew that purposeful sound, the sort of determination to the steps. It meant whoever was making them believed that what was coming next would hurt, and probably not the owner of the footsteps. Easy mistake to make, really. Up ahead, she heard a grunt of pain, cut off abruptly in a voice she recognized. She swore and sprinted forwards. Behind her, the following footsteps also broke into a sprint. She rounded the corner of the dingy alley at a dead run. As she turned out onto the larger street, she saw, in the dim, flickering lights of the decrepit street lamps, 3 dark figures struggling in a desperate huddle. The one in the center staggered backwards. She swore again. "Genius! Get down!" To his credit, Lev didn't hesitate. He dropped to the ground as she pulled out her heat gun and fired. One of his attackers gave a strangled grunt of pain and collapsed, writhing in agony. "Jez?" There was a slight note of incredulous irritation mixed with the relief in Lev's tone. "Hey now, thought you'd be happy to see me." He rolled over and yanked out his own heat pistol as the remaining attacker turned from him to face the new threat. "I find it slightly offensive that none of you believe I can go out for a walk without an escort," he grumbled, squeezing off a careful shot. The figure, who'd been raising their heat gun to point at Jez, dived out of the way as the heat from the gun Ysbel had modded blistered the air above their head. Jez grinned. "I wasn't exactly wrong." "I do actually know how to protect myself. I have a gun." "Yeah? Well, from what I saw, you were protecting yourself by letting them punch your damn face in." He sighed. Then his expression turned to one of alarm. "Jez!" She spun around as 5 more figures burst out of the alley. One of them grabbed her by the arm and planted a fist in her solar plexus. She gasped, doubling over, and her attacker kicked her legs from under her, sending her to the ground. Someone aimed another kick at her head, but she ducked out of the way, so the boot only grazed her temple. She swore breathlessly and rolled out of the way of another boot. "What? You plaguers never learn how to do anything but kick?" "You never learn to do anything but get hit," said the man, an ugly grin on his face. "Guess we'll find out." She kicked out as she spun, knocking the legs out from the man who'd spoken. He went down hard, and there was a satisfying crunch as the back of his head hit the cobblestones. She scrambled to her feet, just in time to catch a fist in the ribs. She staggered sideways, grabbing her attacker's arm, and yanked her around. "See how you like it, you bastard," she muttered, and planted an elbow in the woman's face. From the muffled profanity, the woman didn't like it very much. Jez grabbed another of the figures by the front of the shirt and swung him around, between her and a third man. The blow that had been aimed between her shoulder blades hit her reluctant shield in the throat, and he went down, gasping. In the confusion, a woman had stepped back and was raising a pistol, pointing it at Lev. Jez yanked her gun arm free and snapped off a shot just as someone else slammed into her from behind. She yelped and rolled as she hit the cobblestones for the second time, but from the gasped curse words behind her, no one was lining up a shot on Lev anymore. Damn, she was going to be sore tomorrow. She scrambled to her feet and glanced around quickly. If they made it to tomorrow. The small intersection, made up of the wider street and the two small dirty alleys beside it, was distinctly more crowded than when they'd arrived, and there was no mistaking the colors on their outfits. Blood riots. And hell, not like she hadn't fought with blood riots in prison, and also on the pleasure planet, and also probably 100 other times she couldn't remember. Never knew who you were fighting sometimes, and she'd been in plenty of fights. But that was before she and the rest of the crew had taken down the gang's boss, and also possibly thrown the entire damn system into complete chaos. Anyway, point was, this was probably going to get messy. Lev was also looking around, with that speculative look he always got when faced with a seemingly insurmountable problem. He tapped his comm inconspicuously. "Jez," he said quietly in her earpiece. "The woman in the corner closest to me, with the red scarf. She's the leader. If you take her out, I imagine it will improve our odds significantly." Adrenaline pumped through Jez like a drug. She was going to have a whole damn collection of bruises at this rate, but she couldn't stop grinning. She lunged at the woman. The woman had barely begun to turn when Jez hit her, and they both went down. The rest of the gang members weren't waiting for a command anymore. Every damn heat gun in the place was pointing towards her now. But hell, weren't going to shoot if they might hit their boss. Probably wouldn't do much for their job prospects. The gang leader went for her face, and Jez caught the woman's wrist and twisted it backwards, just as the woman drove her knee into Jez's stomach. Jez grunted, holding on for dear life. "Gotta try a little harder than that," she said through her teeth. The woman's expression said she planned to oblige. Then, someone grabbed Jez by the shoulders and jerked her backwards, and she released her grip on the woman in red. Damn. "Hey, Ysbel, you figure you're just going to sit up there all night?" she called, struggling ineffectually to land a punch on her most recent attacker. Lev, who'd been half running towards her, heat gun raised, got a slightly incredulous look on his face. "How many of you followed me?" Whoever it was holding Jez by the shoulders released her abruptly, and she turned. She could only tell where Tanya was because of the quiet collapse of the gang members nearest the mouth of the alley. Ysbel, on the other hand, wasn't at all inconspicuous. Difficult to be inconspicuous when everything in your near vicinity was blowing up loudly. Jez sighed happily and tapped her comm. "Ysbel, I ever tell you how hot you are?" Tanya paused from whatever it was she was doing. "Jez, I know. Piss off. I'm right, though." "You are right. But she's married. To me. Details, Jez drawled. Ysbel glanced up from the rubble that had once been a section of street and tossed a small device in Jez's direction. Jez snatched it out of the air. In front of her, the gang leader was scrambling to her feet, brushing the dirt off of her clothing. "Hey, you bastard," said Jez, grinning. The woman barely had time to look alarmed before Jez pointed carefully and hit the button on Ysbel's device. The woman collapsed. Jez turned on the other three behind her, whose expressions said they knew they ought to start forward into the fight, but were suddenly having second thoughts on the wisdom of this course. She hit the button again. The three of them collapsed beside their leader. "What in the name of everything holy or unholy?" Lev's voice was strained, which was understandable since apparently 5 of the gang members had decided that having a hostage was probably their best bet for survival in this situation. And after looking at Jez, Ysbel, and of course, slender, wistful-looking Tanya, who could probably have taken them all out with one hand tied behind her back and both eyes closed, they'd decided the scholarly-looking young man with his ruffled hair, thoughtful eyes, and slightly disreputable shabby jacket was their best bet. She might have thought that once upon a time herself, before she actually got to know him. She grinned. "Hey, genius." She tossed Ysbel's device towards him. "Jez," he said through gritted teeth, "if that works how I think it does, it'll ruin my damn information chips." "Yeah? Well, figure your head's about to be ruined if you don't use it." She shot back. He sighed, wrestled his other hand free from one of his attackers, and pulled something from his pocket. "Catch." She snatched it out of the air, and he raised his other hand, the one holding Ysbel's device, and pressed the button. His attackers collapsed. Jez glanced around her. The square, though certainly not empty, was no longer filled with people who wanted to kill them. Now, it seemed mostly filled with people who were trying desperately to get away. Considering the look on Tanya's face, she figured they had about the right idea. It was only moments before the 4 of them were alone under the flickering street lamps. Well, if you didn't count the sprawled-out bodies, some of them groaning faintly. Lev looked around him, sighed, and ran his hand through his hair. "Well," he said, "I suppose I should thank you. I do, however, wish that you all didn't have such a low opinion of my ability to take care of myself." He paused a moment. "Ysbel, what was that thing? I'm impressed. I've never seen something like it." Ysbel shrugged. "It's something I've been working on. It disrupts the electrical pulses in your brain, knocks you out." She glanced at one of the prone bodies. "I don't think that it causes permanent damage, but I haven't really had time to test it." "So you decided to test it on the blood riots?" "They were trying to kill you." Lev gave a wry smile and looked around at the fallen gang members. "Point taken. All right, now that we've rescued me, shall we go back to the others?" "You got what you came for?" asked Jez. Lev sighed. "Yes, I did." He paused. "I assumed you'd know that, since apparently you've been following me all morning." Jez shrugged easily. "Figured you wanted your privacy, so I stayed back. Just close enough to keep those players from beating the hell out of you." Lev looked at her, his face softening. Thanks. I hadn't expected things to be so bad yet." He gave a rueful shake of his head. "It's been, what, less than 24 hours since we left the pleasure planet? I thought we'd have at least 2 days before rumors reached Prasvishoni." "I don't like it," said Ysbel grimly. If it's this bad already, I don't know how we're going to keep things under control. Guess we better go back and find out, said Jez cheerily. She turned to survey the fallen gang members in the darkened streets. In the background, the dim gray light of early morning was slowly creeping across the city, making the dull streetlights look even dimmer than usual, and casting everything in gray and black shadows. How long will they be out? Ysbel shrugged. Like I said, this is the first time I've tested this. Possibly permanently. Jez grinned. Well, if not, hopefully they'll at least have a decent headache to remember us by. Come on. She turned, and the four of them headed back towards Masha's abandoned hangar bay. Chapter 2. Lev, Day 1. Lev ducked through the door into the dark interior of the hangar bay. There were bar lights high up on the ceiling, but they flickered and guttered and hardly illuminated any of the space except what was directly underneath them. Off in one corner, he could make out the dark bulk that was the Ungovernable, the shape of her somehow comforting. Lev. A figure stepped forward into the light, resolving into a woman of medium height and medium build. She had an average face, black hair pulled back into a rat's tail, a long battered pilot's coat, and an expression of calm competence. Her voice was as bland as always, but Lev could feel his muscles stiffening at the sound of it. Masha. She smiled at him. I assume you got what you went for. Yes, he said, keeping his voice purposely mild, as I told you I would. He pulled a small, hard container out of his pocket. The list of government codes on these should be fairly accurate, if slightly dated. I hid them outside my family's former apartment just before I was arrested. She studied him, that sharp, piercing glint of intelligence gleaming from her eyes as she took the box of information chips. He forced himself to meet her gaze. Masha was dangerous. She'd always been dangerous. He'd known that since he met her, but somehow, in the course of their crazy schemes, their rescues, their near-death experiences, he'd allowed himself to believe that she was only dangerous to the people they were working against, not to them. And he'd been wrong. They'd almost paid for that with their lives. And even though they'd survived, she'd managed to trap them again. Managed to force them to follow along with her agenda, whatever that was. He still wasn't sure. So, Masha looked around at the four of them. I assume, Jez, from the state of your clothing, the streets were not as calm as we might have wished. Speak for yourself, you bastard, said Jez with an easy grin. Far as I'm concerned, calm streets are pretty damn boring. Yes, said Ysbel grimly. There are Blood Riot members lying on the pavement right now who either won't wake up or, if they do, might wish they hadn't. But there were over a dozen of them that tried to jump Lev. I wasn't in their territory, said Lev quietly. I made very sure of that. I do actually have a sense of self-preservation, despite what some members of this crew may think. He shot a meaningful glance at Jez, who winked at him. He sighed. There's no reason they should have been spreading out like that. Unless... He didn't finish. From the look on Masha's face, she understood the implications of this as well as he did. Well, she said after a moment, I suppose this means that we'll have to move quickly. She looked around. Is everyone here? No one seriously injured? Depends on if you count those bastards that tried to jump Lev, Jez drawled. Masha suppressed an expression that could possibly have been a smile. No, Jez. I'm not interested in the well-being of the Blood Riot gang members at the moment. She paused. Although it is certainly possible that we'll all have a vested interest in the well-being, or lack thereof, of the gang members of every gang in this city in a very short period of time, unless we can accomplish what I hope we can.
Speaking of that,
Said Lev.
you still haven't explained your plan. I assume, although I am no longer comfortable assuming almost anything about you, that you do, in fact, have a plan. And didn't just tell us that to get us to come with you?
Masha gave a brief smile, but he could see the strain in her face, and the smile didn't reach her eyes. The last few weeks had worn on her, more than he'd realized. He couldn't help the small spark of satisfaction, mingled with another small spark of something that could have been sympathy, or could have been shame. Somehow, he wanted to believe that betraying them had not been as easy for Masha as she'd made it seem. She glanced around the room again. Tay left shortly after you did. He took Ivan with him. I understand he went to check on his friends and to try to discover if there's a way to get them out safely. But I can at least explain that portion of the plan that will concern those of us who are present. She turned and made her way up the Ungovernable's loading ramp, and the four of them followed. He could tell the moment Jez set foot on the ship's ramp, even though he wasn't looking at her, by her soft, blissful sigh. He smiled to himself, even though something twisted in his chest. Things between him and Jez were good. Better than they had any right to be, probably. They were friends, and their friendship had become something comfortable and familiar. But still, sometimes, when he wasn't thinking about it, that ache would return. The ache he'd thought might actually kill him that night, weeks ago on Grigory's ship, where Jez had looked at him, face haunted, and told him that she loved him, and then turned away, and he'd thought his heart might actually crack in two. He shook his head, smiling ruefully at himself. Despite everything, he was coming to believe that Jez had had the right idea after all. He needed her in his life. He wasn't honestly sure he could function without her anymore. A relationship meant things could go sideways, and that was no longer a risk he was willing to take. So, friends it was. And honestly, it was good. Even if there were days he wasn't sure he'd survive it. They took their seats around the long table in the conference room of the Ungovernable, and once they'd settled themselves, Masha looked around at them. As you know, she said, since our last endeavor, the situation in Prasvishoni has become somewhat delicate. Lev cocked an eyebrow at her. Delicate was an understatement. Of course, any time two of the biggest crime organizations in the system were taken out simultaneously, crime organizations that were indelibly interwoven with the government itself, he assumed that would cause certain problems related to transfer of power. He should have foreseen this when they'd agreed to Masha's plan to take down Grigory Korsakov, which they'd agreed to because the alternative, that Masha had personally arranged, was certain death. However, he'd been fairly occupied at the time trying to keep them all from being brutally murdered. And then they'd pulled their elaborate con on the mafia, and by some miracle survived it. And it wasn't until then that he had time to step back and breathe and realize the inevitable consequences of their actions. Considering Lev's experience this morning, the situation may be even more delicate than I'd foreseen. So, she glanced around the table again. Our first move will have to be to delay the inevitable. We will need somehow to convince the city of Prasvishoni and the government officials that Grigory and Olyesa are still forces to be reckoned with.
So that's your plan,
Said Lev, giving her a wry look.
try to pretend like this didn't happen.
No, Lev, said Masha patiently. My plan is to delay the moment when word gets out for long enough that we can make preparations for when the word inevitably does get out. She paused. I'm going to send Tay out with the street kids. I'm hoping he'll be able to connect with his street contacts and put some sort of infrastructure in place to keep the streets from devolving into chaos when word of Grigory and Olyes's misfortune arrives. And in the meantime, there is a government official who was supposed to have arrived in town today. She's from another part of the system, and she was just promoted to a high-up minister position. However, she stopped by a financial symposium on the way to pay a visit to her friend Grigory.
And you killed her.
Lev's voice was flat.
Or rather, we killed her.
That is correct, Masha said calmly. However, the relevant government officials were unaware she was planning on making an appearance at the symposium, and so word of her death has not yet reached them. And I have taken steps to ensure that it will not. She has, it appears, a lover on this planet, a paramour, and you, Lev, are positioned perfectly to play him. He took a deep breath. Back into government. Of course. He tried to force the unease from his expression and raised an eyebrow.
I see. So I'm to be the lover. And who will be playing the government official?
Not me, said Tanya dryly, a hint of humor in her voice. She turned to Lev. No offense, but I'm not playing your lover. I'm not that good of an actor. Lev gave her a flat look.
I'm certainly not doing it,
grunted Ysbel. Jez snickered. He glared at her. I suppose, Jez, said Masha calmly, that leaves you. Jez's snicker cut off abruptly, her expression going suddenly panicked. Nope, not happening. I'm not.
Sorry, Masha. That's a no,
said Lev at the same time.
We're not going to.
Do you have a better suggestion? Asked Masha. I could use Tanya and Ysbel with me, and it will certainly be the easiest on the children. I believe that Jez is in the best position to go with you. I didn't want to suggest it directly, considering. She let her sentence trail off delicately. However, I do think it's the most logical option. Jez turned to face her, expression still panicked. Hold on just a minute, you bastard. I'm not about to. Masha held up a hand. Jez, I would not ask you to do this if it weren't vitally important. However, nothing. I'm not going to. Lev dropped his head in his hands and groaned quietly, his stomach tight with something like dread. They'd just, finally, figured things out. He'd just, finally, figured out how not to lose her. And now this. Pretending to be lovers. He raised his head. Jez was looking at him. Desperation in her eyes. And he held her gaze, trying to insert a confidence he didn't feel into his voice.
Jez, it'll be fine. We'll be fine. It's just an act. We can do that. Masha's right. This makes the most sense.
She took a deep breath, visibly tamping down her panic. Fine, I'll do it. She turned to glower at Masha. This had damn well better be worth it, you bastard. I sincerely hope it is, murmured Masha. Lev watched Masha. She was worried. That should probably worry him as well.
This plan of hers wasn't as solid as she was pretending it was. Then again, had any of her plans been? Every single thing Masha had gotten them into, they'd escaped by the slightest of chances. Masha's voice resumed its typical pleasant tone.
Jez, Lev will be providing you with backup over the comm, so you don't need to worry about memorizing any information except the basics for your cover, which I'll give you shortly. Once inside, you'll need to do two things. First, you'll need to push the government toward restructuring such that Grigory's and Olyesa's biggest players are neutralized before word of their demise gets out. The most straightforward way for you to do that is to get the ear of Goran Mikhov. Our biggest dangers are the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Internal Security. The Minister of Defense is owned by Grigory, and the Minister of Internal Security was recently bought by Olyesa. If we can neutralize them, it will help a great deal. But there are very few people in position to do that. Goran is the most accessible. In order to do that, you may have to pass him some sensitive information. But I believe I have something you can use that won't hurt us. Your second task is to obtain information, which you will pass along to Ysbel, Tanya, and myself. There's a person in the government with a code name, Mirny. I need to know who this person is and how to get to them, as they appear to have gained a great deal of power in recent months. And further, I will need the most up-to-date information on government structure. While I have access to a listing of the government positions from when I was last there, I suspect things have changed substantially since we left for Vitali's compound. I will need the newest and most up-to-date information if we are to pull this off.
Lev looked over at her. And why will you need to know?
Masha smiled at him. We'll need to know who to contact, as we'll be impersonating Grigory and Olyesa. Using a secure device and through various secure channels, of course, but if we can send messages that look genuine, we should be able to sow enough confusion to give us time. No one will dare act if they're not certain Grigory and Olyesa are gone. And hopefully, that will give you, Jez, and Tay enough time to do what you need to.
There was a moment of silence as they all digested Masha's words. I don't like this, said Ysbel at last. I'm not going to pretend I like anything about this. But considering you have put us into a position where we have no other option.
Of course you have another option, said Masha archly. You could let the natural consequences of our actions play out and watch the students at the University of Prasvishoni and Tay's street kid friends die in the inevitable bloodbath.
As I said Ysbel, you've put us into a position where we have no other options. At least, not tenable options.
Lev noticed that she glanced at Tanya before she spoke again.
But I am warning you. I don't trust you, and I will be watching for any hint of something wrong.
That is perfectly acceptable, said Masha calmly. If we can work together for long enough to get this done, your personal feelings towards me have very little relevance. So, she looked around the small group at the table. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Jez's ship, or Layla's ship, I should say, is scheduled to arrive in, she glanced at her comm, 4 standard hours and 23 minutes. In the meantime, I'll change all the records to reflect Jez's face and background. There's no one in government who's met her in person, and Layla has a reputation for eccentricity. I'll send you with government uniforms, but There's no need to change into them yet. They'll be expecting her in traveling clothes, although Lev should probably wear something nice. Jez will need to be at the dock when the ship lands, and you, Lev, should be there waiting for her. Apparently, it's been some time since you've seen each other, and I would expect you've missed each other a great deal.
Lev groaned inwardly and glanced over at Jez. The panicked look was back on her face. He caught her eye and tried to give her a reassuring smile. He wasn't entirely certain it was a success. He was inclined to agree with Ysbel. There was nothing about this he liked. He'd be going back into the government, the place where he'd all but sold his soul, where he'd become a person who could plan a mission to kidnap an innocent woman and send her wife and children to prison for years, and not even have the decency to wonder who he'd done it to. He wasn't going to be that person again. That he'd decided on Grigory's ship, when he'd seen where that road led. But he still hadn't finished working through the practical implications of that decision. And going back to the government was not going to help. And then, of course, there was Jez. He glanced over at her again. She was biting the inside of her lip, her foot tapping restlessly against the leg of her chair, her fingers drumming on her thigh. He shook his head grimly. They'd make this work, somehow. He wasn't going to lose Jez, and he wasn't going to lose his first tentative beginnings of a moral code. Although, at the moment, he wasn't entirely sure that either of those things was still possible. Chapter 3. Tay, Day 1. Down! Tay hissed, pushing himself back against the tall prefab block fence. Ivan crouched beside him, face shadowed in the dark of the early Prasvishoni morning. Footsteps echoed off the cement, approaching their hiding place. Tay tightened his grip on his heat pistol. If he used it, they'd have to leave in a hurry, but better that than being captured. Neither he nor Ivan moved a muscle, as the heavy tread of the guard moved slowly past along the fence line. Tay sank back against the wall in relief as the footsteps faded, and hid his calm. "Kaz?" he whispered. "Are you there?" "Tay, is that you?" There was a moment's pause, then Kaz's voice again, slightly more awake now, and worried. "Is something wrong?" "Shh," Tay whispered. "Listen, Kaz, that blocker I sent through to your comm, is it on?" "Yeah," said Kaz tersely. "All right, listen to me. We need to get you out. Look, something went wrong. You're in danger, all of you. I'm figuring out a way to get you out, but when I do, we'll have to run for it. Can you be ready?" "I'll have them ready." Kaz's voice was tight, with a familiar strain. There was a moment's pause. "Tay, can you tell me anything at all? If you can't..." Tay gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry." "It's fine," said Kaz. "Just stay safe, all right? We'll see you soon." "Yeah," Tay said. He hit his calm off and tried not to think about the sheer impossibility of this whole stupid thing. When he turned, Ivan was watching him, sympathy mixed with the strain on his face. Tay still wasn't certain why Ivan had agreed to come. Put himself in mortal danger yet again for kids he'd never even met. Well, but the truth was, he was sickeningly grateful, despite the guilt the thought brought. "All right," Tay said. "Meet back here in 10 standard minutes. We're looking for anything that might interfere with a signal. They have a shield around the place, but if there's a place that it's weaker..."
Ivan nodded and gave him a quick smile. Good luck. He pushed himself off the wall and made his way in a low crouch in the direction the guard had disappeared. Tay waited a moment longer, then headed off in the opposite direction. He walked quietly, keeping low and as close to the fence as he could. From inside the compound, he could hear voices. Guards. People waking up, coming out of their apartments and going about their day. It was early, but in Prasvishoni, that didn't mean a thing. He strained his ears for sounds on his side of the fence, sounds that could mean someone was coming. This apartment complex should have been the safest in the city. It catered to family members of government officials, and it was guarded by people who were on the payroll of Olyesa, untouchable by Grigory's people. That's why they'd put Cass and Petty and the others in there in the first place. That, of course, was before they'd gotten on Olyesa's bad side as well. Honestly, sometimes he wondered if there was a murderous would-be dictator in the system who they weren't currently on the bad side of. He shivered slightly, the cold damp creeping down his collar, up his sleeves, through his boots. The feeling was as familiar, almost, as the smell of the dirty streets. Before he joined the Ungovernable, he wasn't sure he'd ever been warm a day in his life. There, ahead, there was a place where the ground dipped away, and the fence went straight over it. Not much, but it was something. Possibly enough to disrupt a force field signal, and the resulting gap under the fence was possibly enough that a child could fit through, if the child were small and used to wriggling through tight spaces. He glanced quickly around and sprinted for the shadows of the small opening. He crouched into the dip, pulled out his comm, and hit the scanner. The green light blinked as the scanner set to work. He wasn't actually expecting there to be a hole in the force field. That would be far too lucky. But as long as there was a weakness, a small disruption in the signal, he was pretty sure he could get through. He was a street kid. He was used to working with slim odds and crap equipment. He rubbed his hands together and blew on them, trying to get the feeling back into his fingers as the scanner worked. It had been less than 48 hours since Masha had taken both Grigory and Olyesa down, ruined them, and demolished their entire organized crime infrastructure. But she hadn't rendered them toothless. There would still be people on the streets loyal to them, even if they had no way of getting paid. The more dangerous situation, though, was the people who weren't loyal. There'd be plenty of bloodthirsty, hungry young Boyevik soldiers who'd see this as a perfect opportunity to murder their way to the top. And, considering the part Tay had played in all this, a group of defenseless street kids, who everyone now knew were his personal pressure point, would be a valuable asset. Or a valuable opportunity for revenge. The scanner beeped softly, and he glanced down at his comm. Just like he'd suspected, there was a small irregularity in the signal, just the slightest blip created by the dip in the ground. That he could work with. He tapped his comm. Kaz, listen. Back behind the apartment building, on the northeast corner, there's a gap under the fence. Do you know the place I'm talking about? Yes. Kaz's voice was tense. I try to keep the kids away from that. That's the one place I thought maybe someone could get in. You're right, but I think we can use that to get you out. It's going to take me a couple of hours to write a program that will disrupt the force field, but I think it's doable. Get the kids up, get them dressed, pack everything you can't leave behind. Blankets, coats, whatever you need to keep warm.
I don't know where we're going to go, but for a while, at least, we'll be on the streets." He paused a moment. "How's Mila doing? Is she—" "She's not sick at the moment. I think the food and the rest have been doing her good. She still gets fevers sometimes, but she's all right now." They swallowed down the sick tension in his stomach. He'd just gotten them somewhere safe. He'd just thought he'd actually, maybe, succeeded in protecting them, like he'd promised. Instead, he'd put them in danger. Again. "All right, I'll meet you back here in a few hours. I'll try to give you some warning, but we'll have to move fast." He paused a moment. "If you don't hear from me—" He broke off the thought. There wasn't another option, honestly. "If you don't hear from me by the end of the day, you're just going to have to get them out somehow," he finished finally. "You're not safe there. And when you're out, run. Don't stop running. They know you know me. They have files on you. They're not going to stop coming after you." His voice choked. "Okay, I'll see you soon." Kaz's voice was grim. It wasn't until Tay tapped his comm off that he heard it. Footsteps. Coming closer. He swore quietly and pushed himself back into the shadows as far as he could. The footsteps were approaching quickly, and with them, a beam of light. Damn. Damn. The guard was only a few meters away, just out of sight around a turn in the fence. Holding his breath, Tay crept forward. If he could just get out of the way. More footsteps, from the other side. Damn it to hell. He glanced around quickly, then tapped his comm and hissed. "Ivan, get out of here. Don't wait for me." "Tay, what?" "Just get out." He looked around quickly. Ahead of him, the tall walls of the building next to the apartment complex, and the guard's footsteps coming from each side down the alley towards him. Ivan would find a way to get word to the kids somehow. Somehow, Lev or Jez or Ivan or Ysbel would find a way to get them out. He had to believe that. The guard stepped around the corner, and the flickering glow of her torch momentarily blinded Tay. "What the hell?" she began. The other guard stepped into view as well, and paused. "What is this, a street kid?" "Not skinny enough to be a street kid." The first guard's voice was grim. She snatched her heat pistol out of its holster, and Tay dived to the ground as the heat blast scored the wall of the building behind him. The other guard had already pulled out his gun and was aiming for Tay. Tay scrambled to his feet, but both exits were blocked, and there was nowhere to go. He grabbed for his own gun, but even as he did so, he knew there was no way out of this. The guards had heat armor and visors, and maybe it wouldn't be enough to stop one of Ysbel's mods, but it would certainly be enough to keep him from killing with one shot. Then the second guard grunted, stumbled, and went to his knees on the pavement. Ivan stood behind him, face grim. "Tay, come on," he hissed. Tay scarcely had time to feel the rush of relief. He sprinted towards Ivan, and Ivan grabbed him by the sleeve, shoving him forward as another heat blast scorched the air of the alley. Then they ran for their lives, the hiss and sizzle of heat blasts cutting through the cold chill of the early morning air behind them. As they came up to the hangar door, panting and breathless, Tay glanced quickly at his comm, checking for heat signatures. None. They were alone. He leaned up against the hangar bay wall, gasping for breath, shaky with relief. Ivan leaned up beside him. His face was strained, but he was wearing a small grin. "Well, That was a little more exciting than I'd expected.
Tay looked at him, shaking his head.
What did you do to that guard?
Ivan laughed softly.
I told you. I used to organize protests against the government. We all learned how to take out a police officer quickly and quietly.
He gave a small, wry grin.
Perhaps not well enough, considering I was arrested and thrown in jail. But still.
Tay chuckled, despite himself.
All right, he said. Come on. We should probably get in there. At least we know Kaz and the others are alive.
The hangar bay was empty, but he could see lights spilling down the loading ramp to the Ungovernable. They followed the light down the corridor and into the conference room, and Tay hesitated a moment before he stepped inside. He wasn't completely sure if he was ready to face Masha yet.
Tay?
Asked Ivan softly. Tay managed a small smile, then stepped inside. Masha looked over at them with that bland smile as they took their seats at the table.
Masha?
He tried to keep his voice civil, but he was pretty sure his words had come out much more harshly than they normally would.
What's the plan? You told us you had a plan.
Yes, she said. Her expression was calm, but there was an unfamiliar strain in her voice, and he could see the tension in the corners of her mouth and eyes. We've been discussing that. Since you're more familiar with the streets than any of us, I'll need you to somehow ensure that the gang wars that will inevitably break out won't spread through the city. How you do that is up to you, whether through organizing, through threats, or through violence. I'm sure Ysbel can give you all the explosives you need to make an impression, if that's what you'd like to do.
No, Masha.
He was speaking through his teeth.
I'm not you. I'm not going to threaten my friends. I'm not going to threaten the street kids. And I'm not going to kill people just because it would make things easier.
Masha raised an eyebrow. As I said, I leave the method to you, but we'll have to move quickly.
First, I'm getting my friends out,
said Tay grimly.
Once they're out, I'll do what you ask, because if I don't, people I love will be killed. I'm not doing this for you.
I know, she said quietly. He had to turn his head away quickly. There was a tight, hard knot of tension in his stomach. He'd be on the streets again, on the run again, the only one standing between his street kid friends and certain death. Flying with this team, on the Ungovernable, working with people who were 1,000 times smarter than him and 1,000 times better at getting out of bad situations, it had made him soft. The weight of responsibility he'd been carrying, basically his whole damn life, that he'd grown so used to that he'd hardly noticed it anymore, except in the constant tension in his muscles, the way his eyes snapped open at the slightest sound. No matter how deep he was in sleep, the constant headache from a clenched jaw. Well, once he'd put it down, the thought of picking it back up again was almost unbearable. But he'd do it, because he had to. Ivan, continued Masha, it would be very helpful if you could be with me and Ysbel and Tanya. We could use your expertise in...
No.
Ivan's face was set.
I promised Tay I'd do what I could to help his friends. That's what I intend to do.
Masha raised an eyebrow. At last, she said, You're not one of my crew, so I suppose I can't tell you what to do. But I would urge you to reconsider.
I've considered everything I need to,
said Ivan quietly. Tay looked at him for a moment, a mixture of relief and guilt flooding through him. Ivan turned and caught his eye, and for a moment, his familiar face, dark hair disheveled from their run, curls plastered to his forehead from the sweat in the mist, concern in those dark eyes, strain in his expression, and still, even then, the hint of that familiar good humor made Tay's breath catch. It was stupid. Masha was right. They could use Ivan here. And it was selfish of him to... "I know what you're thinking, Tay," whispered Ivan, affection and amusement in his voice. "You're thinking of a way to tell me I should stay here." He shook his head, a small smile on his face. "You may as well save your breath. I'm coming with you. I told you, back on the pleasure planet, that if there's anything I can do to help you, I will. And I meant it." Tay looked at him for a long moment, the relief and the guilt churning in his stomach. That was what he should have said. But he wouldn't have. He knew that now, just looking at Ivan. No matter how selfish or stupid or ridiculous, he wouldn't have asked Ivan to stay. He wouldn't have been able to bring himself to. Chapter 4. Ysbel, Day 1. "Mama." Olya looked up at Ysbel with big, frightened eyes. "What's wrong?" "What makes you think anything is wrong, my love?" asked Ysbel, trying to smile. "Mama, I'm not stupid," said Olya, a hint of her usual superiority creeping into her tone. "You and Mamuchka are worried, and Uncle Lev saw me and he only said hi and didn't stop to talk to me, so I know he's worried too." Ysbel sat down on the bed, resting her hands on her knees, and considered her daughter for a moment. "Olya," she said at last, "you remember Grigory, yes?" Olya nodded wordlessly. "Well, he wants to kill us, and the people who worked for him want to kill us too. Your mamuchka and I will keep you safe, but it will take a lot of work, I'm afraid." "And you're worried, Mama?" "Yes, my love," said Ysbel quietly. "I'm worried." She stood, giving Olya a small smile. "Have you cleaned your room?" "Are we staying here on the ship?" "For now. And you still have to clean your room." Olya gave a long-suffering sigh and turned to the door, pulling it open and shouting, "Misko, you have to come clean our room. Mama said so." Ysbel smiled to herself as she watched her daughter leave. A moment later, the door from the hallway opened and Tanya stepped inside. There were lines of strain on her face, but then, after the last few weeks they'd had, it would have been surprising if there hadn't been. "Yessie," she said quietly. "Is everything all right?" Ysbel shook her head. "I don't like this. I don't like working with Masha. She's up to something. She's always up to something. And I'm tired of working for someone who will only be loyal as long as we are useful." "I know, my heart," said Tanya, sitting down beside her. "I don't like it either, but..." She shrugged. "I don't know that we have a better option at this point." She rested her hand on Ysbel's knee. "We'll figure out a way to protect the others and keep the children safe. That's all that counts." "Let's hope we can," said Ysbel quietly. "The others are heading out," said Tanya. "I think they wanted to speak with you before they left." "Yes," said Ysbel. "I promised Tay some explosives, and I'd be more comfortable if Lev had some as well." Tanya raised an eyebrow. "You remember that Lev will be going with Jez. Are you going to send explosives with her?" "The only thing that makes me more nervous than Jez without explosives is Jez with explosives." Ysbel grumbled.
pushing herself to her feet. Tanya chuckled and pulled open the door. Tay, Ivan, Lev, and Jez were gathered in a small group by the hangar bay entrance. They looked up as Ysbel and Tanya came down the loading dock. Tay, she said, reaching into her jacket pocket and extracting a small padded bag. I have some things in here for you. She held it out to him. Tay almost stepped back, a look of mild panic on his face, but at last, reluctantly, he took the bag from her. Be careful with these, she said. If you accidentally set one off, there won't be enough left of you to scrape off the concrete. Believe me, Ysbel, he muttered. I've seen what your explosives do. You have no idea how careful I'm going to be. She cracked a small smile. Good, because I would actually feel bad if you blew yourself up at this point. Tay smiled back reluctantly. I'm glad our friendship means so much to you. I have some for you too, Lev, Ysbel said, pulling another small bag from her jacket pocket and handing it to him. He tucked it gingerly into his own jacket pocket. And let me guess, if I make a mistake with these, there won't be enough left of me to scrape off the concrete. Yes, that's one way of putting it, said Ysbel. Lev sighed. I suppose that's reassuring in a gruesome sort of way. He turned to Tay. Tay, you've given Tanya. Yes, said Tay. I gave Tanya everything she needs for your apartment. I've set the bugs she's going to plant so they'll garble the signals through the government bugs. But you should come through clear to the rest of us. He paused. I've set everyone's comms into a private loop, except for mine and Ivan's. I've put us on the closed loop I used with the street kids before. We'll be on the streets, and the police will be after us. And if they notice a private loop connected to the rest of you, it will be a problem. So don't contact me unless it's an emergency. You won't have a secure channel, and every time you do, there's a chance it could be compromised. Lev drew in a long breath. Well, he looked around. I suppose we should get going. He glanced at his comm. Jez, your ship comes in about half a standard hour, so you'll have to be ready to mingle with the crowd coming off. I'll be waiting for you at the dock. Jez looked uncharacteristically somber. Ysbel raised an eyebrow. She wasn't entirely sure if it was because of the danger they were all in, or the fact that the crazy pilot girl would be pretending to be Lev's lover. She didn't know all the details of what had happened between the two of them on Grigory's ship, and to be quite frank, she didn't want to. But whatever it was, it had knocked both Lev and Jez swamp-footed. She didn't blame the pilot girl for not wanting to do that again. Honestly, she didn't think any of them wanted to do that again. Somehow, though, Jez managed a snarky grin. See you there, genius, she said. I'll set these bugs into your apartment, said Tanya. Then I'll find you at the docks. Don't expect to see me, though. I'm certain that there will be at least 3 government agents following you, so it won't hurt to have a friendly pair of eyes. And, she added, almost as an afterthought, I assume you'd prefer not to be assassinated. I don't anticipate that, but you never know. This is Prasvishoni, after all. Yes, said Lev dryly. I am aware. I appreciate the reassurance. He turned to Jez, and she gave him a wink. See you on the other side, she said. Then she sauntered out the hangar bay door. Lev watched her for a moment, concern clear in his face. Then he sighed. I suppose I should go as well. I assume they'll expect me to be waiting early. He straightened his jacket, took a deep breath, and stepped out the door after Jez. Tay turned to Ivan. The former street kid's face was tight with strain, and Ysbel couldn't honestly blame him. His friends would almost certainly die if he didn't get them out in time.
and she'd spent enough time in Prasvishoni to know that living on the streets was an uncertain prospect at best.
Ivan, you ready?
Tay asked. Ivan gave him a small smile.
Ready as I'll ever be, I suppose.
Tay nodded, and the two of them stepped out the hangar bay doors as well. At last, it was just Ysbel, Tanya, and Masha, alone in the empty, echoing space. For a long time, Ysbel watched Masha. She had no idea if this was the job, at last, in which their lives would become dispensable. She didn't know Masha's long-term goal, or how she planned to accomplish it. But Masha was right about this, at least for now. Their best chance of survival was to work with her. And never, for one moment, to let down their guard. At last, Masha turned towards the back, where Tay had rigged together a communication box with Lev's codes.
So,
said Ysbel, once she and Tanya had joined Masha.
what is it you want to do?
Masha pulled up the holoscreen on her comm. We can't direct any messages to specific people until we have some information from Jez and Lev. So I propose that we broadcast a message on the general channel that can be easily intercepted. Something that will be enough to calm tensions until we have time to engage in a more direct strategy.
And what will this message be?
Do you have a suggestion? Asked Masha.
Ysbel paused for a moment.
Then she gave a small smile.
Yes, we broadcast a message from Grigory. A list with the names of all the people killed on his ship. That's all.
Masha looked at Ysbel thoughtfully. I believe that would be sufficient, she said at last. Ysbel heard the words she didn't say. Sufficient to paint Grigory as a threat, yes, but also sufficient if they were found out or if anything went wrong, to paint a target on all of their backs, big enough that every Boyeviki and gang member and government official in the system would be able to take aim. Chapter 5. Lev, Day 1. Lev stepped out of the hangar bay and onto the dirty Prasvishoni streets. His hands, he realized, were sweating. He gave a wry smile. This was actually ridiculous. They'd just brought down the two most powerful mafia kristnaya in the system. They were in the process of a desperate, frankly ridiculous attempt to halt what would likely be a full-on civil war, and the lives of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people hung in the balance. And he was worried about pretending to be the lover of a crazy, ridiculous pilot with whom he happened to be good friends. And he was finally learning how to do friends. A crazy, ridiculous pilot who also happened to be the woman he loved more than he'd ever dreamed he could love anyone. He closed his eyes grimly and took a deep breath. It would be fine. He would be fine. He and Jez were adults, and they were both fully capable of focusing on the task at hand. He opened his eyes, straightened his jacket one last time, and started off down the streets. A small crowd was gathered outside the docking bay, as there often was when the big long-haul ships came in, and he worked his way into it, trying not to think about that spot between his shoulder blades that always seemed to itch when he had his back turned to almost certain danger. Yes, it was highly likely that he was being watched, but if he were being logical, it was unlikely someone would try to kill him now, in a crowded area, without at least waiting for Jez to show up. There would be much more profit in killing him when they could kill the government minister who was, apparently, his lover. Or at least, the woman who would be impersonating the government minister who was his lover. Somehow the thought wasn't making him feel any better. When the ship finally arrived, He found himself peering at the stream of people walking past, eyes going from one to another, searching out a familiar shape, a familiar form in the crowd, a familiar smile. Then he caught sight of her lanky form, her disheveled black hair, the grin on her face that meant she was as aware of the danger as he was, and was utterly delighted by it. He pushed his way through the crowd towards her. "Layla," he called. "Layla, over here." She looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice. "Layla!" She caught sight of him, and her grin widened into a genuine smile. "Hey, you bastard," she called cheerfully, shoving her way through to him. "Been looking for you." She was grinning mischievously, her eyes twinkling with that mixture of excitement and devilry that was her trademark. And before he could react, she grabbed him in an embrace. He stiffened, almost unable to breathe. The smell of her, ship's grease and burnt ozone, and the musky, sweet smell of the Ungovernable's wood-paneled interior. The feel of her pressed up against him sent a familiar ache through his whole body. His arms had come up around her as well, and he pulled her to him, his face buried in her short hair, eyes closed against the twisting in his stomach. He felt like a damn addict, finally getting a shot of his favorite drug after weeks of shaky, agonizing withdrawals. And just like an addict, he knew this would only delay the inevitable, would only make the withdrawal worse. But he couldn't seem to help himself. No, he was not going to do this. He was an adult, and he could control his own damn actions, even when they involved Jez, and her arms around his neck, and his hands on her back, pressing her to him. He took a deep breath and forced his arms to loosen. "You know," he whispered, trying to keep the shakiness from his voice, "most people wouldn't call their lovers bastard." She pulled back slightly, grinning. "Yeah, well, Masha said this Layla plaguer was eccentric." He smiled despite himself. She smiled back, and for a moment, the ache in his chest sharpened. "Anyway," she said cheerily, "probably called most of my lovers bastard at some point." She paused a moment, reflecting. "Of course, most of them also wanted to shoot me at some point, so—" This time, he did chuckle. She grinned at him again, then turned to look over the crowd. "Guess we better get going. Tanya here yet?" "I have no idea," said Lev. "However, since it's Tanya we're talking about, I'm fairly certain we wouldn't know unless she actually killed us." Jez grinned. "Just saying, Ysbel's a lucky woman." The crowd around them was thinning, the chatter and noise and excitement of hundreds upon hundreds of arrivals, departures, family members or friends or lovers, reuniting or bidding each other farewell, slowly fading. He and Jez made their way out through the crowded, open docking bay and back into the streets. "So," said Jez, once they were outside, "we going to the apartment, I guess? Been in that part of town plenty of times, so figure I can get us there." He turned to her and raised an eyebrow. "You were listening? To Masha? You didn't look like you were listening." She grinned. "Yeah, well, maybe that was just to annoy her. I do actually listen sometimes." He chuckled again, despite himself. "You know, people would want to strangle you a lot less if you didn't go out of your way to irritate the hell out of them." She smirked. What would be the fun in that? Besides, if Masha had wanted to strangle me that bad, she'd have done it months ago. Come on, genius. They strolled along casually. The streets here were bare cement, without even the half-hearted attempt at class that cobblestones brought. Dirty, as always, and crowded for this time of day. Lev glanced around surreptitiously, trying to gauge threats that may or may not exist. They'd only been walking for a few minutes when a voice in his earpiece made him jump. "The two of you are supposed to be lovers," came Tanya's voice, faintly amused. "You don't look very much like lovers." Jez glanced over at him, and he sighed, tapping his palm against his thigh. "Thank you, Tanya," he muttered into it. "All I'm saying is, there are at least 3 government spies following you right now. It might be a good idea to give them a show." Her voice still sounded amused. "Yes. Well, I was under the impression that even in Prasvishoni, there were certain activities lovers only did indoors." He was speaking through his teeth. Jez gave a snort of amusement. "I'm not asking you to have sex in the street," said Tanya, sounding even more amused. "But you could at least hold hands. Pretend like you've met before." Lev rolled his eyes to the sky, then turned to Jez, a slightly grim smile on his face. She raised an eyebrow at him, and with a deep breath, he took her hand in his. "I'm sorry. You'll have to do a little better than that." Tanya sounded like she was trying very hard to bite back a laugh. Jez gave him a wry look and twined her fingers with his, moving closer so their shoulders were touching. He closed his eyes for a moment and blew out a breath. This would be fine. This would be completely fine. He glanced over at Jez from the corner of his eye. She was looking fixedly straight ahead, and there was a slight stiffness to her posture, and he could feel her hand tightening on his. He forced himself to breathe normally. It was more difficult than it should have been. "Well, at least now you look like you know each other," said Tanya, still sounding amused. "Just so you know, someone from the government is on his way to meet you now. You'll see him in the next couple of blocks." She paused a moment. "I understand he's coming to offer his greetings to Jez in person before she attends the meeting today. I assume that both of you know the details of your roles." Lev glanced at Jez. She gave him a wink. He tapped his calm. "Yes, Tanya," he said. "And anything we don't know, I'm confident Jez will be able to improvise." He glanced back at her and was surprised at the spark of gratitude in her eyes. Apparently, he really hadn't been very good at this friend thing before. He saw the man as soon as they rounded the corner onto the next street. He was wearing a standard government uniform and a self-important expression, and when he saw them, he came towards them at once. Lev smiled wryly to himself. The man wasn't even pretending the government didn't have eyes on them. According to Masha, there was no way anyone here should recognize either of them. He stopped in front of them and held out a hand in greeting. "You must be Layla," he said, looking at Jez. She raised an eyebrow at him. "What makes you think that?" The man looked at them closer, slight uncertainty in his face. She grinned. "Yes, I'm Layla." The man frowned, his expression shifting to one of annoyance. "Yes, it's good to meet you, Layla. I was sent to make sure that you got to your quarters safely. We have a very nice apartment we've arranged for you here." He turned to Lev, then glanced back at Jez. "And this is?" Jez's eyes flicked toward Lev for a moment, eyebrows quirked. Then she turned back to the government official and grinned suggestively. "This is my sweet Kotya." The government official looked slightly embarrassed. "Your kitten?" She winked. Lev wasn't entirely sure whether he wanted to sigh or laugh. She clearly didn't remember, and she was clearly just going to brazen it out, although, in her defense, she'd never pretended to be good at remembering names. He stepped forward, holding out a hand in greeting. I'm Ruslan. The official hesitated, then took Lev's outstretched hand, shaking it gingerly. Very good to meet you, Ruslan. He turned back to Jez, his expression flickering between disapproval and faint annoyance. I hear things were a bit exciting on Volatile when you left. She grinned. Well, guess if you think diving out of the way of flying shrapnel is exciting. Firebomb in my office and whatever. But, hell, no one was killed, so I figure... She shrugged. Tanya's voice came through Lev's earpiece. She was actually listening to Masha? She didn't look like she was listening. Lev hid a small smile. The official stared at Jez. I see, he said at last. He gave a nervous chuckle. I suppose, then, there's no need to warn you about the situation here. We haven't had any firebombs in the recent past. Guess we'd better see if we can change that, eh? Said Jez cheerfully. I always figure you can't be doing a very good job if someone doesn't want to kill you. You get frequent threats on your life? The man probed gingerly. Jez shrugged. Depends on the week. I see. He glanced around, apparently trying to find a safer topic of conversation. His eyes lit on Lev, and Lev groaned inwardly. He knew what was coming next. I understand you were quite excited to be assigned to Prasvishoni, considering your, He gestured at Lev, and let the sentence trail off delicately. In his earpiece, he heard Tanya clear her throat, meaningfully. He took a deep breath, put his arm around Jez's waist, and pulled her in. Her eyes widened momentarily, but then she slipped her arm around him as well, and bumped him playfully with her shoulder. Damn. How the hell was he supposed to do this job when every damn time his body came into contact with Jez's, his damn brain seemed to shut off? There was something about the way the hard angles of her fit perfectly against him, the way she softened under his touch, the way... He tried to paste a pleasant smile on his face. Yep. Jez's voice sounded slightly breathless, but that could have been just his imagination. She hooked her fingers into the belt loop on his trousers, and his stomach tightened, his pulse quickening. Damn it, this was just an act. They were just friends. Been a while since I spent any time around my Kotya. She raised an eyebrow suggestively at the official and grinned. Hope you're not expecting me to come into work early in the morning. Figure me and him will be pretty busy. The official cleared his throat uncomfortably. Ah, shall we head to the apartment? Jez was still grinning. Sounds good to me. About time me and him caught up, if you know what I mean. She gave the horrified official a meaningful wink, and he turned away quickly, clearing his throat again. Yes, well, I'm sure you have plenty of things to talk about. Jez snorted with laughter. Doubt we'll be doing much talking. The man seemed to give up the conversation as a bad job and started hurriedly off down the street. Jez turned to Lev and winked, and despite the fact that his heart was beating ridiculously fast, despite the fact that his stomach was twisted into an almost painful knot, he couldn't help but smile back. With the government official walking ahead of them, he didn't dare take his arm off from around Jez's waist. If he was being honest, he didn't want to. But at least with the official ahead of them, he didn't have to admit that to himself. By now, the sun had worked its reluctant way up into the sky, Its lethargic warmth cut the chill of the early winter morning slightly, turning the air cool and clammy rather than bitter. The people of Prasvishoni hurried past them, hoods and scarves raised against the cold, heads down, eyes fixed on the cement beneath their feet. The identical white prefab buildings of the business sector rose around them, walls grimy with dirt and yellowed with mildew, crumbling around the edges from years of frost and weather, and the sharp, unmistakable smell of the Prasvishoni street lingered in his nostrils. Unwashed bodies, a whiff of day-old food from the street vendors, the pungent tang of discarded rubbish in the mouth's valleys, the chill mist that lingered even at midday. He'd grown up with that smell, breathed it in for so much of his life that it had become a simple background fact. It was only now, coming back here after so much time away, that he noticed it at all, the familiar, dreary scent of his childhood. Even here in the business district, if he looked around, he could see signs of a faint unease. People peered over their shoulders, walking more quickly than usual, huddled together in small groups. Something had happened. No one knew what yet, but they knew that something was wrong. And if he and Jez and the rest of them couldn't do their job, it wouldn't be more than another day. They passed out of the business district and into the residential area. The apartment buildings were hardly different than the industrial buildings, except the windows were smaller, placed closer together. When he'd worked in government, he'd known people who'd hide cot pads under their desks, because not only did it save them from the cold of walking home in the middle of a bitter Prasvishoni winter, their office was frankly larger and more comfortable than anything they'd find in an apartment. He held back, allowing the government official to lead the way. When the man finally stopped in front of one of the complexes, identical to every other complex on the block, aside from the large number above the doorway, he gestured Lev and Jez forward. "Here you are." He fished in his pocket and pulled out a key chip, handing it to Jez. "Your apartment is on the second floor, over in the corner, number 271. Lev hid a frown. Second floor, in the corner. The perfect place for an observer, standing across the street against the grimy artificial street lamp, to be able to see in through the window. It wasn't any more than he'd expected. Still, the thought of being watched by people who would almost certainly kill both him and Jez, if they knew the truth, was never a comfortable prospect. "Well," Jez was saying, still wearing a lascivious grin, "got some things I've been waiting a long time to do." The government official, looking, if possible, even more uncomfortable than before, cleared his throat again. "I have been instructed to wait here and escort you to meet the rest of the ministers. As I'm certain you are aware, you're expected in half an hour." Jez winked at him. "Well, guess we'd better get busy, hadn't we?" She shoved Lev playfully with her shoulder, and he staggered slightly. "Come on," she said with a grin. He forced himself to grin back and squeezed her tighter for just a moment, planting a quick kiss on her cheek. "I suppose we'd better," he murmured. She turned to him, and for a moment, the teasing look had disappeared from her eyes. Then she squeezed him back and pulled him after her through the door into the apartment building. The inside of the complex was grungy and dimly lit, flickering orange bar lights providing the only illumination in the narrow, dirty hallways and up the ragged stairwell. Their apartment was up a flight of disreputable stairs and down a long, dingy corridor on the second floor. As he'd expected, the window faced out to the street. The government would keep close tabs on this new arrival, until they knew who she was. He'd read up on the file of the woman Jez would be impersonating, and he felt he knew who she was very well. She was unpredictable. A rising star in the government ministry, apparently called in to deal with the latest unrest stemming from the Ungovernable crew's stop at the university a few months previous. She was smart, savvy, and politically astute. Or she had been, before he and Jez had blown her into space dust. And despite everything, he couldn't help a twist of guilt when he thought about this woman he'd never met. This woman whose life he and Jez had co-opted. What had happened to the real Ruslan? He was certain that Masha had considered this detail. He'd have to ask her tonight, make sure there was nothing he was missing. But still, there was a man on this planet, in this city, who was waiting for a woman who would never come. A woman who, perhaps, he loved as much as Lev loved Jez. Jez shoved the door open to their apartment and gestured him inside. "Go on, genius," she said. "If we have to be in the government meeting in half an hour, we'd better get moving." He nodded and stepped inside, and Jez followed him, closing the door after them. He hit the artificial lights, and after a few reluctant seconds, they flickered dimly on. The apartment itself was exactly what he'd expected. Almost indistinguishable from the apartment he'd lived in back when he was working in the government himself. Before he'd been thrown in jail, of course. There was a small living room and a small kitchen, with barely enough cupboard space for a week's rations for 2 people. A heating plate that looked like an illustration for a fire hazard warning, and a small cooling box, in case either of them should feel ambitious enough to get something that wasn't ration packs. A bathroom off to one side, and the bedroom tucked in beside it, made up the remainder of the apartment. There was an old couch, a table big enough for 2, and some shelves up against the wall with built-in space for information chips. He looked around, a lump rising in his throat. He didn't miss this. He didn't miss the government. But this small apartment brought back more memories than he was really prepared to deal with right now. Jez glanced around, eyebrows raised. "Not too bad," she said. "I mean, it's not my sweet, beautiful angel, but it's a damn sight nicer than anything I've ever lived in on Prasvishoni." He glanced over at her curiously. He'd seen her old basement apartment, of course. The entire crew of the Ungovernable had lived there for a week and a half before it had been blown up, which was something that tended to happen to apartments that Jez lived in, he was coming to learn. But honestly, he realized he didn't know all that much about her, her past life, where she'd lived, her family. He swallowed down the bitter taste in his throat. Regret and guilt mingled. Jez was looking around more slowly now, surveying their new lodgings. At last, she turned back to him and grinned. "Well, genius, guess it's not all bad being in government, eh? I mean, hell, living in a place like this? Honestly..." Her words faltered, and he realized they were standing closer than he'd thought. The grin on her face faded slowly, replaced by a look he'd seen there far too often. The one he'd spent the last few weeks trying desperately to forget. She hadn't dropped her hand from his waist, and he hadn't dropped his, and he was suddenly ridiculously aware of her. The rough fabric of her jacket under his hand, the way it dipped in against her back, the pressure of her hand on his waist. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, and everything in the room that wasn't Jez seemed to have faded slightly. She swallowed hard, still watching him, and swallowed again, then, at last, with a visible effort, wrenched her eyes away from his, dropping her hand from his waist like it had burned her. He dropped his hand as well, trying to remember how to breathe. Damn it to hell. There was no way he was going to survive this. Jez cleared her throat. I guess, She trailed off, as if unsure where the sentence was leading. Lev swallowed as well, since his throat was so dry he wasn't sure he'd be able to form words.
We'd better get ready.
He looked around quickly for the suitcase Jez had brought with her. It should contain everything Masha had procured for them, as far as IDs and clothing.
I believe they asked you to bring me to this first social event. They like to know the partners of the higher-up officials, for surveillance purposes, and to see if they pose a security risk.
Jez, who seemed to have regained some of her composure, smirked at him. Pretty sure you're the damn definition of security risk, genius. He smiled at her reluctantly. Anyway, she continued, guess I'd better get changed into my government uniform crap. Since that bastard downstairs is just going to wait until we come down. She paused a moment, then grinned at Lev. Hey, bet if we open the windows and that couch is squeaky enough, we could make him think.
No,
Said Lev firmly.
I don't think we have time for that.
Honestly, he didn't think he'd be able to handle that right now without actually exploding. She gave him a disappointed look, then shrugged philosophically and began stripping out of the loose smuggler gear that was her usual form of dress. He averted his eyes hastily, and she snickered. Hey now, thought Tay was the innocent. He clenched his jaw and didn't answer. The very last thing in the entire system he needed right now was the picture in his head of Jez unlacing the front of her shirt.
I'm just going to look around the apartment,
He said. Tanya had already performed a scan. He was fairly certain, but fairly certain was the sort of thing that tended to get you killed. He pulled up the scanner Tay had set on his comm and did a quick sweep of the apartment, then a slower sweep around the two windows facing the street. Nothing. At least, nothing he hadn't expected. There were several bugs set up, but they appeared to be standard government issue. Nothing planted by some unknown third party, which was what he'd been concerned about. By the time he finished his scans, checked all the specs on the various bugs and listening devices, and facing out the window, counted very slowly to 60, he took the chance of turning around. Jez was dressed again, this time in the uniform of a government minister. She looked, somehow, absurdly out of place in the drab, straight-cut grayish-brown of a standard-issue government uniform. The glint in her eyes, her dangerous grin, her short, tousled black hair, all stood out in strict incongruence to the stern conformity of the government colors. She winked at him, and, like always, his heart stuttered for a moment before he remembered himself. Well, genius, how do I look?
as close to a government minister as I expect you could.
Is that supposed to be an insult? Asked Jez. He smiled slightly.
Jez, if you remember, I worked with government ministers for years. Believe me, it's not an insult.
She smiled back at him, then quickly averted her eyes and cleared her throat. Anyway, that bastard downstairs is waiting for us. Probably better go.
Yes,
Lev murmured.
I believe you're right.
Jez shoved the door open and held it for him as he walked out, then closed it behind them. There was an awkward moment where neither of them looked at each other, and then, finally, Jez mumbled, "Suppose we'd better," and slipped her hand into his. Again, something like an electric shock ran up his arm, but he gritted his teeth and ignored it. Jez, too, seemed not nearly as comfortable with this as she'd been in the street. She conscientiously avoided his eyes as they started down the stairway to where the government official waited. The man didn't react when he saw them, except the polite raise of his eyebrows.
I assume then you're ready, Minister?
He said. Jez grinned. Ready as I'll ever be. There was something in her voice, though, that belied her words. Chapter 6. Tay, Day 1. Tay glanced at Ivan, walking beside him. Ivan's posture was tense, and there was a grim set to his jaw. In the foggy light of day, the dank alley behind the fence around the apartment complex looked like any other alley. Refuse, choking the corners. Dirty huddles of blankets where street kids had spent the night trying to stay warm. He shivered slightly. It had been a long time since he'd slept on the streets, and he'd grown accustomed to sleeping warm, to not waking up at night to check whether any of the others were on the verge of freezing to death. He pulled up his comm and did a quick scan as they approached the mouth of the alley. No heat signals. One good thing, at least. He turned to Ivan.
I think it's clear. For the moment.
Ivan nodded tersely.
I'll keep watch.
He held out a hand.
Give me one of Ysbel's flashbangs.
A tendril of worry twisted in Tay's stomach, but he reached gingerly into the small pouch where he'd tucked the explosives. He handed the flashbang to Ivan, who gave him a small grin.
Tay, distracting guards was part of my job description before I got arrested. Worry about yourself and the kids.
Tay nodded mutely. Ivan was right. Still, he couldn't help the tightness in the back of his throat. Back on the pleasure planet, Ivan had faced a woman with a knife, and he'd stood there, passively, and let her carve a line across his throat and down his chest. The scar was still there, an angry, raised line. And the whole time, he'd had a heat gun in his pocket. The whole time, he could have killed the woman and her two companions, and they wouldn't even have had time to fight back. But he hadn't, because he'd known if he did, Tay's friends would die. He'd been willing to let his throat get cut to keep a bunch of kids he'd never met safe. And Tay had no reason to suspect he'd do otherwise now.
Tay shook his head. Just be careful, please.
The words seemed to catch in his throat. Ivan's smile softened.
Tay, it'll be fine.
Now, he put a hand on Tay's shoulder and gave him a slight push towards the alley.
Go on. I'll let you know if anything happens.
Tay nodded, swallowed down his panic, and slipped into the alley. Once he was out of sight of the road, he leaned back against the wall and tapped quickly on his comm.
Kaz, are you there?
Kaz's voice answered almost immediately.
Yes, we're ready. I hadn't heard from you, and I was starting to worry. I'm fine. Let's worry about getting you out. Can you meet me down by the fence?
We can be there in 2 standard minutes. Kaz's voice was tense. We'll have to be quick. There are guards patrolling inside the compound. They started last night. Tay cursed silently. Lev had warned him that things were going sideways on the streets, but he hadn't realized it had gone this far. If the guards were already patrolling inside the compound, that meant they knew at least something. He glanced around one more time, then strode quickly towards the dip in the fence. When he reached it, he crouched and hit the blocker he'd set into his comm. He flipped up the scanner, checking the green crosshatch that represented the security system. Where he crouched, there was a slight distortion in the field, and yes, it was hardly noticeable, but the green lines, crosshatched by the fence, had opened slightly, distorted by his blocker tech. It wasn't much, but hopefully enough to let, for example, a child slip through. He barely had time to tap the scanner off when he heard Kaz's voice from across the fence. "Tay, we're here." Tay glanced through the narrow opening. He could just make out someone's legs. Someone small, with worn, battered boots. "Blocker's set," he said. "Come on." Mila's head appeared in the opening, and Tay reached down and helped her through. Her brother Luca followed next, and one by one, the rest of the children. The gap under the fence was small, barely big enough to fit them. But then, even after a few weeks of food and rest, they were still all so skinny, it almost hurt to look at them. Hetty wriggled through, second to last, her hips catching for a moment against the prefab blocks of the fence. Tay grabbed her hands and pulled, gritting his teeth as she hissed in pain. It didn't matter. They didn't have another option. Just Kaz left. "Come on," Tay whispered. Kaz knelt, peering through the crack. "I won't make it. Petty barely fit, and she's a lot smaller than I am. Take the others. Go." Tay swore. "Why didn't you bloody tell me that this morning?" "Because you'd have tried to think of another way. And from what you said, we don't have time for that." Tay swore again and turned to the others. "Petty, take the kids. My friend's waiting at the entrance. He'll get you out if me and Kaz." Petty looked at him for a moment, her eyes wide and frightened. "You won't leave Kaz?" Tay shook his head shortly. "I promise." She hesitated, then, face set, herded the younger children ahead of her down the alley. "What are you doing?" Kaz hissed at him. "You know damn well what I'm doing. You'd do the same for me." "The guards are here." Kaz's voice was tight with strain. "Go." From the other side of the fence, voices raised in anger or surprise. "Stand back," Tay said through his teeth. "As far as you can." He yanked one of the smallest explosives out of the pouch Ysbel had given him and tossed it into the dip under the fence, stumbling backwards as he hit the controller. There was a loud pop, a flash that almost blinded him, and a choking cloud of smoke and debris. Through the bright afterimages crowding his vision, he could make out Kaz's skinny form thrown backwards by the explosion, on the ground across from where the fence had been. The larger figures of guards running towards them, heat guns drawn. He snatched out his own heat pistol. He aimed at the nearest guard's face, where her visor was tipped up, and pulled the trigger. She collapsed with a choked-off scream. Tay lunged forward, grabbed Kaz by the arm, hauled him to his feet, and dragged him down the alley. He hit his comm as they ran. "Ivan, get the kids out. Kaz and I are on our way, but the guards are after us." "Got it," came Ivan's voice. "I'm sending them down Ledya Street." As Kaz and Tay reached the mouth of the alley, heat blasts crackled over their heads and scored the walls of the buildings on either side of them. Tay glanced around frantically as they burst out into the street. Ivan stood against the wall to one side, posture tense. When he saw them, he jerked his chin in the direction the children had gone. Tay hesitated for the briefest moment, then, still pulling Kaz after him, ran after the others. He saw out of the corner of his eye Ivan step forward as the guards emerged. Something clutched in his hand. There was a sound like a body hitting pavement. Tay almost turned back, panic spiking through him. But now it was Kaz who pushed him forward. Ivan's voice rang out, shouting loudly to the police for help, and Tay drew a quick gasp of relief. At least he was still alive. He turned on the street after the children. Petty, who was in the lead, glanced behind her, the relief visible in her face when she saw them. Tay let go of Kaz and scooped up Mila as he came up to them, settling the 6-year-old on his hip like he'd done so many times before, her arms clasped tightly around his neck. "Petty," he hissed, "where are we going?" "First alley off Freibacher Street, right after the river," she said over her shoulder, her voice strained. "There's a place back there the police haven't checked lately, and there's an exit onto the river, so at least they can't surround us." Behind them came the distant wail of police sirens, rapidly growing louder. Tay swore quietly. "Listen, Kaz, Petty, if they find us, take the younger kids and go. I'll try to distract them." Kaz looked as if he was about to protest. Then his gaze fell to Mila. He took a quick breath and nodded. He came up matching Tay's pace, and Tay detached the girl's arms from his neck and passed her over. Mila's expression was terrified, silent tears running down her cheeks. From behind them, there was a loud bang, a flash of light, angry swearing from the police officers. Tay glanced over his shoulder involuntarily. What the hell was Ivan doing? They pelted down another street, and Tay tapped his comm, pushing their location through the closed loop. Hoping against hope, Ivan was still alive to use it. And then, as they turned onto the street that led to the alley behind the river, there were footsteps behind them. Tay spun, jerking his heat pistol out, and then felt his legs go weak in relief. Ivan sprinted up behind them. There was a cut on his forehead, and what looked to be shaping into an impressive black eye. But other than that, he seemed unhurt. He caught up with them quickly, his long legs covering the ground at a rapid pace. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, his voice tense. They nodded, too breathless to speak. Petty turned down into the alley, and they followed her, Tay and Ivan bringing up the rear. At last, they collapsed into a small opening between two buildings, panting and gasping. When he caught his breath, Tay turned to Ivan. "How did you—" he began. "I told you," said Ivan, grinning slightly. "I've distracted police plenty of times before." He looked around the narrow space, barely big enough for all of them. Off to one side, out of sight, the river flowed sluggishly through its constricted banks. "Although," he added, "I'll admit, I've never done anything quite like this." Tay glanced around as well. Yes, he'd lived on the streets for his whole life, and he'd had police after him more times than he could count. But what they were doing now was something more than that, and all of them knew it. "I don't know that any of us have," he said at last. Chapter 7. Jez, Day 1. Jez looked at the group of government officials, standing in small clusters in the long, low room around a large, semicircular table. The table was covered with Spartan-looking alcoholic beverages that she knew damn well were strong enough to peel non-reactive paint. and a depressing array of wilted food, which, she guessed, must constitute a social event here in the government. After Grigory's ship, she wasn't impressed. The government officials, all of whom had turned at her entrance, stared back at her. None of them seemed particularly impressed either, although she figured it was probably for slightly different reasons. "Well, Layla," said one of the officials, stepping forward to greet them. She was a stern woman, maybe mid-60s, with a hard face, and a look about her of someone whose sense of humor had been surgically removed years ago. "It's good to have you here, finally. We've been waiting for you for some time." "Well, you know what they say. Some things are worth waiting for," said Jez with a wide grin. "At least, that's what some people think." She turned to Lev and gave him a broad wink. "I see," said the woman, with no noticeable thawing of her expression. "I hope that will prove to be the case." She paused a moment, gesturing around at the others. "I assume you know who everyone is?" Jez glanced around the room again. The officials didn't look any more cheerful than the room itself. They each could have been born into the gray-brown uniform they wore, for all she could tell. It sat on their frames like a baggy, ill-fitting exoskeleton, as if they were insects waiting to molt. There were probably around 20 of them in total, including the bastard who'd spoken, and although there were a couple who might be closer to her age, most of them didn't look much younger than 50. She didn't know much about government, honestly, but judging from what Lev had told her, the fact they'd survived it this long probably meant they were both powerful and important. And no, she didn't know any of the names. But being introduced again sure as hell wouldn't help that. She shrugged. "Figure I know enough." The woman sighed, with an expression of mild distaste. "Very good. I'm Branka. And this must be—" "Ruslan," said Lev smoothly, stepping forward. Jez smirked. She wasn't sure how much of it was his desire to save her from embarrassment and how much was his desire not to be called kitten again. But hell, she'd honestly tried to remember the damn name. "I'll let you get to socializing in a moment," said Branka. "I'm sure, though, you have no objection to a standard security check?" Jez cast a quick glance at Lev. He was looking ahead, expression one of polite interest, and she didn't notice any tensing of his posture at the woman's words, which meant, probably, that Masha had figured this in and prepared for it already. Or that Lev was just resigned to the certainty of death. Honestly, that was an option too, after the last couple months they'd had. She turned back to the woman and grinned easily. "Course not. Check away." The security checks consisted of a small wand being waved across them, and one of the security guards in the back doing a quick electronic scan. Jez looked around the room as, whoever the hell that was, went through whatever the hell data he'd gathered. If they were going to be caught, probably too late to do anything about it anyway. Although, thanks to Ysbel, they'd make a hell of a splash on the way out. So, in the meantime, may as well see what she was in for, even though socializing with these bastards was about the last thing in the entire system she wanted to do. "Bronca is a good person to get to know," came the quick taps through the earpiece of her comm. She glanced at Lev, but he was looking innocently up at the ceiling. "You'll want to be careful of that man in the back, though. And the younger man across the room with his back to you. He'll be a good one to have on your side, if you can get him. I'll fill you in on all the details when we have a little more time." She didn't look at Lev again, but she was surprised at the strength of the relief that flooded through her, and how the small, cold knot of worry that had been sitting in her chest since they showed up at the damn government office buildings that looked a hell of a lot like a prison complex, loosened just a little. Thing was, she was crap at acting like some fancy government minister bastard, which, hell, maybe wouldn't be a big deal, except for the fact the lives of every damn person on the crew were riding on her ability to pull this off. But, well, but with Lev on the other end of her comm, maybe she'd survive this after all. Somehow. So, Layla, Branka was saying, I expect you're up to speed on the political situation here? Jez turned to her. Think I know enough, she drawled. Considering that she and the rest of the crew had been the ones that had basically engineered the political situation in the first place, she was actually pretty up to speed on that, honestly. Good. As you know, we asked you here for a very specific reason. Jez gave her a wink. The restless nervousness that had been gathering in her since that morning, when she'd reluctantly agreed to this stupid plan, pumping through her like blood. Yep. Heard that you couldn't handle your own damn crap, so you needed to get someone in who was actually smart. The older woman's face took on a distinctly cool veneer. As you are well aware, Layla, that is not precisely. Jess shrugged. Kinda sounded like it to me, she said. Although, I know I'm hot and all, so can't blame you for wanting me here. Okay, maybe this wasn't exactly what Lev had meant when he talked about getting to know Branka. But hell, she and that bastard in front of her had about as much of a chance of becoming friends as Ysbel had of taking up a philosophy of nonviolence. Lev's arm tightened slightly around her waist, but he didn't say anything, and she figured he was going to let her handle this the way she thought best. Which wasn't, honestly, all that much of a comfort. The woman's gaze grew even colder, but before she could respond, the guard who'd done the security check glanced up from the back of the room and caught Branka's eye, giving a quick nod. Branka's expression lost none of its grimness, but she gave Jez the parody of a smile. It appears your credentials check out, as do those of your lover. She paused a moment. As you are no doubt aware, she continued, her words coming slowly, we are dealing with a crisis at the moment. Between our ruptured relationships with Vitaly Dobrev and Grigory Korsakov, and Olyesa's rise to power, the situation has been volatile for some time. I don't know how in-depth your briefing went, but suffice it to say, the Virnist Protocol, which we had been counting on to deal with the unrest, has been disrupted. And we are uncertain when we will be able to resume it. We will have to make do without it for the time being. She paused again, seeming almost unwilling to continue. At last, though, she sighed. I had hoped not to have to give you this news. However, as we have received no intelligence to dispute the rumors thus far, it is probably wise for you to know. I sent Undersecretary Boris to escort you to your apartment, and then here to the meeting, because rumors have reached us that something may have happened to Grigory Korsakov. The Rims and the blood riots are already starting trouble in the streets, and as you know, they work hand in hand with both branches of the mafia. There's nothing we can do to stop them, short of calling in the army, and we can't do that without risk of offending Olyesa, and Grigory as well, should the rumors prove false. Her expression was grim. I'm sure I don't need to explain this to you,
But the entire situation is an explosive waiting for someone to hit the controller.
Jez glanced over at Lev and was startled to see his face was almost as grim as the government officials.
We are monitoring the situation closely, the woman continued. And the moment we have some news, one way or the other.
An older man, with gray streaks beginning in his beard, stepped forward quickly and placed a hand on Bronca's arm. He barely managed a polite nod in Jez's direction, then turned back to Bronca, his voice low and urgent.
Pardon my interruption, but I need to speak with you in private. The woman frowned. Now?
Yes. There was something in the tone of his voice that seemed to convince her, because she turned to Jez.
Pardon me, she murmured, and walked quickly over to the man.
Jez glanced over at Lev, but he only gave a small shrug. Another woman stepped forward. She was shorter than Bronca, body softer and rounder, and there was a sharp intelligence in her gaze.
"Layla," she said, her voice oozing solicitude. "I do hope your trip here was without incident. We're delighted to have you as part of the ministry."
Yasna. Lev tapped through his calm.
She's over interior finance, so she likely thinks she can use you. You're an unknown quantity at the moment, and there will be plenty of people feeling you out to see what they can get from you.
Jez grinned at the woman. Not a bad place to be, I've heard. She lowered her voice. Although, I'll be honest with you, heard Goran was the man to know in these parts. Figure I'd be pretty grateful to anyone who could get me through to him, if you know what I mean. The woman's eyebrows raised slightly, calculation in her expression. Well, she began. Then Bronca's voice cut through the quiet chatter.
Ministers, please. While this has been delightful, I'm afraid we have to reconvene in the boardroom immediately.
Jez frowned, but the woman in front of her looked as confused as she did. Bronca came over quickly and gave Jez a smile that didn't reach her eyes.
Layla, I hope you're ready to begin your work. You've come at an interesting time. Ruslan, it was very nice to meet you. I assume you can find your own way back to the apartment.
Lev nodded, and when Jez glanced over at him, she could see the interest gleaming from his eyes, even though his face was impressively impassive. She sighed to herself, then leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, for the benefit of the rest of the room, whispering in his ear, "I'll have my calm on. You can listen in." She could have kissed him a little more thoroughly, but from the look of the shriveled-up bastards around the room, a kiss on the cheek would be sufficiently scandalous. And hell, well, she'd felt how Lev had tensed up when she'd hugged him at the docking bay. And it was probably a good thing, considering she was pretty sure neither of them had any desire to revisit the mess that was her and him in a sort of relationship. Anyways, it made it easier for her to ignore how natural hugging him felt. Holding his hand, leaning into his arm around her waist. She cleared her throat and drew back, steadfastly avoiding Lev's eyes as he bade everyone a polite farewell. Once he'd left, she followed the other officials out into the wide hallway and a few doors down. The room they entered was large and drab and looked something like the boardroom on the Ungovernable, if the boardroom on the Ungovernable had been stripped of every scrap of anything that lent it charm or personality, and expanded by about 3 times. Bronca beckoned everyone to take their seats. She, however, remained standing.
What is it? asked a man from the end of the table once they were seated. Branka took a long breath. We intercepted a message from Grigory, she said at last. There was a sharp intake of breath from more than one of the officials, and Jez raised her eyebrows. Masha worked fast. And? The man demanded. Again, Branka paused. Her face was noticeably more grim than it had been when Jez had first arrived. It was a list, she said finally. The names of various government officials who were at the symposium. Just under 50 of them. Jez glanced around the table. She saw realization dawning on the government officials' faces, and a dawning horror. The ones we haven't heard back from, the man said, voice stricken. His words were a statement, not a question. Branka nodded. It was a long moment of silence. To be honest, Jez felt a little sick herself. She'd been the one who killed them, she and Lev. Neither of them had known what they were doing, of course, but that hardly made a difference to the people who died, or to their families, or to the people in this room. Who was the message addressed to? Snapped a woman, whose name Jez had already forgotten. It was sent through the general lines, Branka said quietly. I expect it was intended for us. There was another moment of silence. At last, Branka dropped into her chair and looked over at Jez, her face a ghastly attempt at a smile. Well, Layla, I suppose your time here will be more exciting than we had imagined. It appears that Grigory Korsakov has declared war on the government. You don't know anything about the symposium, Lev whispered into her earpiece. She somehow managed to keep from rolling her eyes. Okay, so what's this all about? She asked out loud. The man who'd first spoken turned to her. There was a financial conference a few weeks back. Grigory was involved. There was some disruption to the proceedings, and we heard reports that around 50 government officials were taken onto his ship by force. We haven't heard from them since. And I suppose now we must assume they're dead. Branka finished quietly. Jez raised an eyebrow. Guess you won't have to ask me about what having your office firebombed is like pretty soon here. Branka's look of shock was now overlaid with irritation. Thank you, Layla. She turned back to the others. If this is true, we'll have to transition the government out of Grigory's hands. We won't have a choice. Thankfully, we've moved in that direction since the rift with Vitali, but we'll have to move more quickly now, before he can seize control of anything vital. There were grim nods around the table. Branka shook her head. The people in this room were selected specifically to transition the government structure. Now, it appears, the parameters of our task have changed, but the urgency and the mandate that no one outside our committee knows the details of what we're doing have not. I'll put a list of which government officials are owned by Grigory on a chip for your comms. We'll have to move quickly, but without paralyzing the government in the meantime. She turned to the man in the corner. Aliko, I assume you've taken every possible step to remove the broadcast from the air. He nodded. Very good. Hopefully, that will buy us some time. I'll give you the rest of the day to go through the information. It's highly classified and will auto-destruct if anyone other than you tries to access it. So please, be sure you've set the retinal scanners onto your comms. When we reconvene tomorrow morning, we'll create a plan of action. The others in the room stood slowly,
muttering quietly among themselves. Branka turned back to Jez. Layla, I understand you'll be sharing an apartment with Ruslan. I assume you can vouch for his discretion? She grinned. Course. Wouldn't have brought him along if I didn't think he could keep his damn mouth shut. Good, said the woman, because I'm certain I don't need to tell you. But if word of any of this gets out, the results could be disastrous. She paused, and I will do anything necessary to prevent that. There was something in her voice that made Jez shiver. They were right in the damn middle of this now, and there'd be no going back. They pulled this off, or they died. Chapter 8. Tay. Day 2. Tay blinked awake in a disoriented panic, jerking upright. He looked around quickly, then sagged in relief. Each huddle of blankets rose and fell softly, with the breath of the child underneath it. He'd been back on the streets for one night, but already his brain had gone back to the automatic rituals he'd grown up with. A quick count to make sure that everyone was here, and then a second, more slowly, to make sure everyone was breathing. He could still remember that morning 5 years ago, breathing a sigh of relief after the first count, and then realizing that Kira's back, under the blankets, was no longer rising and falling. And every morning since then, he'd had that moment of sick, stomach-twisting panic, that momentary reluctance to even look. But everyone seemed to have survived the night. He shifted painfully, pushing himself to his feet. Every part of him was sore, and every part of him was cold, and the creeping chill of the night had worked its way into what felt like the marrow of his bones. He glanced back once more at the sleeping children, then, shivering slightly, stepped out into the alley. He looked up and down quickly from habit, then pulled up his comm and did a quick scan. He'd signals from the pile of bodies behind him, but nothing besides that. He breathed a short sigh of relief and slumped back against the alley wall. There was a movement behind him, and he turned quickly. Ivan leaned against the wall, his coat pulled around his shoulders, watching Tay. His face was set and a little sad. You all right? Tay asked softly, voice cracking with sleep. Ivan gave him a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm fine. This was probably his first night sleeping on the streets, at least in cold like this. Guilt twisted in Tay's gut, cut with frustration. He hadn't asked Ivan to come, but he hadn't asked him not to either. Sorry, Tay muttered. I know it's not. Ivan pushed himself off the wall and came over to stand beside Tay. His smile was slightly more genuine this time. Tay, I've slept on the ground before. He paused. But this. He made a short, frustrated gesture behind him at the sleeping children, huddled together under their blankets. No one should have to live like this. No one should have to damn well wonder whether their friends will be alive in the morning, or whether they've frozen to death overnight. He gave a sharp shake of his head. That's what we were bloody well protesting when I got thrown in jail. And nothing's bloody changed. They stared at him for a moment. He'd never actually heard Ivan talk about what had landed him in prison, besides that he'd been leading protests. You... Ivan gave a humorless laugh. Yes, see? That's the worst part of it. You're shocked that anyone gave a damn about street kids, because you never knew. That's how this government works.
There were lots of us. Even more who felt the same way, but didn't dare say anything.
He shrugged and tried to smile.
That's what the government counts on. People being too afraid to do anything. People thinking that they're the only ones that care. So there's really no point trying to change it.
Tay watched him, unable to take his eyes off his friend's face. Ivan was quiet for a while, staring out at the alley wall ahead of them. His voice, when he next spoke, was soft.
They care, Tay. But they're afraid, and I can't blame them. I watched the police kill my best friend, in front of me. They beat him to the ground with shock sticks, and they didn't stop. There was blood coming out of his mouth by the end, out of his ears.
He paused, a muscle working in the corner of his jaw, and Tay wasn't sure if he'd continue.
He didn't know if he wanted him to. He felt sick, unsure what to say or do. He was one of the bravest people I knew,
Ivan said finally.
but in the end, he was crying, begging for them to stop, and they made us watch the whole thing.
He was quiet for a moment, lost in his own thoughts,
And Tay wasn't sure if he remembered anyone else was there.
Finally, Tay reached up and put a hand on Ivan's shoulder. Ivan looked up, startled out of his reverie, then gave a faint, strained smile.
I'm sorry.
Tay shook his head.
No, he said. No, don't apologize.
What did you say to something like that?
There was a tightness in his chest, and he wasn't sure if it was sympathy or horror or a kind of sick, guilty gratitude.
Ivan and his friends had been out protesting while he was living on the streets, wondering every night if he'd wake up the next morning, if the kids he was desperate to protect would wake up, knowing that no one, anywhere, gave a damn.
But someone had. I wish I'd known,
he said softly at last. Ivan turned to look at him, and this time his smile was that kind, familiar one that always loosened the knot in Tay's chest.
I wish you'd known too,
He said.
because there were a hell of a lot of people out there that cared, that still care.
Tay nodded wordlessly. Ivan's smile broadened a little, crinkling the corners of his eyes and making Tay's chest ache in a small, unfamiliar way.
Anyways,
Said Ivan, shaking his head briskly.
that's in the past. The important thing is what we're going to do now.
He looked up and down the alley.
They haven't found us yet, I take it, but I assume that won't last forever.
Tay shook his head, the worry that had been momentarily dissipated by the sight of Ivan's smile creeping back.
No, we won't be able to stay anywhere for more than a day, if that. The police are going to be looking for us, and with the streets like they are, there will be a lot more of them. And it's not just surviving. I hate to say it, but Masha's right. If we don't do something, every damn street in Prasvishoni will be a battleground, and the kids will be the first to die.
He sighed, leaning back against the wall again.
Once Kaz and Petty are up, we'll work on a plan.
Hopefully. He still wasn't sure if what Masha had asked was even possible. Ivan nodded, and they stood there for a while, leaned against the wall of the alley, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Neither spoke, but somehow the silence wasn't uncomfortable. When at last there was a soft noise behind them, Tay spun on instinct, his hand going to his heat gun. Petty rolled over in her blankets, blinking, then sat up quickly in panic. When she saw Tay, her shoulders dropped in relief. It's been a while since I've woken up to see you there, she said, her voice raspy with sleep. Tay smiled at her, despite himself. I missed you, he said. Kaz woke up a few minutes later, and soon the four of them were crouched on the cold cement of the alley floor around Tay's holoscreen, open to a map of the streets. Tay took a long breath and blew it out again. I told you last night what happened while I was away. If we want to stop things going to hell when word of Grigory and Olyesa gets out, we need to figure out where the fighting's likely to start. I know how the streets looked a year ago, but... Hetty studied the map for a few moments. Her eyes narrowed in thought. Finally, she glanced up. Tay, remember when I was on Grigory's ship? He gave a tight nod. That wasn't something he was likely to forget. Ever. Well, I managed to learn some things while I was there. She pointed to a tangle of streets in the northwest corner. This is the headquarters for Grigory's Boyeviki. I've been keeping track of their movements since we got back, just in case. In case something happened. The other kids tell me what they see when they're in the streets, and I've been marking it down. So, between that and what I learned on the ship, I think I have a pretty good idea of the layout. She bit her lip, then traced a quick shape on one side of the map and tapped it, shading it orange. This is Grigory's territory. She drew another slightly larger shape overlaying the first and tapped again, shading it yellow. And this is the blood riots. They normally work with Grigory, so it makes sense their territories overlap. But here, she tapped a section of the overlapping shapes. There've been power struggles. The blood riots don't want to give the Boyeviki access to their more profitable areas. The Boyeviki complain to Grigory about it regularly, but he hasn't intervened yet. I think everyone assumes he will at some point, and so each of them is trying to get themselves entrenched, so when he finally does pay attention, the matter will look already settled. There's no outright war because they're both afraid of Grigory. But if they hear he's gone... Tay was staring at her. You just figured all this out? He asked at last. There was a grim set to Petty's expression. They had me on that ship for 2.5 weeks, she said at last. Believe me, I know more about those bastards than they probably want me to. She turned back to the map and drew another shape, shaded blue. These are the rims, and these are Olyesa's Boyeviki. She shaded another overlapping shape purple. Right now, they're expanding their territory, so there's not much to fight over. But I don't know what will happen if Olyesa's gone. She studied the map again for a few moments, frowning. If there's going to be fighting, it's probably going to start here, up north of the university. There's been gang fights there in the past few weeks. It's not a wealthy enough area that the police care much about it. And there's enough alleys and backways that it's easy to set an ambush. There's something going on a few blocks south of there. Communications are locked down, and whatever it is involves the police. But the police have never ventured up here, even though it's just a few blocks away. They nodded slowly. All right. So, if we want to stop the violence, we start there. He paused a moment, frowning at the shapes Petty had drawn on the map. You said it's easy to set an ambush in the streets? Petty nodded. But if the alleyways weren't empty, that would make it a lot harder, right? Kaz frowned at him questioningly. Street kids, said Tay shortly. The gangs will kill us if they find us alone, sure. But they don't usually mess with groups of us. If we could get enough street kids moved into the streets there, it might make it inconvenient enough for the gangs that they find somewhere else to fight. He glanced back at his holoscreen. We're not going to be able to stop the fighting. I know that. But if we can get it out of the residential areas, down in the warehouse sectors maybe, and if they can't take over the best streets because they're already taken, it might keep the killing mostly limited to the gangs and the Boyeviki. That's probably the best we can hope for at this point. How the hell are we going to convince the street kids to work with us? Asked Kaz, his voice grim. Things are bad out there right now. I've seen kids kill each other over a warm place to sleep. Tay nodded. I know, but we figure it out, or they're all going to be killed. It had been a long time since Tay had walked the streets of Prasvishoni as a street kid. Funny how quickly it came back to you. The constant vigilance, the way every sound made you spin around, ready to fight or flee. He kept his eyes on the concrete as he walked, his head down, his shoulders hunched. The less threatening he could look, the easier it would be for people to ignore him. But somehow, it didn't feel as natural to him as it had before, sliding under the radar, shoulders slouched in sullen despair and hopeless impotence. He'd done too much. He'd started to think that he was someone that could change things. Here on the streets, that was dangerous. The air was cold, a small, bitter breeze biting at his face, and the streets grew narrower and dirtier as he walked. This was gang territory. Even the street kids tried to avoid it when they could. They often couldn't, though. When the police were after them, they went wherever the police didn't dare go. And this, here, was somewhere the police didn't dare go. Already from the corner of his eyes, he could see shadows following him down the street, slipping from alley to alley. They were watching him. They'd noticed him, and they were watching to see if he was someone who could kill them or someone they could kill. He hunched down further into his worn jacket. He'd grabbed the most ragged clothes he could find from the Ungovernable, some of the old things he'd brought with him, and some things Masha had scrounged up. But still, they were warmer and nicer than most of the clothing the street kids wore. He wasn't invisible anymore. Perhaps he'd forgotten how to be invisible. Every sense was on edge as he walked. The dirty, grimy, mildewy industrial buildings loomed over him, some of them abandoned, some of them broken open, perhaps serving to shelter street kids. But more often, a brisk drug trade, or weapons trade, or some other activity sanctioned by Grigory Korsakov. The running footsteps in the alley ahead were so quiet they were almost inaudible. But Tay was already ducking out of the way when a figure materialized from the alleyway, grabbing for his jacket. He jumped back, jerking his arm up to block a blow that should have doubled him over. He'd spent way too much time around Jez not to know how to get out of the way of someone's fist. The figure lunged at him, bringing an elbow around at head height. Tay dived to the side just in time and caught his foot around his attacker's ankle as the figure stumbled forward, knocked off balance. Whoever it was went down hard, and Tay spun, ready to end the fight with a kick to his attacker's temple. Then he saw and pulled up short. It was a kid, maybe a year younger than Kaz. He was skinny, his eyes startlingly big in his pale face, his hair a dirty straw color, his expression one of sheer hatred. The boy scrambled to his feet and crouched, looking ready to attack again. Tay held up his hands. Easy, he said, heart pounding from the adrenaline of the fight. Easy. I'm not here to hurt you. He had damn well changed. A year ago, he might not have hesitated. But he'd grown used to having options, not just kill or be killed. Get the hell out of my streets, then, the boy hissed. Get the hell away from here. What do you think you're doing? You're no blood riot. You're a street kid, aren't you? You think you can just come in here with your fancy boots and your fancy coat and take this? Do you know how hard I fought for this? I've killed plenty of people before. Don't care if I kill you. I'm not here to take your street, said Tay, still breathing heavily. I've got my place. I'm not looking for another one. What the hell you doing here then? Said the boy, his eyes narrowed. Group of us here, you know. All of us are killers. Killed for Grigory. Killed for the blood riots. Whatever. Not worried about doing in one more. From the corner of his eye, Tay could see the shadowy figures that had been following him move closer. He resisted the urge to slip his hand into his pocket and rested on his heat gun. That wouldn't do him any good here. Not surrounded like this. He'd met plenty of street kids who'd turned killers, and they'd fight until the last spark of life left their body. He could get the boy in front of him, perhaps, if he could bring himself to shoot a kid. But a gang of them? There was no chance. His heart pounded, but somehow he managed to steady his breathing. The moment they thought he was afraid, he was as good as dead. Look, he said, trying to catch the kid's eye. I've got my own kids. We're not looking for anything more than what we have. Just trying to stay out of the way of the police. Not here, you don't. The kid snarled, moving closer. Behind Tay, the shadows had taken shape. 4 or 5 of them. He couldn't get a firm count. All of them skinny, all of them ragged, all of them deadly. He held up his hands again, palms out. I'm not trying to take anything. I'm just looking to talk. What the hell you want to talk with us about? Tay shook his head, trying not to let the trembling in his muscles show. There's trouble coming. We'll have to work together if we want to live through it. We'll have to work together? The kid's voice was mocking. You, with your damn fancy boots and your damn jacket, looking like you haven't gone hungry in your whole damn life. Tay didn't even see the blow coming, but some instinct warned him, and he ducked as a metal rod whizzed past his head. He spun and came up facing the girl who'd dealt the blow. Her face was as hard as the face of the boy who'd attacked him, and there was a look in her eyes he'd seen far too often on the streets. Someone who'd killed before, and would do it again. He grabbed her wrist, and she kicked out at him hard, her knee connecting with his thigh. He grunted in pain, twisting her arm up, and hooked the back of her knee with the heel of one boot. She stumbled, losing her balance, and landed on the cement, and Tay snatched the metal bar from her hand and turned quickly, swinging it in a tight arc and catching the wrist of the third kid, another girl, who'd taken advantage of his distraction to try to grab him by the throat. She hissed in pain and lurched back, cradling her wrist. But at the same time, a boy stepped in, catching the edge of Tay's jacket and yanking him forward. Tay stumbled, caught off balance, and the girl he'd knocked to the ground scrambled to her feet and shoved him hard. He fell, and she dropped onto his back before he could roll away, her knee landing on his spine and knocking the breath from him. She grabbed his arm and twisted it up behind him and planted her elbow at the base of his neck, shoving his face against the hard, filthy surface. "Gimme the damn pole," she snapped at one of the other kids. "Gonna kill the bastard." "Wait," Tay panted, through the blood filling his mouth. "There's trouble coming. You don't listen to me, it'll kill you. None of us are going to stand a damn chance." The boy who'd first attacked him knelt, bending so he was looking straight into Tay's face. His expression was half suspicious, half mocking. Trying to save your life, yeah? You want to keep your pretty face from getting scraped across the concrete. That's the kind of trouble you're worried about, isn't it? Look, I lived on the street my whole damn life, grunted Tay. Think I'd come into your territory if I didn't have a reason to be here? Grew up here? The boy's voice was thick with suspicion. Where did you stay then, before the cops started killing us all? Rybaka Street. The boy frowned slightly. What gang? The girl holding Tay down dug her knee harder into his spine and shoved his face harder into the pavement. Used to be Kira's, he muttered. Blood trickled from his nose, and the iron tang of blood was sharp in his mouth, and she was resting her whole weight on him, making breathing difficult. The boy was still watching him suspiciously. Whose gang now? Kaz and Petty's. Mine before that. The boy watched him for a moment longer, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Finally, he pushed himself to his feet and gestured with a quick jerk of his head to the girl holding Tay. The pressure on Tay's spine increased briefly, and he sucked in a shallow breath as his face was shoved harder into the concrete. Then the pressure released, and the girl let go her grip on his wrist. He waited for a moment, but when she didn't slam the iron bar into his head, which he'd been pretty sure was going to be her next move, he rolled over painfully and pushed himself to his feet. The five of them were surrounding him in a loose half-circle. The girl had retrieved her metal bar, and she held it threateningly, and the boy who seemed to be the leader glared at him, eyes narrowed. You that tech kid? He asked at last, voice brusque. The one that got thrown in jail? Tay looked at him warily. Pain throbbed in icy jags down his spine, and his face burned where it had been pushed into the concrete. His muscles were still shaky, but he'd been almost killed plenty of times before, and he knew damn well what his body could do. If it came to it, he could still probably get away. He might have to kill one of them first. Even back when he'd lived on the streets, he'd never been a killer. But if he was willing to kill them, he could still probably get away. Yeah. He leaned back against the wall. No point in letting them get around behind him. The boy was still watching him. Heard about you, he said at last. Heard Vadim Duluk tried to con you. Heard you took him down. Yeah, said Tay shortly. Stupid damn choice. Almost got my gang killed. Yeah? The boy asked. How come it didn't, then? Tay shrugged, then winced as the movement shot another jolt of pain down his spine. Turned myself in. You could have let them take the fall, picked another gang, run with them. Tay glared at him. Is that what you would have done? Sold out your friends? Let them burn just so you could stay safe? The boy was still watching him. Finally, though, he shook his head. No, he said. No, figure I wouldn't. At least I hope I wouldn't. He paused a moment. Heard about you, Tay, he said at last. Didn't believe it, though. Figured, if there was a kid on the streets who was as good with tech as they said you were, he'd get himself out, go somewhere, make a name for himself. Lie about who he was and where he came from. Let the rest of his gang take care of their own damn selves. I don't know about you, said Tay, but the streets where I grew up, you don't sell out your friends. You die before you sell out your friends. Yeah, said the boy softly. Heard a lot of people say that. Haven't met many who'd actually do it, though. Go to jail before they let their friends get hurt. He paused a moment. Maybe the same kind who'd let himself be jumped by 5 killers,
not even pull the heat gun out of his pocket. The other four stepped back quickly. Tay shook his head wearily. "Look," he said shortly. "You said you were killers. You said you're all killers, and you'd do it again. Fine. But I'm not. I've seen a hell of a lot, and I've seen enough to know it's not what I want to do. Not unless I have to." He could still picture the face of that guard he'd killed the morning before, the way she'd screamed as she'd fallen. "For someone who's not a killer, you sure as hell know how to put up a good fight," the boy said at last, with something that sounded almost like grudging respect. Tay shrugged. The kid folded his arms across his chest. "Okay, so you want to talk, because there's some big thing coming. Fine. What do you have to say?" Tay glanced around quickly. "You sure you want to talk here?" The boy studied him for a moment longer, then gave a short nod. "Follow me." The five of them slid into the alley the first boy had come out of, as quietly as the mist itself. Tay drew in a deep breath, fighting down the shakiness in his muscles. If they'd wanted to kill him, they would have killed him. They'd had plenty of opportunities. He stepped into the alley after them. The kids stopped at a narrow opening between two dirty warehouses, and he followed them inside. They crouched on the ground in a semicircle, backs against the wall, and, painfully, wincing at the movement, he crouched down to join them. He told the story quickly, or, at least, as much of it as he could. He didn't tell them Grigory and Olyesa were gone, only that he'd heard they might be, soon. No point in letting slip what had happened, and causing the damn thing they were there to prevent. When he finished, the boy's eyes were still narrowed in suspicion. "So, you think there's problems coming with Grigory? And you don't want a gang war on the streets? That's it?" Tay nodded shortly. "If there is, there'll be street kids caught in the crossfire." The boy nodded absently. "Happens every damn time there's a gang war. If you're telling the truth, this'll be a big one. Hell of a lot of dead kids." He looked up at Tay. "So, what you going to do about it?" Tay sighed. "I know things have been bad, but there's a lot of us still. We're not going to take on the gangs. I'm not that stupid. But the gangs spread out into places where there's not someone to stop them. You stopped me, just about killed me. They've got money and backing and weapons, sure. But we're damn tough. You think we could hold the street? A couple streets? If we can get them fighting in the warehouse district instead of out here, that would save a hell of a lot of lives." The boy watched him for a moment, considering. "So, we'd all work together," he said at last. "One big happy family. And let me guess, you'd be in charge of it all." Tay shook his head. "I've got my own gang to look out for. I don't need any more. We'll figure something out so everyone has a say." "We have to talk," the boy said abruptly, pushing himself to his feet. "You stay here." The other four stood, following their leader out into the alley. Tay stayed where he was, leaning back against the alley wall, and closed his eyes for a moment. Every damn part of him hurt, and he had no idea if this would work. But if it didn't, there was no point to any of this. There'd be a bloodbath in the streets of Prasvishoni, no matter what Jez and Lev and the others could do. It felt like an eternity, but was probably closer to 10 standard minutes when the street kids returned. Tay glanced up as the boy stepped into the opening, face set, and despite himself, he felt his heart rate speed up. Either they'd agreed, or they were going to kill him. "We're coming,"
the boy said tersely. We talked about it. If you're right about what's coming, it's probably the only way we stay alive. He paused and shook his head. Maybe I'm not you, Tay, but... He glanced at the other four, and Tay recognized that look. Care and concern, and the sick weight of responsibility. He'd known that look since he was 15. I don't want them to die, he finished at last, softly. They count on me. I'm not going to let them get shot. He held out a hand to Tay, and after a moment, Tay took it. The boy pulled him to his feet, and Tay sucked in a sharp, painful breath. The boy smiled reluctantly. My name's Felix, he said, in case you need to know. And I don't know if it makes you feel better, but I think you broke Nadia's wrist. Tay shook his head wearily. It doesn't make me feel better, he hesitated. I have a friend. I think he knows how to set bones. I'll ask him if he can do something. The boy nodded, a faint hint of respect appearing in his expression. All right, he paused. When are we going to meet? You have a comm? Tay asked. The boy nodded and held out his wrist. The comm he wore was ancient tech, probably something scrounged from the garbage heap, or pawned off on him by one of the blood riots. Let me see it, said Tay. The boy looked at him suspiciously for a moment, then slowly unstrapped the comm from his wrist and held it out. Tay took it, turning it over quickly and examining it. Old tech, but then he was very, very used to working with old tech. He tapped it and brought up the flickering holoscreen. He frowned at it for a moment, then began typing rapidly. When he finished, he handed the comm back to the boy. Here, I've hooked you into a closed loop. Police shouldn't be able to tap in. He paused a moment. If I don't call you tonight, or by tomorrow morning at the latest, it's because something's happened to me. And if something does happen to you? Felix asked. Tay shrugged grimly. You know what's happening. You know other street kids you can talk to. Do what you can. The boy nodded. Good luck, he said finally. Same to you, said Tay, bending to slip past them out into the alley. There was the faintest noise from out of the street, and the boy cursed, shoving Tay back and gesturing the others in after him. It's the police, he hissed. They're getting braver. For a few moments, the six of them sat completely still, ears straining for any sound. And then a spherical drone, cut with the 3 black police stripes, darkened the entrance. Tay had a fraction of a second to see the panic on Felix's face. Then he'd yanked his modded heat pistol from his pocket, pulling the trigger as he turned. The white-hot blast that exploded from it was almost enough to blind him, the blowback heat scorching the hair from the backs of his hands. The drone melted. Go, Tay hissed, turning to the kids. Get out, now! They'll be in here as soon as they realize the tracking disappeared. He grabbed Felix by the shoulder and shoved him towards the alley. The others followed, and Tay ducked out behind them. Then they were running for their lives. What the hell was that gun you used? Felix said through his teeth, glancing over his shoulder. I have a friend who knows weapons, Tay panted. Damn right they do, the boy muttered breathlessly. They broke out of the alley and into a street, and Felix glanced around quickly. Follow me, he snapped at Tay. I know a place we might be safe. Tay glanced back over his shoulder. He couldn't see the pursuing police yet, but they'd be here. He gave a sharp shake of his head. No, we'll split up.
Maybe some of them will follow me.
How will you...
The boy started, then stopped. That's right. The gun. Tay gave him a tight smile. I know the streets too, remember? I might not have to use it. Now go. The kids took off in one direction, and he took off in the other. When he finally reached the place he and Petty and the others had agreed to meet, he was almost staggering from a combination of weariness and pain. But according to his tracker, he'd lost any pursuit. Kaz was already waiting, and stood up quickly, concern on his face. Tay, you all right? What happened? He shook his head, wearily, and sank back against the wall. It's fine. It's nothing. Just a bunch of street kids. Killers. They took some convincing. How bad are you hurt? Kaz's voice was sharp with worry. Tay tried to smile. It could have been worse. I thought they were going to kill me. Kaz gave a faint, reluctant smile in return. I'm glad they didn't. Tay blew out a long breath. So am I. The others arrived shortly after. Petty frowned when she saw the bruises on Tay's face, and Ivan's expression was cut with concern. But aside from asking if he was all right, neither of them said anything. They pulled this off, or they died. The rest couldn't matter. How are we doing? Asked Tay when they'd all gathered. I got a couple street kid gangs to listen, said Kaz, his face still creased with worry. They're scared, though. No one wants to draw attention, with the police the way they are right now. He shrugged helplessly. Same, said Petty. This is only going to work if we can convince them we can actually pull this off. Tay shook his head in frustration and turned to Ivan. You? I found a few people I knew in the cheap government housing. Some of them are willing to listen, maybe help out. But it's not a lot. Tay nodded. Everything they'd done, put together, wasn't a lot. It was hardly anything, really. But it was all they had. So, somehow, they'd have to make it work anyway. Chapter 9. Lev. Day 1. Evening. Lev glanced up quickly as the lock on the apartment door clicked, then relaxed as Jez stepped through. She let the door swing shut behind her and grinned. Well, that was more interesting than I thought it'd be. He smiled back, despite himself. It was certainly instructive. She raised an eyebrow at him. All right, genius. I've been around you long enough to know you're drooling to see what's on the chip in my comm. So, just because I like you, she tapped her comm, pulled the chip out, and tossed it to him. I'm going to see what they have around here for food. Then we can take a look. He nodded, examining the chip. It was lousy with security features, but Tay had spent an entire hour writing code on both his and Jez's comm, and he'd told them it should be able to spoof any government security. He slipped the chip into his comm, halfway holding his breath. But no alarm sounded, and the information didn't disappear. So, after a moment, he sat down on the small, hard couch, pulling the holoscreen in front of him. Genius, catch, called Jez from the kitchen. He looked up just in time to grab for the rations pack she'd tossed. She was grinning, and he smiled despite himself. She came over, hesitated for a moment, then settled herself on the couch beside him. He leaned his head back, closing his eyes and willing himself to bloody well be sensible. Sensible had been something that came to him naturally. Once. something he didn't even have to think about. Completely losing his composure just because a grinning, cocky pilot dropped herself down on the couch beside him, peering up at the holoscreen in front of them with skeptical interest, was not something he'd ever believed he would be guilty of. And yet, here he was. He sighed to himself and turned to Jez, which honestly might have been a mistake. She'd glanced over at him at the same time, and his eyes caught hers, and he had to swallow hard, turning his head away with an effort. Did you? He cleared his throat. I assume they gave you the passcode? She nodded and reached over him to tap something into his comm, and he took a deep breath, trying to ignore the way her body pressed up against his. A moment later, a screen with a long list of names scrolled across it opened up in front of them. Jez grinned and sat back, and Lev let out a shallow breath and squinted at the screen, trying to bring his brain back into a functioning state again. After a moment, Jez leaned in as well, peering at the list of names. Her foot jiggled an impatient rhythm against the edge of the couch, and he could hear the restless tapping of her fingers on her leg. He turned to her and managed to smile, despite the knot in his stomach. Or perhaps because of it. He paused a moment. We should probably call Masha, he said at last, reluctantly. Jez stilled and gave him a long look. Yeah, she said. I suppose we should. They hadn't actually talked about what had happened with Masha, not since their conversation in the fake pleasure house 2 days ago. There hadn't been time. But something had changed, and he had no idea how Jez felt about Masha anymore. Are you all right? He asked softly. She nodded, smiling with an obvious effort. Yeah, I am. I just... She swallowed hard. She would have killed you, I think, if her plan didn't work. She shifted, moving closer to him on the couch. And I can't lose you, okay? Her voice choked just a little. I can't. Damn. His throat was dry, his heart beating too quickly, and something ached inside his chest. He looked away quickly. I'll call her then, he mumbled. From the corner of his eye, he saw Jez nod, and he hit his comm. Lev, came Masha's familiar voice through the comm a moment later. I assume you were successful? Perhaps more importantly, said Tanya dryly, I am assuming that right now you're being watched through the window. I'm also assuming that you have both realized this and are behaving appropriately. Lev glared at the comm, although he knew she couldn't see it. Yes, he said through his teeth. Thank you for your concern. Tanya gave a soft chuckle. I am sorry it's uncomfortable, but the alternative is that we all die, and the system devolves into a bloodbath. So, you'll excuse me if I don't worry too much about your feelings? She paused for a moment. And judging from how you're acting today by the docks, I'm going to tell you, whatever you're doing, it's not enough. You're sitting on the same couch, at least? Yes, said Lev through his teeth. Good. Please, for all our sakes, make it convincing. She paused a moment, amusement in her tone. Don't worry, I won't ask for details. Lev bit back a sigh and glanced over at Jez. She shrugged and shifted closer to him, tucked her legs under her, and leaned her head against his shoulder. He put his arm around her and pulled her in, trying with every bit of willpower in his body not to think about what he was doing. But the way she fit against him, the rise and fall of her breathing against his chest, the warmth of her body, made that much more difficult than it probably should have been. "Well," said Masha, her tone slightly amused, "when you're ready, I would very much appreciate hearing what you've learned." At least, he was fairly certain that was what she'd said. For some reason, he was having a difficult time focusing on the conversation. If this had been the first time he'd held Jez, if the feel of her pressed against him didn't bring back so many memories, he and Jez, wrapped together in a faded easy chair, her head tipped back, eyes closed, her hand trailing up his back, his lips on her skin. No, he shook his head ruefully. It wouldn't make it easier. Nothing in the system would make this easier. "Lev?" He took a deep breath and blew it out again. "We just started going through the information ourselves, but I think this is going to be extremely helpful. They gave Jez a list of people who would have to be neutralized to keep Grigory out of power." He paused a moment. "I assume that's what you intended them to do when you sent that message from Grigory?" "That was the hope," Masha murmured. He walked them quickly through the information, scrolling through it on his comm as he spoke. Jez's head rested on his shoulder, and she'd settled herself against him, the angles of her body fitting comfortably into the hollows of his, her warmth bleeding through him, comforting and comfortable. His stomach was knotted so tightly it hurt, but it was a pleasant sort of pain. And it was fine. He could put his arm around her shoulder, like a friend, and she could rest her head on him. And there was nothing at all significant in that, except the fact they cared about each other. And whatever was speeding up his heart rate, quickening his breath, tightening that knot in his stomach, was something he could simply refuse to think about. "I can't send this through to your comm, not with the security they have on it," he said. "But I should be able to make a copy, and then I can do a drop." "That may be the best plan," said Tanya. She paused a moment. "I'll send you coordinates for a drop spot on your comm. We can arrange it for tomorrow morning. And Jez will be meeting with Bronca on this subject tomorrow, correct?" "Yep," said Jez, shifting slightly, so her head settled further into his shoulder. Almost unconsciously, he let his hand run down her arm and pulled her just a little closer. She obliged, her body relaxing into his, her grin turning soft and dreamy. "Very well," said Masha. "We'll wait for your report before we send our next message. Assuming the information on your chip is accurate, we'll be able to start targeting specific individuals." She hesitated a moment. "Good luck to both of you." Lev tapped off his comm and turned to glance over at Jez. She was smiling slightly, eyes fixed idly on where the holoscreen had been, and he found himself smiling as well, watching her. She turned, and her eyes caught his. Their faces, he realized, were only centimeters apart. He should turn away. He should look away right now. But he didn't, and she didn't either. He could see the rise and fall of her breath coming faster. Hell, he could feel it, because she was pressed up against him, and his arms were around her, and he could practically feel the beating of her heart against his own chest. And it was taking every spark of willpower he possessed to keep him from gathering her into his arms, pulling her up against him, catching her lips with his. Damn! Damn this to hell. Her lips parted slightly, as if she was about to speak, but she didn't. He swallowed hard, his throat completely dry. He was still staring into her eyes, like there was nothing else except her in the entire system, and she was staring into his. And damn it to hell, he didn't know how long they'd been here, or how much longer he could stand this, and every muscle in his body was tingling. With a Herculean effort, he turned his head away, sucking in a long breath, perhaps the first breath he'd taken in 5 standard minutes. Jez turned away quickly as well, and he could still feel her breathing against his side, short and rapid, the way her heart pounded. With an effort that felt almost impossible, he took his arm off from her shoulders. She shifted, standing abruptly, facing away from him as if trying to regain her composure, which was just as well, because he wasn't sure if he could look at her again just yet. He closed his eyes and took a long breath. "Well, genius," she said finally, her voice shaky. "It's, been a pretty long day, I guess. Probably should get to bed. I mean, got that damn meeting I have to be at in the morning." "Yes," he said, running his hand over his face. "Yes, you're right. That would probably be wise." His words came out more or less steady, which was a lot more than he'd expected, honestly. She turned to him at last, with a grin that looked slightly forced. "Anyway, guess I'll bring our stuff into the bedroom." Her words faltered. They stared at each other for a moment, and he could see the realization dawning on her face at the same time he felt the realization dawning on his own. The bedroom. Because they were supposed to be lovers, and the government had given them an apartment. And it had one bedroom. "It'll be fine," she said quickly, but the grin on her face was strained. "Bed's probably plenty big. Hell, after sleeping on those tiny cots on the damn pleasure planet, we probably won't even know each other are there." He would absolutely know she was there. Even from here, in the living room, on the couch, he would know she was there. How the hell had he agreed to this? For one desperate moment, he thought about volunteering to sleep on the couch, but that wouldn't exactly make him look like a man who'd been waiting for his lover for months. He managed to smile. "You're right. We're both used to sleeping in tight quarters." He paused a moment. "I'll stay out here for a bit. I'll need some more time with the information to make sure I can get Masha what she needs." That wasn't entirely the truth. But it was the truth that going into the bedroom with Jez, right now, would be a very bad idea. Even if he did somehow manage to survive lying down next to her without combusting, which he was not at all certain he would, it was still all he could do to get the picture out of his brain of a sleepy-eyed, tousled Jez waking up next to him on his cot on the Ungovernable. He couldn't afford to add to it the picture of her drifting off to sleep, curled up beside him. And yes, no matter what he did, he'd know she was there. But, at the same time, if he could stay out here until he was very certain she was already sleeping, there was just a chance he might survive the night. She turned and headed towards the bedroom, and he sighed, turning back to the holoscreen. Despite his best efforts, he could hear her open the bedroom door, the rustle of her undressing, the soft thump of her clothes hitting the floor, the sound of running water as she splashed her face and got ready for bed, the creak of the ancient cot frame as she lay down. He determinedly ignored it. He found, however, he'd been reading the same lines of text over and over for almost 10 standard minutes without realizing it. At last, when he was tired enough that his eyes were drifting shut of their own accord, and he hadn't heard a movement from the bedroom in at least 20 standard minutes, he sighed reluctantly, closed down the holoscreen, and stood. He took a deep breath, shook his head at himself, and went into the bedroom, turning out the lights behind him as he went. Jez had left the bedroom light on for him. She was a huddled shape under the blankets, her head thrown back, black hair falling in a short, tangled mess across the pillow, mouth partly open. She was snoring slightly, a handful of blankets shoved up against her face. He watched her for a moment, a fond, rueful smile creeping across his face. He wasn't even completely sure what it was about her, but somehow she was exactly what he'd always needed. And even if she wasn't going to be what he'd once hoped she would, at least she was here, and he was heart-stoppingly grateful for it. He undressed quickly, pulling on his pajamas, and crawled into bed, keeping as close to the edge as he dared without falling off. And even though he was acutely aware of Jez, the soft sounds of her breathing, the faint movement of the cot pad when she shifted in her sleep, the warmth of her that bled through the blankets. And even though he'd been 100% certain that he would lie awake all night staring at the ceiling, the exhaustion and the strain of the day and all the days before it was more than he'd realized. He was asleep before he had time to roll over on his pillow. He thought he'd dream about Jez. Instead, he dreamed about the pleasure planet, a child, injured and half-starved, laid out on the floor of their tiny hangar bay, Galena kneeling beside him, a look of hopeless despair in her face. People in cages, people shackled with mag cuffs. Ivan, a bright red line of blood welling from the cut around his neck, like a macabre necklace. The look on Grigory's face, back on his ship, when he'd sat back to watch a man tortured to death. When he'd invited Lev in, assuming Lev would enjoy the entertainment as much as he did. Lev groaned and rolled over in his sleep, half awake, but not awake enough to stop dreaming, not awake enough to get the pictures out of his mind. Genius? Someone murmured sleepily, and he wasn't sure if it was a dream or reality, but his mind caught desperately at the voice. And finally, he did dream about Jez, and at last, to dreams of her curled in his arms, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. He woke the next morning to the hint of light oozing in through the closed bedroom window. He sighed in contentment and tightened his arms around Jez. Her head was on his shoulder, one arm flung across his chest, her leg tossed over his, so they were half tangled together. He pulled her closer, bringing his other arm up to smooth her mussed hair and run down her back, and he closed his eyes, feeling more at peace than he had for... He couldn't remember how long, actually. And then the rest of his brain woke up, and he stiffened abruptly, eyes snapping open. He glanced over. Jez was still asleep, and at his movement, she shifted slightly, groaning and nestling her face deeper into his shoulder. Damn. Carefully, he removed his arm from around her back, and carefully, he released his grip on her waist with his other arm, placing it gently on the bed beside her. She stirred again, moaned, and tightened her arm around his chest, snuggling in closer.
One of her eyes opened halfway, closed again, and then, a moment later, both her eyes snapped open as well. She stared at him with a horror that might have been almost comical in other circumstances, and then scrambled backwards, ending up against the far wall, eyes wide and slightly horrified. "I'm sorry. I I didn't. I..." Lev managed a small chuckle.
Jez, it's fine. You were asleep.
"Yeah, um, I'm... I didn't mean..." Her voice trembled slightly. He shook his head and smiled at her.
Jez, honestly, it's fine. It was cold last night. I was probably the warmest thing close.
Her face was still a mixture of horror, shock, and the startled, not quite awake look of someone who'd been sleeping only seconds before. Gradually, though, her tense posture relaxed, and she managed a shaky grin. "What? You always brag about how hot you are."
Jez.
He was smiling, though. She gave a shaky laugh, then rubbed her eyes, blinking hard. She leaned back, stretched, and crawled to the foot of the bed and stumbled off it, landing ungracefully on the floor and wincing slightly. "Damn, must have been a hell of a lot more tired than I thought," she mumbled, glancing at her comm. "Anyway, guess I better get ready, since I'm supposed to be showing up for some fancy schmancy meeting with that bastard Bronca in a standard hour or so." She stumbled into the bathroom, and he could hear the water running in the shower. He sighed to himself, trying to erase the muscle memory of Jez's head on his shoulder, of pulling her close, of the perfect, comfortable rightness of it all. Then he stood, stretched, and dressed quickly. Probably best to be out of the room before Jez finished her shower, since he'd long since learned that her sense of awkwardness about getting dressed in front of other people was essentially non-existent. He checked the cupboards and pulled out a box of something that looked like breakfast mix. Better quality than what his parents had made for him when he was a child, probably, but he was fairly certain it would taste about the same. He started a pot of water boiling, then pulled up his comm, inserted another chip, and typed the command Tay had assured him would make a blind copy of any information without triggering security factors. It worked, but slowly, and by the time it was finished, Jez had emerged with dripping hair, but thankfully, clothed, and breakfast was ready. He placed the pot on the table, along with 2 bowls and spoons, and she quirked an eyebrow at him. "Didn't know you were a cook, genius." He smiled.
I'm not sure making breakfast mix makes me a cook.
She shrugged. "More than I ever did. All I'm saying is, good thing they have a bunch of different kinds of ration packs. Probably would have starved to death otherwise." She reached over and grabbed a ration pack from the cupboard. "Maybe I'll learn how to make breakfast mix someday," she said over her shoulder. He gave her an odd look.
I made enough for both of us, if you want.
She turned to look at him. After a moment, she put the ration pack back in the cupboard and mumbled, "I wasn't saying I didn't like ration packs." He shook his head.
Jez, that's not why I did it.
He shrugged.
We're friends. And you were getting ready, and I was making breakfast anyway.
She studied him for a moment, cautiously. Finally, she said, "Thanks." They ate quickly. The meal was slightly uncomfortable. Jez wouldn't meet his eye. Whether because of the breakfast or because of the way they'd woken up, he wasn't sure. But honestly, it was just as well. When they'd finished, she pulled on her jacket. "Damn meeting's going to start in 10 minutes, so I better go. Figure it'll take me..." She squinted one eye. "Hell, if I hurry, probably can get there a minute early." She paused a moment. "Maybe I should wait a minute, grab..."
He glanced at his own comm and jumped up in sudden panic. No, Jez. You've got to get going. Right now, you're going to be late for sure. She gave him a skeptical glance.
I walk fast. Anyway, figures she won't be expecting me exactly on time.
He was already grabbing her bag and bundling it into her hand. Jez, go for the lady's sake. If you don't show up with how jumpy everyone is, she may just assume you're not coming and send someone to kill us both.
She rolled her eyes at him. Relax, genius. Haven't you ever been late for something before?
But she accepted the bag he shoved into her hand, and the ration packs he shoved into her other hand, and stepped out the door, shooting him a jaunty grin.
I have my comm on. It'll be a hell of a lot easier to pull this off if you're out of the shower by the time I'm supposed to be saying something smart.
I'll be out of the shower, he said through gritted teeth. Just go. She winked at him, then pulled the door closed behind her, and he could hear her footsteps heading down the hallway. He sighed in relief and slumped back into his chair at the table. He took a couple of deep breaths until he was at least mostly recovered, sighed, ran his fingers through his hair, and glanced quickly around the apartment. No shower this morning, then. He couldn't risk missing anything from this meeting. He stood, rubbed his hand across his face, and pulled on a jacket and a heavy scarf. He slipped the comm chip he'd copied into his pocket and glanced at his comm as he made his way down the stairs, checking the location Tanya had sent through for the drop. He had about a standard hour to get there, but it would take about 20 minutes to walk, and unlike Jez, he didn't want to arrive just in the nick of time. At the door to the street, he paused a moment, drawing in a deep breath. Jez would be in the meeting at any minute now, and besides getting to the drop on time, he had to be prepared for any questions they might put to her. One slip-up would be one too many.
Chapter 10. Jez, Day 3. When Jez arrived at the meeting room, it looked like everyone else was already there. Branka, at least, was glaring at her. Jez smirked. She'd been glared at by people like Masha and Tanya, and this woman was a damn amateur. Layla, said the woman, her tone icy. Nice of you to join us this morning. Jez settled herself into the only remaining chair, leaning back luxuriously, and gave Branka her most innocent smile. Thing was, if she was being honest with herself, she was still feeling just a little bit shakier than she had any right to be. Maybe it was the fact that if they didn't pull this off exactly right, they'd all die. On the other hand, that was basically the story of her whole life so far. Or maybe it had something to do with the moment she'd opened her eyes that morning. The feeling of utter contentment that had come over her at the warmth of Lev's body next to hers. The feel and shape and smell of him, the way they fit together. Until she realized, and jerked backwards away from him. And then the absolutely ridiculous disappointment that had flooded through her when she could no longer feel his body against hers. Anyway, didn't matter. They'd actually been figuring this stupid friend crap out, and hell, only natural for things to get a little confusing sometimes, seeing as they apparently had to pretend to be lovers in order, as usual, to keep themselves from being killed. Didn't mean anything. Branka glared at her for a few moments more, then turned back to the rest of the table. Now that we're all here, and we can begin, she said, her voice oozing irritation. I assume all of you looked through the information on your comms last night? Around the table, the others were nodding and muttering grim-faced assent. Then I will only emphasize the urgency of the situation, said Branka. If Grigory has decided to make his move, It is vital that we marginalize those who are on his payroll as expeditiously as possible. She looked around. In this room, we can speak frankly. If you have suggestions, please present them. One of the men in the back stirred and cleared his throat.
Branka,
He said,
Ulyasa has already gained significant influence. Perhaps our best bet at this point is to bring her fully on board. There's certainly no love lost between her and Grigory.
Jez. Lev's voice in her earpiece was worried. She rolled her eyes and tapped out in pilot's code below the table. I know, genius. On it. That was my thought as well, said Branka. Olyesa has a powerful infrastructure, and she has access to Vitali's weapons. This is a fragile time, and perhaps allies are our best option. I agree, said a woman from across the table. We don't have time to. Hold on just a sec, said Jez lazily. I thought the reason we got into all this trouble in the first place was we put too many of our credits in Grigory's bank, and now he's walking off with them. You really sure Olyesa won't do the same? The woman frowned at her. We don't have much of a choice at this point, and we've worked with Olyesa for quite some time now. Because you're scared of her, Jez drawled. Afraid you won't be able to run the system without the mafia's muscle to back you up, right? Look, maybe I haven't spent much time in Prasvishoni, but I've spent a damn lot of time living. She glanced around the table, tipping her chair back and balancing it there. We go running to Olyesa right now? She'll know how desperate we are. She'll know she has us exactly where she wants us. And believe me, she won't forget it. Really? Branka's voice was soft with menace. Tell me, Layla, since you know so much, how exactly do you know Olyesa? I was under the impression that you mostly worked in the auditing department.
You worked with the Outer Planetary Resources Department over the last 6 months because their department was in charge of filtering weapons and weapons tech through to the Internal Security Department. It was through an intermediary, and there's no records of you actually having been in the meetings. But then again, those are the kind of meetings that they wouldn't have a record of your participation. You were pretty high up, and they wouldn't want anyone of your status to be implicated if anything got out.
Lev's voice, calm and measured, but with that slight hint of strain underneath it, was as comforting as home. Jez grinned at Branka and shrugged. Guess they didn't tell you about the deal Olyesa was making with the Outer Planetary Resources Department. Someone high up like you. Thought they would have mentioned it, but hell. The woman frowned at her. You weren't in those meetings, she said, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice. Well, but see, they like me out there, said Jez, still grinning. Not going to stick my name on the meeting list. Not when it could get out to people like. She glanced meaningfully around the room and enjoyed the insulted looks on the faces around her. Branka's eyebrows lowered, but she appeared to have run out of objections. So, Jez let her chair drop back to the ground, the sound loud in the silence. Anyone else want to talk about my credentials? Or shall we talk about how the hell we're going to deal with this bastard Grigory? The glares that the people around the table were directing at her could probably have burned through metal at this point. At last, though, the younger man in the back of the room, who Lev had pointed out the day before, said, Layla has a point. It's one thing to make a bargain with Olyesa when we're the ones with the power, but she'll have heard Grigory's message too. He wasn't exactly being subtle about it. She'll know why we're coming, and she'll know she has us exactly where she wants us. That's Milo. He's the son of one of the ministers who has the Secretary General's ear, said Lev quietly in her earpiece.
He's young enough and his family's important enough that he's not beholden to anyone.
So, what do you suggest? Asked Branka, her voice still icy. We don't have access to Vitali's weapons tech without her. We have our stockpiles, but nothing like what Olyesa has access to.
The Outer Planetary Resources Department was able to bargain for a large amount of new tech,
Murmured Lev.
enough to arm all the police and the government forces in Prasvishoni, and have plenty left over. It's not widely known yet, and Branka could probably get it diverted here if she pulled the right strings.
I suppose we could. The young man's voice was slightly less certain now. Jez tilted her chair back again. Branka, might want to look at your notes on those meetings I was in. Might find the list of the tech we skimmed off Olyesa interesting. Branka turned to glare at her. Her face was still cold, but now there was a thoughtful note in her expression. My notes reference a large shipment. How much? Jez relayed the information that Lev whispered into her ear, grinning to herself. The woman's eyebrows raised as Jez spoke. Are you certain? Have it on the best authority, drawled Jez.
Then I agree with Layla,
Said the young man.
we can purge Gregory's people and freeze Olyesa's people out at the same time. When we come to her, we want to do it from a position of strength.
And thing about Olyesa is, wouldn't take much for her to come to the same conclusion Gregory did, that we're better marks than allies. Probably best to keep anyone in the pay of either of those bastards as far away from power as we can, if we want to keep them from sabotaging crap, Jez added helpfully. I shall certainly keep your advice in mind, said Branka. Her voice was still cold, but she was watching Jez with interest. They talked for a while longer. Jez managed to pay attention to most of it, honestly, but by the end, her mind was wandering. Now they were talking about crap like who they were going to put where and why, and how whoever the hell was likely to react. And honestly, yes, this was probably important. But hell, this was Lev's area of expertise, not hers. Her calm was on, and she was certain he was still listening, from the occasional thoughtful, through her earpiece. She grinned to herself. She could picture him, sitting on the edge of the damn couch, that little frown creasing his forehead, holoscreen pulled up in front of him. She tapped her foot against the leg of her chair and drummed her fingers on the table, and glanced around at the others to try to keep herself from going absolutely insane. There was a clear division among the people around the table. There was Branka, whose expression was one of neutral, if grim, interest. She didn't belong to either group, if Jez was any judge. Then there was the young man, Milo, who'd spoken up in support of Jez's idea. His eyes were narrowed in concentration as he listened, but there was a look of faint enthusiasm about his face that was mirrored by that of a few others, mostly the younger members of the group. And then there was the bastard sitting across from her. He was an older man, with pale skin and steely gray hair, and a military bearing. He was broad-shouldered and heavy with muscle, but it wasn't any of those things that drew her attention. It was the fact that he was looking at her like he'd happily burn her alive. And he wasn't the only one. That was the other group, the ones that weren't looking interested or enthusiastic or even thoughtful. The ones who looked like, basically, they wanted to get her somewhere quiet and then take her apart with their bare hands. Hey, Lev, she tapped out. Who's the bastard sitting across from me? Old plaguer, gray hair. Looks like he's got a stick up his butt. There was a faint sigh through her earpiece.
I've never heard him described in those exact terms, but my guess would be Yaromil.
Lev's voice had taken on a tinge of concern.
He's not going to be happy about your suggestion. He's leaning in Oliesa's direction, and I suspect she's paying him off, although I can't be certain.
I'd say not very happy is an understatement, she tapped back.
He's the one Masha believes is most likely to have the information we need about government infrastructure, and possibly about the identity of the code name. But be careful,
He said quietly.
he's dangerous.
Jez glanced back up at the man. He met her gaze, and there was a cruelty in his eyes that almost made her shiver. She winked at him, and his expression went even colder. Would you agree with that, Layla? She glanced up at Branka, startled. The woman was watching her with a piercing look.
Jez gave her a breezy grin. Damn, you do,
came Lev's voice in her ear. Of course I do, she said with a slight smirk. The woman raised her eyebrows. And what would be your reasoning?
You feel that the addition of Ludi to the ministry would balance power between the people who are pro-Oliesa and the people who are neutral, and will end up tying the hands of the one official higher up who's in Grigory's camp.
She repeated what Lev had just said, with a couple bastards thrown in. The woman looked at her for a moment. Perhaps you're right, she said at last, reluctantly. Across the table, Milo was smiling delightedly, and Yaromil, who apparently wanted to basically murder her, looked, well, even more like he wanted to basically murder her. She grinned. Despite the mind-numbing boredom, this government crap was actually turning out to be more interesting than she'd thought. At last, the meeting broke up. The various members stood, stretching and speaking in low voices to each other. Branka stood as well and stepped up beside Jez. I've assigned 2 aides to take you to your private office, she said with mild distaste. I've put you somewhere where it will be more difficult for someone to kill you. She paused, giving Jez a piercing look. Although I must add, you are taking quite a bold position. It would not surprise me in the slightest if there will be people out there who wanted you dead. Jez quirked an eyebrow at her. Basically the story of my whole life, she said easily. I'm beginning to believe that, Branka muttered. She sighed and gestured Jez ahead of her out the doorway. A young man and a young woman, with the fresh, scrubbed appearance of people young enough to actually give a damn about impressing their employers, were waiting for her. They both looked nervous. Branka gestured to Jez. This is Layla. Please take her to her office and get her situated. She turned back to the room, touching the arm of one of the other ministers and drawing him to one side. Their heads bowed in conversation. Jez raised her eyebrows at the 2 kids and was about to speak when a hand gripped her arm. She jerked around, hand going to where she usually kept her heat pistol. The gray-haired man stood there. His eyes were cold, and his grip on her arm uncomfortably tight.
Layla,
He growled.
you presented some rather controversial views in the meeting today.
She grinned at him, her heart beating slightly faster. Now that she saw him up close, she figured Lev was probably right. He was dangerous. And apparently, she'd managed to get pretty damn far onto his bad side. I don't know, she said jauntily. Figure it was only controversial if you're too stupid to figure it out yourself. Or, she added, if you're a damn bastard who's on Oliesa's payroll. From the look on his face, she'd just made him hate her even more. She actually hadn't been sure that was possible. His hand tightened on her arm, his face darkening.
Layla,
He began, and there was something soft and dangerous in his tone.
Ask him about a man named Pyotr, came Lev's urgent voice through her earpiece. She grinned up at the man. Hey, you want to talk about something controversial? Maybe you and I can have a conversation about Pyotr. His hand dropped from her arm, as if she'd bitten him, and his face went suddenly pale. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yeah? Her heart was still pounding like a damn desert rabbit. Well, see, and I don't know what you're talking about when you say my opinions are controversial. So, she quirked an eyebrow at him. Figure you and I can get along just fine, as long as I don't see any problems with Pyotr. And, she paused delicately, you don't see any problems with me saying we should get that bastard Elias's people out of power. He looked at her for a long time. Under the fear in his eyes, the hatred burned like a damn sun. At last, though, he gave a short nod. For the moment, perhaps you're right, he murmured. But his eyes followed her as she walked away behind the two clearly terrified aides, and she could feel his gaze burning a hole in the back of her shirt. Jez, are you all right? Lev asked, his voice strained. She took a deep breath, trying to settle her shakiness. Yep, she tapped out. Figure I am, thanks to you. He has that information crap Masha wants, right? Yes. The relief was clear in his voice. But good, she was grinning, because it would have been a bit embarrassing otherwise, seeing as I just stole the key chip to his office. There was a long, long moment of silence from the other end of the comm, during which she pictured Lev quietly going through every swear word in his vocabulary. When he spoke, though, his voice was calm, if strained. That's probably a good thing, I suppose. Just please be careful, all right? Sure, genius, she tapped out. Not planning to break in today anyways. Going to copy the chip onto my comm and then drop it back in the conference room before he figures out it's gone and starts getting suspicious. And then I have to figure out what his schedule is so I know when he'll be out. Still, there was something about the tone in Lev's voice and the memory of Yaramil's cold gaze that sent a small shiver down her back. Chapter 11. Ysbel, Day 3. When Tanya returned, late that afternoon, from retrieving the chip from Lev, there was a grim look on her face. Ysbel pulled her wife in for a quick kiss. What is it, my Tanya? Tanya sighed and gave her a small smile. By some miracle, our crazy pilot and our scholar are still alive. But, she shook her head, they're being watched, even more closely than I'd expected. The whole city is like an insect nest that's been kicked. The gangs, the government, everyone's on edge. Ysbel nodded and tried to smile. They'll be fine. Lev is very smart, and I think our lunatic pilot has spent her whole life with people wanting to kill her. Tanya gave a faint answering smile, but Ysbel knew she could hear the bravado in the words. Masha straightened from behind the communication device where she'd been crouched. Tanya, she said, everything went as planned? Tanya nodded and handed her the chip, and Masha slipped it into her comm and pulled up the holoscreen. They studied the screen in silence for a few moments. Ysbel was no government expert, but even she could tell that the names, listed with their mafia affiliations, were an invaluable resource. Finally, Masha looked up at them thoughtfully and tapped one of the unmarked names on the list. This man, Dusan, is in Olyas's pay, although it seems he's kept his colleagues in the dark. He is also on the committee Jez is currently sitting on, helping to come up with a plan
to restructure the government. If the committee finds out he's on Olyes's payroll, it may be a conflict of interest. But if he's caught with a compromising communication from Grigory... She paused. You want to frame him, then? Said Tanya. Masha nodded. From what I know about Grigory's Boyeviki, I believe the best option will be to leave a comm chip in his office. And considering his connections, he will likely have communication codes in his possession that will assist us in passing messages on to Olyes's Boyeviki. That may help keep the streets calm enough for Tay to do his work without being shot at. Ysbel, I assume you have no objection to coming as well? Ysbel raised an eyebrow.
You intend to blow something up?
Masha gave her a faintly amused look. I hope there's no need for that. However, Drasan is over weapons innovation and development, and any message to him from Grigory would almost certainly reference weaponry, and you are our resident expert in that matter. By the time they left the hangar bay, the Prasvishoni streets were dark, illuminated only by the flickering artificial streetlights. A light dusting of snow drifted down from the sky, and the wind blew it, stinging against Ysbel's face. She pulled her scarf up, squinting against the blowing snow, and raised the collar of her jacket, hunching her shoulders against the wind. Tay and Ivan and the street children were out here now. She shivered. Tay had kept them all alive through winters much harsher than this one. She was certain of that. But the thought of the scowling, long-haired street boy, who she'd come to care for as much as she cared for her own family, huddled shivering in the streets, because she knew Tay, and she knew he'd given his blanket to the youngest street kid, even if he had to go without himself, made something inside her chest ache. At least, hopefully, with the information they'd get tonight, soon he'd only have to worry about the cold, rather than the street gangs. Masha led them unerringly toward the government precinct, and Ysbel watched her as they walked. 2 days ago, facing the mafia Krestnaya, Ysbel had seen Masha's composure crack for the first time. The first time she'd seen that cold hatred, the icy determination that hid under Masha's calm, pleasant exterior. Very little frightened Ysbel. Very little other than the constant aching terror of something happening to her family, or to this crew, who had become as close as family. But at that moment, she'd realized that Masha frightened her. The government and the mafia together had murdered Masha's family when she was 7 years old. And Masha, hidden under a table, had watched it all. Now the mafia, and the man who'd killed Masha's parents, had been destroyed so thoroughly that Ysbel wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't been part of it herself. But Ysbel understood revenge. She'd spent 5 years of her life dreaming of nothing else. And she knew very well that Masha was not finished. The government buildings, when they finally reached them, were like any other office buildings in the city. Tall, bland, each identical to the next. Walls of crumbling prefab, and rows upon rows of identical windows set into the walls. Most were dark, but here and there a light flickered. Ysbel had heard stories of luxurious interior rooms in the government buildings for high-up officials, grandeur and opulence that the citizens of Prasvishoni could only dream of. But from the outside, the buildings were as drab and as bland as any other building in Prasvishoni. Masha scanned the buildings quickly, then gestured with her head towards one of them. She stepped into the doorway, and Ysbel stepped in after her, the shallow space providing at least a modicum of shelter from the blowing snow. Ysbel shook the snow from her shaved head and brushed it from her scarf and the pulled-up collar of her coat
as Masha peered down at the lock. She paused a moment, then typed in a code. The lock clicked, and Masha pushed the door open and stepped inside, not even looking back. Half reluctantly, Ysbel followed. The hallways in the drab building were lit only with long bars of emergency lighting along the ceiling, flickering and orange, and they cast a dim half-light and strange shadows across the empty corridors. Ysbel and Masha walked silently. Here and there, a thin strip of light or a hushed conversation filtered out from under a closed door, but most of the rooms they passed were empty. Masha led the way to a narrow, dingy stairwell. "His office is on the 5th floor," she said over her shoulder, voice echoing strangely in the silent stairwell. The scuff of their boots on the stairs sounded back to them, off the close walls as they climbed. Ysbel kept a hand on the reassuring shape of her heat gun, ears strained for any sound out of the ordinary. But there was nothing but the muffled noise of her boots and Masha's on the grimy, bare prefab of the stairs. When they reached the 5th floor landing, Masha paused for a moment in front of the door, listening. She pushed it open and stepped through, and Ysbel followed. This was obviously where the more important officials had their offices. The corridors were wider, better lit, and the floors weren't bare prefab, but a richly decorated carpet that had once been grand. It was threadbare now and slightly stained, small tears appearing here and there where a boot had caught the trailing thread and pulled it loose. Even still, it signaled a sort of faded opulence, a decaying grandeur. At last, Masha stopped in front of a door near the end of the hallway. "You're certain he's out?" asked Ysbel quietly. Masha gave a brisk nod. "Yes, his lover is in town tonight. He'll have left the moment he could get away." Ysbel raised an eyebrow, and Masha gave her a small smile. "I did work in government for quite some time." "I see," said Ysbel dryly. "And your job description involved keeping track of ministers' lovers?" "That information comes in useful, more often than you might expect," murmured Masha, and Ysbel almost cracked a smile. Again, Masha typed in a code, and again, the lock clicked, and Masha swung the door open. The office itself was spacious, tastefully laid out, the furniture antique and comfortable. Masha looked around and smiled. "I suggest you take a look at the latest weapons orders he's made, so our message has a touch of reality to it. What I'll need from you is a list of the weapons he's been ordering and their purposes. In the meantime, I'll look for the codes." Once Masha had tapped in the code to the lock on the heavy desk, Ysbel pulled back the top drawer and looked inside. It was filled with information chips and neatly labeled. She smiled to herself. Organized people were so much easier to steal from than disorganized ones. She pulled out the chip labeled Weapons and slipped it into her comm, trusting Tay's mods to disable any security. She stepped back from the desk and pulled up the holoscreen, glancing through the weapons specs quickly, then frowned and scrolled a few pages back, studying the information more closely. Weapons, plenty of them, of the type and strength generally used by the police when there was a crackdown. And under those lists, the notation, "For use in keeping government order, protesters and street kids. Other assets to be determined in the future for potential gang violence." She glanced up again. Masha wasn't looking at her, but she'd seen in the periphery of her vision Masha's sharp glance in her direction. She scanned through the weapons tech again, something cold in her stomach. Apparently,
Tay was in more danger than any of them had realized, not only from street gangs and Boyeviki. She'd lived in the system long enough to know what a government crackdown meant. Surreptitiously, she hit the copy button on her comm. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get as much of this as possible to take back to Lev and the others. As it copied, she jotted down on a second screen the information Masha had asked for. "I'm sending it through to your comm," she said when she'd finished. Masha nodded and pulled up her own hollow screen, slipping in the blank message chip they'd brought. Ysbel turned back to the drawer to replace the weapons chip and noticed another chip lying ever so slightly out of place. She glanced up at Masha again. The woman would have had time to take a chip and scan it quickly while Ysbel was occupied with the weapons information. But why would she have? She'd slipped the code chip out of her comm when she'd inserted the blank one, and it was lying on the desk, waiting to be replaced. Ysbel frowned. Judging from its label, the misplaced chip contained lists of who currently headed various departments. But just a simple list, not an accounting of who was paid off by whom. Moving slightly, so that her body blocked Masha's view of her hands, she slipped the chip into her comm and pressed the copy button. By the time Masha turned around, the chip was back in the drawer, and Ysbel was closing it carefully. "Is the message finished, then?" asked Ysbel, keeping her face and voice impassive. Masha nodded, pulling the chip from her comm. She folded it into a small piece of paper and tucked it under a stack of briefing documents on the desk, the corner of it just peeking out. "And someone will find it?" asked Ysbel. Masha nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. "If the aides and undersecretaries don't find this within 5 minutes of walking into this office, on their way in to set things up for the minister, it will be only because the cleaning staff found it first." Ysbel raised an eyebrow. Masha's smile widened. "Believe me, every one of the staff in this place is being paid by someone to spy on someone else. Word will get into the right ears very, very quickly." She tucked the chip with the Boyeviki communication codes back into its place, and Ysbel noticed she didn't pause for an instant over the chip that she'd apparently scanned earlier. They left the building the way they'd come, with as little incident as when they'd entered. But as they stepped out into the cold Prasvishoni streets, the dirty snow still blowing in fits and gusts around their faces, Ysbel couldn't hold back a shiver. She'd expected, after they'd taken out Grigory, that there would be repercussions. The moment in the pleasure house, when Masha told them what would happen in Prasvishoni, she'd realized instantly that the woman wasn't lying. But she hadn't expected it to come this quickly. She hadn't expected things to move this fast. And now, with the crew split up, with Masha playing her own set of tokens in a game that she'd dealt and where she was holding the bag. It had been a long time since Ysbel had felt a situation spinning this far out of her control, and it worried her more than she liked to admit. Chapter 12. Tay, Day 4. Tay glanced around the open square, formed by the convergence of two alleys, his heart pounding. It was a large space, but there were enough people here that it felt claustrophobic. The street kids hung back in the alleys, where they had some semblance of shelter. The looks on their faces spoke of something much more dangerous than aggression. Fear. Tay took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Listen," he said. "You came here because you don't want your kids murdered in a street gang war. If we want to stop that happening, we'll have to work together." "Yeah?" said Vanya, the leader of one of the ragged-looking street bands. Her face was hard. How do we know you're not just angling for more power yourself?
Tay shook his head wearily. If I wanted more territory, believe me, there's easier ways to get it than trying to convince a bunch of street kid gangs to work together. I'm just trying to stop a bloodbath.
Felix shifted slightly.
Easy for you to say that. Talk about how the gangs will kill us all. Look at you. He gestured. You haven't missed a meal in, what, months? Look like you haven't slept in the streets for around the same amount of time. And we all heard about Kaz and Petty's gang. Heard how they got pulled off the streets. Probably been eating well there too, haven't you?
He turned to Kaz and Petty, a slight sneer on his face.
Probably sleeping warm, right? How's that feel?
He turned back to Tay.
How the hell do you expect me to believe that you know real life? I lose my territory, and we die. Gangs or no gangs. I lose my business, we die. Hell, I get distracted for 5 seconds, miss the sound of a police drone, we all die.
He paused a moment, studying Tay.
You could have left us back in the alley when the police came after us, and you didn't. You brought them after you, let us get away. So maybe you actually believe what you're saying. But you're dumb enough and innocent enough that you walked into my territory, and you had a heat gun and you didn't use it. That was damn stupid. So how the hell do you expect me to believe you haven't been taken in by these other rats?
Vanya stepped forward, voice sharp with anger.
Nice for you to talk, Felix. You're a damn killer. I've seen you take out hits on other street kids. And you stand here telling us who we should trust?
3 or 4 of the other gang leaders had moved slightly in as well, and Felix and the other killers were reaching into their pockets for what Tay was certain were dirty street weapons.
Yeah? Well, maybe you better think twice about getting up in the face of a killer then, said Felix softly.
Tay stepped quickly between them.
Listen, he snapped. You want to do the gang's work for them? I thought we were here to try to stay alive, not kill each other.
They were still glaring, but at least they were glaring at him now, instead of each other. He took a deep breath.
I lived on the streets my whole damn life. You think I'm such an innocent, Felix? Then maybe ask yourself how I survived this long. How Kaz and Petty survived. I didn't shoot you because I didn't need to. I'm enough of a damn street kid to know how to stay alive.
It was a lie, of course. The truth was, he wasn't sure he'd have been able to bring himself to shoot another street kid in cold blood. And one day, that would probably end up killing him. But the rest of these idiots didn't need to know that. He turned to Vanya.
You want to stay alive when the blood riots and the rims start fighting? You better damn well believe we need all the killers we can get.
He turned, so he was addressing all of them again.
This turns into a war? We're the first ones to die. All of you've lived on the streets long enough to know that. And there's a hell of a lot fewer of us than there were 6 months ago. If we don't want to be wiped out, we need each other.
Vanya glared at him suspiciously. You want us to just play along with these bastards? She gestured at Felix, disgust on her face. They take what they can get, and you can be damn sure if they're in charge, they're going to end up with a hell of a lot more streets than we are. And we're barely surviving. She paused a moment, her voice shaking slightly. Lost 2 kids last night. Cold and police. 2 kids. And you think now I'm going to trust the rest of them to some damn killers?
Tay gritted his teeth. This wasn't what he was good at. This wasn't his strength. This was Lev's strength and Masha's. He spent his whole damn life just trying to survive. Listen, he said. We'll figure out.
Ivan stepped forward, putting his hand on Tay's shoulder.
Do you mind, Tay?
He whispered.
I have some thoughts.
Tay glanced over at him, then took a deep breath and stepped back. Damn it. Ivan didn't need to be here, and Tay still wasn't sure how he'd damn well repay him. But he bloody needed him. We can organize this so that no one ends up with more of the street, Ivan said, his voice mild, but somehow authoritative. No one loses territory unless they agree to it. He glanced around at them. Why don't we sit down? Between us, we'll have enough brains to work something out that keeps everyone safe. You're right. No point in surviving the gangs just to die of hunger. Felix looked at Ivan suspiciously, then glanced over at Tay. Who's this? He asked. Can we trust him? Tay gave a short nod. I trust him with my gang. I trust him with my life. Felix watched him warily for a moment, but at last nodded. Fine, he said. He turned to Vanya, glaring. But there damn well better not be anyone thinking they're going to take territory from my kids. Told you. I'm not afraid to kill. Ivan stepped forward, with his slight, good-humored smile. Come on, he said, gesturing to an open space by an alley wall. And somehow, at the calm of his voice, the two street kids stepped apart from each other, still glaring angrily. Reluctantly, one by one, the other gang leaders joined them, and soon the group of them were talking in low voices. Occasionally someone's voice would rise in anger, but before fighting could break out, Ivan's would pull the volume down again. Tay blew out a long breath and relaxed back against the wall for the first time since that morning. He's good at this, isn't he? Said Kaz, who'd come up beside Tay. I never thought someone who wasn't a street kid could pull that off. Get them to trust him. Tay shook his head half wearily. He's had a lot of practice with this sort of thing, I think. He was thrown in jail for organizing protests. Well, said Kaz with a wry smile. I guess we're lucky he decided to come along. He glanced at Tay, quirking an eyebrow. Why did he decide to come along? The question sounded sincere, but there was an amused look in Kaz's eye and a knowing tone in his voice. Tay shook his head in exasperation. He's been with us for a while, okay? He wanted to help. I see, said Kaz, the amusement not gone from his face. Tay narrowed his eyes. It didn't matter. For some damn reason, everyone had decided that Tay was going to have a damn reputation, whether he deserved it or not. And at this point, he wasn't sure it was even worth fighting. He glanced over at Ivan and frowned in surprise. Ivan had pulled up a map of the streets, and the other gang leaders were sitting around it, cross-legged on the cement. No weapons drawn. And even if the looks on their faces were wary, they seemed to actually be talking. That leaves our street open. You think you're going to take that from me? Snapped one of the gang leaders, a tall kid named Mattia, who Tay was pretty sure used they pronouns. Ivan shook his head, his voice just loud enough to be heard over the murmurs from the other gang leaders. No, I told you. No one loses territory unless they agree. Well, I bloody don't, Mattia said bitterly. We'll bloody starve. Tay tensed, waiting for the fight to break out. But instead, Felix gestured to the map and said grudgingly, Look, gotta tip these streets here might be coming open soon. Police pulling back a bit. If we could get you in there. Mattia looked up at Felix with almost as much shock as Tay felt. Then down at the map. Like hell I'm gonna be able to get in there, they muttered. Blood riots shoot anyone who sets foot in that street. Felix grinned slightly. Aren't gonna shoot me, he said. We're the best damn killers they have.
and they won't risk that. He gestured behind him at the rest of his small gang. They're not going to do crap to us, or to anyone we bring. I'm not giving up my street until I know he's not going back on his word, muttered Matija. You calling me a liar? Snapped Felix. Hell, I could take your damn street any time I wanted to. No need to give you something back. Yeah? Said Mattia, their voice soft and menacing. How many kids you willing to lose trying that? Because Mattia's request is a fair one, said Ivan in his mild voice. But I think we can... The voices grew quiet again, and Tay couldn't make out the words. He shook his head in a sort of disbelief and exchanged glances with Kaz, who looked almost as stunned as he was. A noise whined its way into the edges of Tay's consciousness, and it took him half a second to recognize it. Then he swore and leapt forward in panic. Out! Everyone out! It's the police! The kids jumped to their feet, scattering, as a police drone appeared in an alley entrance. Go! Tay shouted, grabbing a couple of the street kids by their tunics and shoving them out of the square. Get out! Run! He looked down helplessly at his comm. I'll try to bring them after me. Just go. There was a hiss of overheated air as a heat blast sizzled out from the drone's weapon ports, and a muffled grunt of pain from one of the kids. Tay swore again and lined up a shot on the drone. This one was shielded well enough that it didn't melt, but hopefully the shot would be enough to distract it. Come on! Kaz grabbed him by the jacket and yanked him down the side street. For half a moment, Tay resisted. Everyone's out, Kaz hissed. Ivan's got Petty, and they're ahead of us. Come on! Tay cast a last glance over his shoulder. Then he turned, and they ran for their lives. When they could no longer hear the police drone, they slowed. Ivan and Petty were waiting for them ahead, and as they caught up, Ivan gave him a strained smile. Are the police always this bad? He asked quietly. Tay shook his head. No. You could hear the worry in his own voice. He'd spent his whole damn life running from the police, but usually it was a byproduct of the struggle to stay alive, run odd jobs for credits, stealing. This was different, like the police were hunting them. When they reached the narrow opening between two buildings, where the rest of his kids were sheltering, Luca peered out of them, his face white and frightened. He recognized them, and his expression relaxed into a sort of desperate relief that made Tay's stomach twist. Is everyone all right? Asked Tay. Luca nodded wordlessly, and they stepped inside the shelter. The children huddled together for warmth, and their thin, frightened faces made Tay's chest ache. He cursed internally. Listen, he said softly, crouching next to Mila. We'll get somewhere safe, and we'll... Tay! The voice through his earpiece was breathless and tight with strain, and he recognized it. It was Vanya, the girl who'd almost gotten into a fight with the killers. The police are still after us. We're trying to get away, but I don't know if we'll... She broke off, her voice sharp with fear. It's not just her, came another voice. They're after us too. I'm not sure if we're going to get away. It was Mattia this time. Tay swore and hid his calm. How many of you are they after? 3 or 4 other voices chimed in, and he swore again. Give me a minute. Stay ahead of them for a minute. I'll see what I can do. He pulled up his holoscreen in a quick motion and began typing rapidly. From the periphery of his vision, he could see Kaz, Petty, and Ivan pulling the younger kids back farther into the alley to give him space. But he didn't have time to be grateful. The police comms were notoriously hard to hack into, but he'd done it before.
His fingers moved frantically over the holographic keys on his keyboard. The difficult part was covering his tracks, because if he didn't cover his tracks, they'd be able to trace his hack backwards, track his comm signal, and through the comm earpiece, he could hear the fizz of a heat blast, the muffled sound of a child's scream. He swore again, louder, gritting his teeth. No time to cover his tracks then. He'd get this done and deal with the tracking later. He was in. He hit the button that would send out an alarm, and a moment later, in the distance, he could hear the wailing of sirens. It had to be enough. It had to be. He waited a few endless moments. Then, when he couldn't bear it anymore, tapped into the closed loop. "Are you all right?" he asked, voice tight. For a moment there was no response, and he could feel his heart pounding against his chest. And then, finally, a voice came through the comm, sounding relieved and almost sick. "The police took off," said Mattia. Their words shook slightly. "I don't know what happened." Tay slumped back against the wall in relief. "Was that you, Tay?" asked Felix. Tay closed his eyes for a moment, trying to slow his heart rate. "Yeah, I distracted them for a minute. It's not going to last. They'll be able to see I hacked in. I wasn't being very careful. Get out of there as quick as you can. Get far away and stay down. I don't know if that will work a second time." He tapped his comm off, then sat a moment, staring down at it sightlessly. Petty and Ivan were watching him, their faces concerned. Finally, he looked up. "I'm sorry," he said dully. "I didn't have time to be careful. They'll be able to track it. We'll have to move." Kaz nodded, face grim. "Location you hacked from, or comm signal?" Tay shook his head wearily. "I don't know." He pushed himself to his feet, brushing a hand over his eyes. "I'll sleep somewhere else tonight. That'll be safer." It was already cold. It was going to be a very cold night. "No, you won't," said Ivan softly, coming up beside him and laying a hand on his shoulder. "You'll freeze to death." He glanced at Kaz. "The four of us can take turns on watch. If the police come, we'll have time to get out. But you're not sleeping by yourself." "I agree," said Petty. She'd come up to stand beside Ivan. "Tay, you're not going to do any of us any good if you're lying dead on the street somewhere." Tay blew out a short, bitter breath and bit back a curse. They were right, though. On a night like this, there was no chance he'd survive on his own. "All right," he said, shaking his head wearily. "All right. Let's get somewhere safe at least." When they finally got the kids settled in another opening between two buildings, Tay stepped to the mouth of the alley. Ivan was already there on watch, looking out at the dark streets. He'd tucked his jacket around Mila to stop her shivering, and he hadn't retrieved it. His arms were wrapped around himself, jaw clenched in the universal gesture of someone trying not to let his teeth chatter. The guttering lights of the street lamps threw his face into a relief of light and shadow, darkening his short beard, accentuating his sharp cheekbones and lean face. Tay watched him for a moment, something tightening in his chest. At last, he moved closer, draping half his blanket over Ivan's shoulders. Ivan glanced up, startled, and then smiled, and Tay's chest tightened again. "Thank you," said Ivan quietly. He glanced out at the streets again and sighed. "What are you thinking?" asked Tay after a moment. It wasn't a question he normally asked, but somehow, in the darkness of the cold Prasvishoni streets, The words came more easily. Ivan gave a small smile, still looking ahead. It's been a long time, is all, he said quietly. I haven't been back here since I was thrown in jail. Is your family still here? Asked Tay. Ivan gave a small, wry smile. Yes, I think so. Tay turned to look at him in the darkness. You haven't gone back? Spoken with them? No, said Ivan. His voice was soft, but not self-pitying. I'd put them in danger if I did. As far as they're concerned, I'm still in prison. He gave a small laugh. I spoke to my sister before I went to Grigory's ship, but I swore her to secrecy. They stood in silence for a while, shoulders barely touching. The night was cold, but their shared warmth seeped into the blanket, keeping Tay from shivering too badly. Behind him, he could hear the soft breathing of the other kids. He'd told Kaz and Petty to get some sleep while they could, since he had no idea how long it would be before they next got the opportunity. Petty protested, but she looked weary enough to drop, and he was pretty sure she'd been asleep within 3 seconds of her head hitting the makeshift pillow of wadded blankets on the hard concrete. We're going to make this work, Tay, said Ivan at last, softly, turning to look at him. We're going to save these kids. Tay nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and he wasn't sure if it was gratitude or guilt. Ivan, he said at last, you said you watched one of your friends being killed. Again, he wasn't sure why he said it, but there was something about the quiet comfort of the company, the dark anonymity of the night. Ivan turned to look at him again, and for a moment he didn't say anything. At last, he nodded. Yes, he said quietly. He was silent for a moment, and Tay didn't push him. Finally, he sighed. He wasn't the only one. There were others, but most of them it was quick. A heat gun, or a weapons drone, a police bike. This was worse. And we watched it. We watched him die. And you loved him, said Tay quietly. It wasn't a question. He'd heard it in Ivan's voice when he'd first spoken of it. Ivan turned to him, startled. At last, he nodded, a tight smile on his face. Yes. They were quiet again for a while. After a few moments, Tay said softly, I'm sorry. Ivan's smile in response was a little sad, but more genuine than it had been. Thank you. Tay shivered slightly, and Ivan moved closer, and for a while they stood there, not speaking, their shoulders touching, the warmth of the blanket cutting the bitter chill of the night. When Kaz tapped Tay on the shoulder, he looked up, startled. Petty and I will take the next watch, Kaz whispered. You two get some sleep. Ivan nodded. He shrugged the blanket off and tucked it back around Tay. Good night, he whispered. Then he turned away, taking the blanket Kaz had abandoned, and settled himself into a corner, leaning back against the wall. Tay swallowed hard and realized he'd been watching Ivan for longer than really made sense. He shook his head and slipped into the space that Petty had left when she'd gotten up. He leaned back against the still warm wall of the alley and closed his eyes and waited for sleep that didn't want to come. Chapter 13. Lev, Day 5. Lev. Lev glanced up quickly at the concern in Ysbel's voice and tapped his calm. What is it? Are you somewhere you can talk? Lev glanced around the room quickly. Jez had already left for the government offices, and he'd checked the bugs again to make sure that no one had managed to override Tay's spoof during the night.
I can talk,
he said quietly.
What's wrong?
I was out with Masha last night, she said. She told me she needed to know the names of all Yes's boyeviki we should be sending messages to. And we found that. But she was looking at something else, too. I saw the chip, and it had nothing to do with the street gangs. Lev frowned.
Do you remember what was on it?
Better than that. I took a copy. I'll send it through to your comm. Lev nodded.
Have you learned anything else? About what she might be planning?
He could hear the strain in his own voice.
No.
Ysbel's voice was just as tense as his own. I don't know. She's after something, certainly. Lev managed a tight smile.
She's been up to something since we met her.
I know, said Ysbel grimly. A moment later, something beeped on Lev's comm. He glanced down and pulled up his holoscreen. A list of names scrawled across it, and he frowned. Ysbel was right. None of the names were connected with either Grigory or Olyesa, as far as he knew, and they weren't marked. So unless Masha had a source of information he didn't, which, honestly, wasn't inconceivable, she'd have no way of parsing out their connections. He studied the list. It had been a long time since he'd worked in government, relatively speaking. Well, a few months. But they'd been an eventful few months. The government would have undergone significant changes, not least because about 50 well-placed government officials had been blown into space dust by him and Jez only weeks earlier. He shook his head and sighed. Either way, the point was, he was pretty sure he recognized most of these names. And unless the government had changed a lot more than he guessed, none of these people were connected to anything to do with their current situation. He tapped his comm.
Give me some time,
he said at last.
I'll look through this, see if I can figure anything out. If you get any more information, tell me, please.
Of course, said Ysbel quietly. He tapped off his comm, and for a moment, sat, staring blankly at the wall. He wished desperately that he could believe that whatever Masha was doing, she had no intention of harming them. She had a plan, certainly, but the plan didn't necessarily involve them surviving. And even if she hoped it would, and he was still naive enough to believe that she did, she wouldn't sacrifice it in order to ensure that outcome. He glanced down at his holoscreen again. It was the entire map of several branches of government, but not branches that made any sense. Central Security Committee, infrastructure, various branches of internal security, food and necessities, outer rim structure. No pattern he could see. He swore, biting the inside of his cheek. He needed more information, and that would only come with time. Time and stealth, and more luck than he really liked to think about. Masha really was very, very clever. But she wasn't going to win this time. Jez's voice drifted through his earpiece. Her cheery, slightly disrespectful greeting to one of her co-workers answered with an icy silence. He smiled to himself. Jez was actually doing surprisingly well at this government official thing. She'd managed to get a private meeting with Branka, for one thing, which meant the woman was beginning to suspect that Jez was a bigger player than she let on. Likely because she assumed no one was suicidal enough to act the way Jez did unless they had a lot more clout than it appeared.
Not to mention how Jez had stolen Yaramil's keycard, and then harassed, bullied, and irritated the other ministers into telling her his schedule. He'd be away tomorrow morning, apparently, and Jez was planning on breezing into his office and robbing him blind. Normally, Lev would be terrified at the prospect, and honestly, he still was, a little. But, well, he'd come to trust Jez's judgment, as strange as he'd have found that idea a few months ago. He sighed and leaned back on the couch. That was one good thing, at least, that had come out of the whole fiasco of falling for Jez and then almost losing her. He'd learned, finally, to appreciate her, to see the sparkling intelligence hidden behind her feigned ignorance and snarky comments, to actually enjoy her loud and usually inappropriate humor. There was a strained grunt through his calm, and he sat up quickly, biting off a curse. "Jez?" he hissed. There was no answer, and he sucked in a breath, ice forming in his veins. "Jez, are you all right?" There was a dull thud, and then the unmistakable static crackle of a heat blast. He swore, jumping to his feet. Damn it to hell. She was in the government offices. There was no way he could get down there in time, and Tanya was back in the hangar bay. "Good, genius," Jez grunted. "But busy." There was a moment's pause, a quick gasp of breath, and then the dull, heavy crunch of someone's head hitting something hard. "That the best you can do, you bastard?" Jez's voice was breathless, but somehow still snarky. Lev closed his eyes and swore again, then forced himself to sit back down, pulling up his holoscreen. He wouldn't have visuals. Tay hadn't had time to set that up. But he should still be able to pull a scan through her comm. Yes. He looked over the readout quickly. 3 bodies from the heat signatures. 4 if you counted the one slumped on the floor. One of the upright ones would be Jez. The others, he cursed. They all had heat shields. The fuzzy blur of red lines he guessed was Jez was slumped backwards, probably leaning against the wall. The other 2 figures were advancing steadily. "They have heat shields," he whispered. "Figured that," she gasped breathlessly. He scrolled frantically down his scanner readout and winced again. "All right, their guns are short-range assassin's pistols," he whispered. "Better than what you have for close-in work." There was another crackle of a heat blast, and the heat sensor on the scanner went momentarily haywire. Jez swore, and he let out the breath he'd sucked in. Still alive, at least. Assassin's pistols. What did he know about assassin's pistols? "Jez, do you still have your gun?" "Yes," she gasped. The scanner had come back online, and he could guess from the positions of the figures, Jez on the ground, the other 2 side by side standing over her, that she was about 3 seconds away from being cooked. "Shoot, for the lady's sake. Aim for their guns." There was the fizz of another heat blast, and his screen went white again, and he was biting the inside of his cheek so hard he tasted blood. And then, an unfamiliar woman's voice cursed. "Bloody pistol isn't—" He slumped back against the couch, suddenly boneless with relief, as Jez's voice floated through the comm. "Hey, you bastards! Your damn heat shields protect against this?" There was the unmistakable sound of a fist hitting a jawbone. He held his breath through a scuffle he couldn't follow, until at last there was silence. "Jez?" he asked cautiously. "Hey, genius." She was breathing heavily. "Thanks." She paused, her voice regaining its usual jauntiness. "Bronca'd probably have been mad if I didn't show up, after she went out of her way to set me up this damn meeting." "Jez," he said, trying to keep the gut-clenching panic from his voice. "Are you all right?" There was a momentary pause,
Yep, she said at last. Nothing broken. I checked. He sighed heavily. Honestly, that was probably the best he'd get from her. At least she was alive. Didn't know assassin's pistols would basically melt like that, though, she said. I mean, feel like maybe that's a bit of a design flaw.
Jez, you're using one of Ysbel's mods.
Good point. She was clearly grinning. Anyways, guess I'd better head in. Don't want to keep Bronca waiting. She paused a moment. Well, not too long, at least. He listened with half an ear as Bronca's icy greeting filtered through the comm line. There'd been something in the readouts from his scanner. What was it? He bit his lip and closed his eyes, picturing the information he'd scrolled past in his frantic hurry to find something, anything, to keep Jez alive. That was it. The heat shields. And the pistols, too, if he remembered correctly. He frowned and pulled up his holoscreen again. Yes, he'd been right. These weren't standard government issue, and they weren't anything easy to get on the open market. He bit the inside of his cheek. He dealt with plenty of government assassins in his time, both as a bystander and a target. None of them played with this type of equipment. Through his earpiece, he could hear the muted hum of Jez and Bronca's conversation. On impulse, he pulled up another readout from his scanner. He glanced over it, then sucked in a quick breath. He hesitated a moment, then tapped his comm to Tanya's private line. "What is it?" Tanya answered. He hesitated another moment.
Have you been keeping an eye on this apartment?
"Yes," said Tanya. "Not constantly. I don't have the time for that, with what Masha and Ysbel and I are doing. But as often as I can."
Do you think you could come out tonight?
He asked quietly. "What's happened?" He could hear the worry in her voice. Jez's efforts at forcing the government restructure had been more successful than they'd anticipated, but it would be days, likely weeks, before things were settled enough to handle the kind of shock the news of Grigory and Olyesa would bring. And he hadn't heard from Tay, and likely wouldn't unless something went badly wrong. But he could feel the simmering unease on his daily walks through the city, in the uneasy glances of pedestrians, the ways families avoided the streets, the suspicious bulges in the jacket pockets of anyone who did dare to come out to stand in their weekly rations line or run their daily errands.
I don't know for certain,
He said quietly.
but someone ambushed Jez in the hallway today, as she was on her way to talk to Bronca.
"It took them that long?" asked Tanya, but there was concern under the wry humor in her tone.
I'll send you a readout of the equipment they were carrying,
He said.
and there was a map open on one of their comms. Our apartment was marked on it.
He swiped the information through to Tanya's comm. A moment later, Tanya drew in a sharp breath. "I was supposed to go with Masha tonight," she said at last, her words short. "I'll tell her we'll have to put it off until later. I'll spend a couple hours outside your apartment. See if I can find out what's going on."
Thank you.
He said. He hesitated a moment.
I assume Ysbel mentioned.
"Yes," said Tanya tersely. "Anything I find out about Masha, what she's looking at, anything, I'll let you know. I hope you're smart as I always assumed you were, and that you'll figure it out,"
So do I.
Lev murmured, not even trying to hide the concern in his tone. After 45 standard minutes of driving himself halfway mad, thinking about the various ways Jez's morning adventure could have gone wrong, he pulled on his boots and coat and stepped out of the apartment, and spent the rest of the afternoon wandering the streets, trying to gauge the city's mood. It was difficult to tell, but at least it didn't seem to have gotten worse. Based on how fast things had unraveled, from when the first rumors of Grigory's demise had reached the city, something they were doing must be working. He got back to the apartment about 20 standard minutes before Jez was scheduled to arrive. And when the door banged open and Jez stepped inside, he had a pot of solyanka bubbling on the heater plate. He turned at her entrance, the relief flooding through him so strongly he almost dropped the spoon into the soup. She grinned at him. "Hey, genius. Smells good in here. What, decide to be a chef in your old age?" She kicked the door shut with one foot, dropped her bag of what was probably ultra-sensitive government material in a heap on the floor, yanked her scarf off, and dropped it beside the bag. The tiny droplets of snow and frost softening in the warmth of the apartment. She had a bruise across one cheek, and she was limping slightly. But other than that, she didn't appear to be any worse for the wear. He placed the spoon carefully on the counter, trying to hide his shakiness, and wiped his hands on a kitchen cloth, forcing a smile.
It's just stew. I hope you're not too disappointed.
He took a deep breath.
Jez, are you?
She rolled her eyes. "I'm fine." She paused, her grin faltering slightly. Look, thanks, all right? For this morning." She looked down at the floor, and he realized, with a start, that she was waiting for him to say something sharp.
That's what I'm here for, Jez,
He said quietly.
and I'm glad you're all right. I know you can take care of yourself. I don't like to see you hurt.
She looked up, frowning slightly, and studied him for a moment. Then she cleared her throat and crouched down, rummaging through her bag. "Anyway, speaking of food, figured you might be hungry after spending all damn day listening in on my meetings. Grabbed this for us on my way home." She pulled out a brown paper bag, grease stains soaking through from inside. "Chiburik," she said, pushing herself to her feet and holding out the bag of fried meat pasties, her grin reasserting itself on her face. "Used to be my favorite thing when I came in from a long run." He smiled and took the bag, emptying it onto a small plate on the table.
You must have read my mind. Nothing like jaburik and hot stew.
She was shaking off her coat, and he stepped over and took it from her before she could drop it on the floor and hung it on the hook beside the door. She glanced at him curiously, one eyebrow raised, and something small and painful twisted in his chest as he realized she'd probably never had anyone do that for her. He disguised it with another smile and gestured with his chin over to the table as he brushed the snow off her coat.
Stew's ready. You hungry?
She sighed loudly. "Basically starving to death. I thought smuggling was hard work. These government bastards, though, sitting through damn meetings, working on damn paperwork, bloody talking to each other about government crap all the damn time. Hell, getting jumped in the hallway was the easy part." She shook her head. "Figure you have to be a special kind of crazy to want to work in the government." She paused a moment. "I mean, no offense, if that's your thing," she amended. He chuckled.
None taken. I didn't exactly plan on working in government.
She came over to stand beside him, close enough he could feel the warmth of her. "Yeah," she said quietly. "Figure you could have done a lot of things."
Like being a co-pilot?
He said, trying to lighten the mood. "Well, if you ever wanted to be a co-pilot, I know a ship," she said, and there was something about her smile that wasn't nearly as snarky as usual. They ate, and she chatted about her day, and the stew and fried chiburik were homey and comforting. Lev watched her, and he found there was a soft smile on his face and a warm comfort in his chest. Who'd have thought, sitting in a grungy government apartment, eating Prasvishoni street food and listening to someone talk about an endless day of meetings, could possibly make him feel this content? When they were done, Jez slid her dish along the counter and shoved back her chair, stretching. "Well, genius," she said, turning back to her bag. "Guess you probably already know, but I teased Bronca with that information Masha said she had, and I'm supposed to come meet with her again tomorrow at 1100 Standard, which should give me plenty of time to go through Yaramil's office in the morning. So, I guess we should figure out what the hell I'm going to be telling her. And figure we should go through that crap they sent me home with today."
Yes, we probably should.
Lev murmured. He dropped the dishes into the cleanser, tapped it on, and moved over to the couch. Jez joined him a moment later, and after a quick glance around at the window facing up to the street, she scooted up next to him, tucking her feet under her. He put an arm around her, pulling her close, and she snuggled into him, like she did every evening. And like every evening, that same sharp pain jolted through his chest. He sighed and slipped the chip Jez had given him into his comm, pulling up the holoscreen. "Hey, what's wrong?" asked Jez softly. He glanced over at her and tried to smile.
It's nothing. Just
"Memories?" He nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and she grabbed his hand and squeezed it quickly. "I'm sorry."
it's nothing. I'm fine.
She was watching him, but after the last few days, he knew better than to meet her eyes, so he turned back to the holoscreen. "Lev." He stopped himself just in time from glancing up, and he could feel Jez stiffen as well. Casually, he tapped his comm.
Tanya, what is it?
"You were right. You're being watched," she said tersely. "I mean, by someone who's not the usual government spy." Lev sucked in a quick breath, then forced himself to relax. Casually, he slid the holoscreen between him and Jez so they could both see it, and pulled her in a little closer. She gave a small sigh and curled up against him. He glared at the screen, scanning quickly through the information she'd brought. But between Jez's head on his shoulder, the warmth of her pressed up against him, and the threat of an unknown watcher outside their window, he doubted he'd actually get anything out of the information on the chip. Still, the important thing, at this point, was to stay alive long enough to use any information they might have. "Well, the two of you are very convincing, at least," said Tanya through his earpiece a few minutes later, and he started, blinking back up at the holoscreen. Jez shifted, startled as well. "I have to go." Tanya's voice was serious now. "Whoever it is still watching you. But they don't look like they're getting ready to kill you at the moment." She paused a moment. "I'll come back tomorrow. Let me know if you see or hear anything. I don't like this. In the meantime, please be careful." "Ah, you know me," said Jez, with her familiar jaunty grin. "I'm always careful." "Perhaps that's a matter of opinion," said Tanya, a faint sour note to her voice. "At any rate, I have to get back. I'm going out with Masha tonight to drop off a message."
Thank you, Tanya,
said Lev quietly. The comm clicked off. Jez breathed in deeply and turned to grin at him, and he looked determinedly away before he could get caught by her dark eyes. "Well, genius, guess I'm going to bed." She yawned, lifting her hand reluctantly from his knee and stretching luxuriously, and he determinedly ignored the way her body pressed into his at the movement. She stood and leaned back, hands pressed into the small of her back. "Don't know how you plaguers do it, sitting still all day," she muttered. He cracked a smile.
This from someone who'd sit in a pilot's seat all day if she could.
She gave him a mild glare. "That's different. Anyway, don't hear you complaining when you're in the co-pilot's seat." She turned and headed to the bedroom, and he forced himself not to look after her. She was right, though. He didn't complain about sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Deep down, he knew he'd never complain about sitting next to her, wherever that was. For as long as it lasted, for as long as she wanted him there. He shook his head and turned back to the holoscreen in front of him. As long as he didn't let himself think about Jez, stretched out in the bed they shared, he might actually get through the information, get it organized into a usable state by the time he made his daily drop-off to Tanya. He wasn't sure how long he'd been sitting there when Tanya's voice came through his comm once more. "Lev," she said quietly, "that person who was watching you tonight. I took a scan of them on my comm while I was there, and I just got the time to go through it." She paused a moment. "I couldn't figure out who they were or who had sent them, but they had accurate biometric targeting set into their weapons, which means whatever this is must have come into play after we arrived here. Otherwise, it would have been set to the real Layla's biometrics. And..." She paused. "The biometrics, it wasn't just Jez. It was set to both of you." Lev stared down at his comm, something cold in his chest.
Understood,
He said at last, quietly.
"Thank you for checking."
"Be careful. I won't be able to watch you all the time."
Somehow, I doubt I'm the primary target of whoever this is,
he said wryly.
"I'll let Jez know in the morning."
He tapped off his comm, glancing involuntarily at the bedroom door. Jez was very good at what she did. She was very good at staying alive, and she was very good at taking care of herself. But between their mysterious enemy and whatever it was Masha wasn't telling them, he was feeling distinctly uneasy about their chances at the moment. Chapter 14. Tay, Day 6. When Tay woke again, the thin, gray light of the Prasvishoni winter morning that brushed against his eyelids did nothing to warm the cold stiffness from his muscles. He sat for a moment, bracing himself. Then he shoved the blanket back and stood, eyes going quickly to the heap of children tucked behind him, into the warm spot in the alley. There was that momentary, desperate panic that one of the shapes might be stiff and cold instead of warm and sleepy. But no, they were all breathing, and his shoulders slumped in relief. Kaz turned from the mouth of the alley and came over. "So," he said, crouching beside Tay, "what's the plan for today?" Tay rubbed a hand over his face wearily. "We should go scout out the streets we want to get the street kids into. See if we can figure out a way to keep the police from coming after them. First thing, though, we need to get our kids to a new place." Kaz nodded, face grim, and Tay sighed reluctantly. His whole body ached from the cold and from the hard cement of the streets. He was getting soft. He was already soft. He wasn't sure he knew anymore how to survive out here. "Tay," Ivan said quietly, coming to join them. "Any word from the other street kid gangs?" Tay pulled up the holoscreen on his comm, a twinge of familiar worry settling in his stomach. There were 2 new reports, and he scanned them quickly. "The police don't seem to be letting up,"
he said. Mattia tried to move their gang last night into the street we need them in, but the police came after them again. Was anyone hurt? Ivan's voice was heavy with concern. Tay shook his head. No, but that was mostly luck. Mattia's second-in-command was coming back from a rations run when she noticed a drone. They got out, but 2 minutes later, and they wouldn't have. He sighed. No matter how hard I try to distract the police, it doesn't seem to be working. And you have no idea why they're coming after us this hard? Said Ivan quietly. Tay shook his head. I've never seen them come after street kids like this. He glanced down at his comb again and frowned, looking closer. What is it? Asked Ivan. Tay pulled his holoscreen around so Ivan could see it. Last night I set up tracking on the police so I could warn the other kids, but... He gestured to a cluster of red dots up by the university. Whatever's happening up by the university, it looks like it's getting bigger. He stared at the holoscreen for a few moments longer, then tapped his comm, shutting it down. It's too close to where we're going to be. We have to check it out. We can't afford not to. Ivan nodded. I'll come. It's not safe for any of us to go out alone right now. Kaz, said Tay, turning to him. You and Petty talk with the street kid gangs again. See if you can figure out the strategy. He shook his head ruefully. Assuming we can have a strategy, with the police like they are. Assuming we live long enough to have a strategy, Kaz muttered. He looked up, and Tay could see the lines of strain cut deeply into his young face. Be careful, all right? Tay nodded. You too. Tay and Ivan kept to the narrow streets and alleys as they made their way towards the university. As they got closer, Tay could hear the loud percussion of flashbangs, the muddled mechanical sound of artificially amplified police officer voices shouting orders or instructions. And over that, as the noise became clearer, Tay felt his stomach drop. Over that, even louder and more strident than the police officers shouting, other voices, young voices, chanting out a call and response that was suddenly, sickeningly familiar. Students, said Ivan grimly, turning to Tay. Tay nodded tightly, and Ivan frowned at him. Do you know them? Tay gave a short sigh. I had some friends there. They helped us last time we were in the city. Ivan gave him a quick smile, a note of humor under the grimness of his expression. So, you started a revolution at the university. I think you forgot to mention that. Tay gave a quick shake of his head. I didn't start anything. They found out that I was in trouble, and I couldn't stop them from... Ivan still looked amused. The noise grew louder as they half-jogged through the dirty alleys, and Tay's muscles tightened. Whatever this was, the police were not happy about it. And yes, back in university, Dmitri had told him that the police didn't bother the students because they were mostly children of government officials. But a lot had changed in the past few weeks, and there was a very fine line between the people the police protected and the people they protected against. The thought was making panic rise in his throat. They came around a corner, and Tay stumbled to a halt. Before them, in the large open square in front of the university gates, a mass of students shouted and chanted, holding placards and yelling at the top of their lungs. And at the other end of the street, the police had gathered. They looked like they'd pulled back for the moment, but they'd clearly been throwing smoke bombs, judging from the number of students on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Stand down! An amplified voice shouted. Stand down and disperse! And then another voice, which Tay recognized immediately.
In your damn dreams, fascist pigs.
Tay swore, looking frantically around for the speaker. The tall, dark-skinned girl was impossible to miss, mostly because she was standing atop an ornamental arch and shouting into a voice amplifier of her own.
You fight them,
She shouted, turning her back on the police and facing the students.
you fight us,
The students called back. Tay groaned. Vera, of course. He'd met her when the crew had gone into the University of Prasvishoni undercover, when she and Dmitri, Tay's first ever boyfriend, who he'd almost gotten blown up with an ion bomb, had somehow rallied half the damn student body into a riot against the police that had saved his life, and almost lost theirs. Tay shoved his way through the crowds.
Vera,
He shouted at the top of his lungs. Students turned to stare at him curiously, but he ignored them.
Vera.
There was a loud boom, and Tay gritted his teeth against the aftershock of the police flashbang.
Vera.
She glanced up, peering around for the source of the voice. He waved his hands over his head.
Vera, it's me, Tay.
This time, she must have heard him, because a look of shock registered on her face. She tapped off her voice amp, jumped off the arch, and pushed her way through the crowd. When she reached Tay, she grabbed him by the shoulders, holding him off to look at him, then pulled him into a bear hug.
Tay.
The strain in her voice told him more than any words could have.
What are you doing here? I thought you went off planet.
I did, but I'm back, he said shortly. Vera, things are happening. Things are going to get bad.
I'm not sure if you've noticed this,
she said with an attempt at humor, gesturing around her,
but things are already bad.
They're going to get worse, he said grimly. They're going to get a hell of a lot worse. He glanced quickly around the mass of students. What's happening? What are you all doing out here?
That's right,
she said, her familiar husky voice tinged with weariness.
You missed this.
She paused a moment.
We've been protesting since you left. The government's cracking down hard, and they never did stop going after the street kids. And, well, what you said about what they did to your friends.
She shook her head.
It wasn't just your friends, was it? Dmitri told us. You were a street kid before. I may have walked past you, never even noticed.
Vera, it's not... She put a hand on his arm.
You don't have to try to make me feel better. The point is, the deeper we dug, the uglier the things we found. I mean, hell. We always talked about stuff like this over drinks, but we never realized how bad it was. We're government brats, and none of us really thought.
She trailed off for a moment. Then she gave him that familiar grin, even if there was a hint of desperation behind it.
Anyways, we got the entire university shut down a week ago. But the police have started ramping things up. I didn't think.
She shook her head.
You probably think we're all hopeless innocents, but I never thought it would get this bad. They've blockaded off the university. We can still get to the streets just outside the university like this, but we can't go any farther. And I've seen broken arms, concussions, all sorts of things. Things I never thought they'd go that far.
Tay blew out a quick breath, half in frustration, half in sympathy. Vera, he said tightly, you think things are bad now? They're going to get worse. You have to get out of here. You have to call off the protests. She looked at him for a moment, and there was something in her face that hadn't been there when he'd known her back in university. A sort of weary determination.
They've been telling us that for weeks. But Tay, we won't stop. Not until they fix things. Or until they damn well start shooting, if that's what it takes. He swore through gritted teeth. She gave him a small half-smile. Don't tell me you wouldn't do the same thing. You make a terrible hypocrite. Tay almost smiled back, despite himself. And then, abruptly, he jerked his head up. Dmitri, is he... He hasn't... Was he? Vera shook her head, and this time, her smile was genuine. Dmitri's fine. He's leading the protests on the other side of the university. Tay almost sagged in relief. Around him, students were still shouting, and the police shouted back. They sounded like they were getting ready for another push, and Tay felt, suddenly, sick to his stomach. These kids had no idea what they were in for, and if he couldn't talk them out of it, he had no idea how to help, because this wasn't something he'd done before. And then he heard a calm, familiar voice over the chaos. It's all right, Ivan was saying. Get her to open her eyes, and we'll rinse the gas out. It'll help, at least. Tay's eyes found Ivan's familiar, graceful form almost instantly. He was standing with a group of the students, one of whom had clearly been gassed, but there was something about his calm, matter-of-fact manner that seemed to have cut through the panic. If they're going to be throwing gas bombs, we'll need to be ready for it, Ivan said, glancing around. Who's in charge? You are, someone muttered, and there was a ripple of nervous laughter. Then Ivan caught sight of Tay and Vera. I think I found her, he said, with his usual good humor. Anyone Tay's talking to is probably right in the thick of it. He joined them a moment later and turned to Vera. I take it you're in charge of this. Vera grinned at him wryly. As much as anyone is. Ivan chuckled, but Tay could hear the strain under it. Believe me, I understand. He glanced around quickly. I hope I'm not stepping over anyone, but the police will be coming back, and those kids aren't ready. People are going to get hurt. We need to get somewhere they can shelter, maybe behind alley walls. If the police are going to throw gas bombs, we don't want them to have an easy target. Give the gas a chance to disperse a bit before it hits us. Vera was looking around as well, brow furrowed. That street there, that runs alongside the university walls, she said. There's lots of alleys off it. Ivan frowned in the direction she was pointing. That'll work. But we'll need something to keep the skybikes out. If they get in overhead, you won't stand a chance. He glanced around quickly. There's no roof wires or anything in those alleys? There's not, said Vera slowly. But this is where they string the government banners, whenever there's an announcement. Ivan gave a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. That should work. All right, we'll string something up. Anything. Jackets, blankets, sweaters, doesn't matter. As long as the skybikes don't have an easy path. If we can keep them from getting on top of us, that's half the battle won. He paused again. What have they been using so far? Gas, mostly, and flashbangs, said Vera. Ivan nodded. The next step will probably be stun guns, maybe percussion blasts. He shook his head, face indecisive. I wish we could keep out the drones, but setting a blocker would take weeks. Vera was looking at him. She turned her gaze deliberately to Tay, eyebrows raised. Ivan followed her gaze, frowning, and then grinned broadly. For the first time since they'd arrived, his smile reached his eyes. Tay, I'd forgotten. I walked into a protest, and I thought I was back in the days before I met you, when I was working with ordinary people. Can you... Tay had already yanked up his holoscreen. He should have thought of that himself, honestly. But seeing Vera and the others had distracted him. I already have tracking on the police, he muttered. scanning through the screens on his comm. So theoretically, I should be able to. He glanced up quickly at Ivan. What do you need? Exactly. I want to keep the drones out. However we can do that. At the very least, scramble their signals a bit. He turned to Vera. That reminds me. The students need to cover their faces. It should help against the gas, but also, we don't want the police to be able to track them. We don't want retaliation later. If things get worse, that's what they'll be looking for. Vera nodded grimly. I'll tell the others. Is there anything else? Ivan shook his head. They need to cover their faces, mouths and noses especially, against the gas. Water to rinse out people's eyes. We need to get everyone back somewhere defensible. Those are the main things. And then we start hanging up everything we can find that will interfere with the skybikes. Vera gave a short nod and slipped off. Tay glared down at his holoscreen. It was complicated, but not ridiculously so, especially considering the crap he'd dealt with the past few months. After a few minutes, he glanced up at Ivan with a tight smile. Done. I've set up a blocker radius around this part of the street. It's stationary, so it won't help if we need to get away, but it will mess with the drone controls. Ivan closed his eyes and let out a short breath. Thank the lady, he said, and Tay was surprised at the relief in his tone. I didn't want to say this to your friend, but if the drones get in, he shook his head. Things could go sideways quickly. Tay nodded grimly. I warned them back at the university. Vera didn't believe me then. I think maybe she does now. He glanced around quickly. Vera was already herding people back towards the alleys, and there were a few other students barking out orders as well, pushing people towards where Vera had instructed. Ivan raised an eyebrow. Your friend is pretty good at this, he said. Tay shook his head. She's very good at everything, except understanding the words, you shouldn't do this, it wouldn't be a good idea. Ivan gave him a small smile. Oh, I know a few people like that. If someone they care about is on the other end of the equation, they won't listen to a single word of reason. Tay rolled his eyes, but he was smiling despite himself. By the time the police came back, coats, scarves, and at least one shirt fluttered in the air above the narrow street where the students had retreated. And Tay's blocker was set and running. He could see the moment the first officer rounded the corner and realized what they'd done. The police bikes halted, and the officers huddled into a group, talking and gesticulating. Tay glanced over at Ivan and grinned when he saw one officer's frustrated gesture toward the hung coats and rags. Vera had come over to stand beside them. Her posture was tense, and Tay could tell just by looking at her that she wasn't the same innocent student he'd known a few months ago. For some reason, the thought hurt. He'd wanted somehow for there to be room in the system, for kids his age to be young and idealistic, not have to worry about whether they'd be alive the next day or the day after that. But maybe there'd never been a place in the system for that sort of innocence. Not really. The officers had apparently come to a decision, because one of them pulled out a voice amplifier and called, Please disperse. I repeat, please disperse. We don't want to hurt you. Vera grabbed her own voice amplifier and called back, Nobody's making you hurt us. But we're not going home while you're killing street kids. You stop that, and we'll disperse. The officer's voice was sharper this time, and there was annoyance clear in her tone. We are armed, and we are authorized to use force if you don't disperse. Ivan leaned over and whispered, They're still worried about the kids' parents. They would have started shooting by now otherwise. Tay frowned suddenly.
Ivan, he said slowly, what if this was being broadcast over a general line and they knew it? Would that help?
Ivan raised his eyebrows. I suspect that would help a great deal. He paused.
Can you do that?
Tay nodded.
Anything fancy would take too much time, but I can do a quick splice. Won't take them long to get around it, but it's something.
Ivan raised his eyebrows. It might do more than you think. An officer stepped forward, face covered by a riot helmet. He drew back his arm, and a moment later, something glittered in the weak sunlight as it tumbled into the square.
Down!
Ivan shouted, turning to the students.
Smoke bomb!
The students ducked into the alleys, pulling their makeshift masks over their faces, and Tay, Ivan, and Vera ducked in after them. There was a low hiss as the bomb hit, and then a cloud of ugly gray smoke that spread outward through the maze of alleys. Students choked and gasped as it hit them, backing out of the way. But Ivan was right. By the time it reached them in the alleys, it had dissipated, although it was still enough to make Tay's eyes burn and his lungs sting like they were on fire. Ivan, mask pulled over his face, sprinted over to where the worst-hit students were crouched, gasping and choking, their eyes streaming. Tay couldn't make out his words, but from his gestures, he was directing other students to help them out into clear air, get them first aid. There was something about his presence that seemed to be keeping the kids from outright panic. Another smoke bomb hit the ground, sending up another thick hiss of smoke. Students screamed, gasping and choking. Tay yanked his scarf over his face as a makeshift mask and ran forward to help. Vera was beside him, and together, they grabbed the stumbling, tear-blinded students and dragged them back out of the smoke.
Over here,
Ivan called. Tay glanced over his shoulder, and through his stinging eyes and a blur of tears, he caught sight of Ivan, gesturing to him from a narrow space between buildings. Tay jerked his head at Vera, and they herded the choking students towards him.
So, your friend,
Vera gasped.
I don't remember him. He a criminal too?
No, Tay snapped. He paused, realizing what he was saying.
Yes,
he said at last, in a flat voice.
He's a criminal. Just not one of the criminals I was working with last time. We, broke him out of a prison planet.
They reached the alley, and Ivan guided the gassed students to where he'd set up a makeshift first aid station. Other students helped their classmates sit and grabbed for water bottles to rinse gas from their eyes and skin.
So, Tay,
said Vera once the students were taken care of. She was grinning slightly. Do you even know anyone who isn't a criminal? He scowled, paused, and frowned. Now that she mentioned it.
I know you,
he began. A flashbang hit the ground a few meters from them, and they staggered back, blinking against the brilliant jag seared across their vision. When they could see again, Vera grinned at him and gestured at the wailing sirens and the fog of gas thickening the air.
You weren't a criminal when I met you?
Tay muttered. Vera looked even more amused. Okay, let me rephrase that. Do you know anyone who isn't a criminal, or you haven't converted into a criminal since meeting them? Tay scowled again, and she laughed, then coughed as the gas hit them. They turned back to the square, grabbing the last of the affected students and pulling them to their feet, pushing them towards the alley. It's not a bad thing, said Vera, once she could talk again. Life's a hell of a lot more interesting since I met you.
Please disperse. I repeat, please disperse.
They reached the makeshift first aid station, and Tay stumbled to a halt. He tried to take a deep breath and ended up with a coughing fit that left him bent over, hands on his knees. "You need first aid?" asked Vera, concern in her voice. But her sentence broke off into coughing as well. Damn it. He hadn't finished the communication blocker. "Just a sec," he muttered, yanking up his holoscreen. Like he'd told Ivan, this wouldn't be fancy. But considering how deep into the police system he'd already gone, trying to help the street kids, he should at least be able to pass the audio through to the general communication line. Maybe no one would be listening in, but the threat of it might be enough for now. "What?" began Vera, frowning. "Would your parents like to know what's going on here, do you think?" asked Tay. Vera stared at him for a moment. Then slowly, she smiled. "Now that you mention it, I think they'd be quite interested," she said, "considering the police cut off communications since they shut down the university." He bit his lip and bent back to his holoscreen. A few moments later, he looked up in grim triumph. "Got it. I'm hooking it in. All the students' comms should be broadcasting to the general channel right now." Vera grinned at him, then pulled out her voice amplifier and stepped forward to the edge of the alley, where the police would be able to see her. Tay followed, ready to pull her back if they tried to shoot. "Hey, officers! You might want to check your comm feeds," she shouted. She pulled up her holoscreen and turned deliberately so the screen took in the students huddled on the ground, choking and gasping for breath, being tended to by their fellow students, most of whom were also red-eyed and coughing, the blackened scorch mark on the concrete left by the flashbangs, the rows of police officers in riot gear standing at the mouth of the street. Most of the officers ignored her, but one woman in the back had pulled up her comm, frowning in irritation. Her eyes widened, and even though Tay wasn't close enough to make out her words, he didn't need to hear her to know she was swearing. She shouted something to the other officers, and one by one, they hit their own comms. Vera was talking into her comm now, making no effort to disguise the strain and fear in her voice. "Mom, Dad, someone hacked us through. This is what's happening right now at the university. They don't want it to get out. They've been..." Her voice shook a little. "They've been holding us here, gassing us, shooting flashbangs. We're scared. We don't know what they'll do to us." "Listen! We've given you a warning," one of the officers shouted, her voice amplified. "I trust you'll behave yourselves, and I trust we won't have to come back here again to deal with your disturbance. You've made quite a mess here." "They're lying, Mom," said Vera into the comm, her voice low and urgent. "We haven't done anything wrong. We're out in the streets calling for them to stop killing people, killing street kids. Did you know they used street kids to experiment on in the university? I can't just let that happen. None of us can." Her voice was choking. From the corner of his eye, Tay could see the officers remounting their skybikes. Their faces were grim, but they didn't appear to believe they had any other choice. And then, one by one, they disappeared down the street the way they had come. Tay let out a long breath of relief. For a few moments, the students stared around them, seeming unsure of what had just happened. And then the shouts broke out. Whoops and laughter and giddy cheers. Tay glanced back into the alley, and Ivan met his eyes, and they grinned at each other. Vera was laughing and shouting as loudly as any of the others. She slapped Tay on the back so hard he almost stumbled. "You did it! You're a bloody genius, Tay." And then Ivan had come to stand beside him, resting his hand on Tay's shoulder. He was smiling, and there was something about his smile that was better than all the cheers and shouts and laughter together. When the hubbub had died down, Ivan touched Vera lightly on the shoulder. I hate to be the one to break bad news, but... Vera nodded, sobering quickly. They'll be back, she said, the words more statement than a question. Ivan nodded. We won this round, but we haven't won the war. He glanced around at the celebrating students, then turned back to Vera. Are you coming back tomorrow? No one will blame you if you don't. Vera looked at him, then at Tay. Her face was set, but he could see the hint of fear behind it. And if we do come back? She asked quietly. Will it do any good? Tay took a deep breath. He could tell them that what they were doing wouldn't make a difference. He could tell them to go home, and then maybe they'd be safe. But she trusted him. That he wouldn't lie to her. That they were good enough friends that he'd tell her if he needed help. And damn it, the lady knew he needed help. If you can keep the police busy here, it would help a lot, he said finally, swallowing hard. We're trying to stop a gang war that would probably end with most of the street kids dead. But the police have been coming after us too hard for us to do anything. If you're making enough trouble here, though... Vera's face spread into a slow smile. I think we can do that. At least... She glanced at Ivan. At least with the help of your friend here. She turned to Ivan. Does that answer your question? Ivan smiled back, but again, Tay noticed the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. I suppose it does. He paused a moment. If you're going to do this, we'll need to be prepared. And you have experience, said Vera. Ivan smiled faintly. Enough to get me thrown in jail, apparently. Vera glanced at Tay and smirked. Ivan looked around quickly. Find buckets, baskets, suitcases, anything like that. I'll show you tomorrow how to use them to defuse a smoke bomb. Water bottles, as many as you can find. Do they still use laser pointers in the classroom? Vera nodded. Bring them. You shine them at the drones and the police cameras. It confuses them. He glanced up. What you did here in the alley worked for today. But it won't be enough. Tomorrow they'll be expecting it. You'll need to string wire. Fine lines are best. Ones they can't see if they're moving quickly. And cloths over your mouths for the gas. He glanced over at Tay. How long will the communication splice last? Tay shook his head. They'll probably have it blocked off within a couple hours. I can start working on a new one tonight, but I won't have it done in a day. Once they find this one, they'll almost certainly set a blocker around the whole area. I won't get through nearly so easily again. Will you two be coming back? Asked Vera. She was obviously trying to make her voice nonchalant, but Tay heard the apprehension in it, the fear, and he knew Ivan could too. Ivan glanced at Tay uncertainly. Tay frowned, biting his lip. If Kaz and Petty did all right with the street kids today... He glanced up at Vera. Yes, we'll come. We'll meet you back here tomorrow morning. The relief that washed over Vera's face was enough to make something twist in Tay's stomach. More people he was responsible for, putting their lives in his hands, trusting that he'd find a way to keep them safe. But he needed them. He and Ivan met Kaz and Petty a few blocks away from where they'd left the other kids. Kaz smiled to see them, but there was something tight and worried in his expression. There weren't as many police out today, he said quietly, but Lucas said there were some hanging around where the kids were hiding. They stayed in the alley, And the police didn't come in, but... Tay frowned, a slight unease sparking in the back of his mind. "They're all right, though?" he asked. "I just talked to him 5 standard minutes ago," said Kaz. Tay nodded, but he found himself walking faster as they neared the dirty alley where the kids were hiding. When they reached it, he glanced around quickly, and when Luca peered out of the alley entrance, he felt his shoulders slump in a sort of sick relief. He wouldn't have seen it if he hadn't spent so much damn time around Ysbel. The tiny glint of the dying sun off something small and metal and far too shiny to belong in the filthy street. He was moving before he had time to think, grabbing Luca by the sleeve and hauling him bodily out of the alley, shoving him so he stumbled down the street, ducking into the narrow space where the other kids huddled. "Tay?" asked Petty, her voice tight with fear. "Explosive," he snapped, shoving Mila and 2 other kids at her. "Get them out! Onto the next street, now!" She didn't ask questions, just grabbed the kids and pushed them ahead of her. Kaz was at the mouth of the alley now, and Tay shoved another kid into his arms. Ivan had joined him and was ducking out of the alley, carrying a terrified child. He glanced around quickly. "Nadia's still in there," came Kaz's strained voice from outside. Tay spun and sprinted towards the back of the alley. It took him a moment to see Nadia, huddled in the corner, her eyes wide and terrified. He grabbed her, yanking her to her feet and dragging her after the others. Where was Ivan? No, he didn't have time to think about that, because he needed to get Nadia out, and he could already hear the faint hiss of an explosive about to go off. He pulled her out of the alley. Kaz was waiting, and as Tay thrust Nadia into Kaz's arms, his jacket snagged on a sharp edge of the prefab wall. He yanked at it frantically, but the fabric had pulled tight, and it was too tough to tear. He struggled out of the jacket, but the tight fabric seemed to catch on his shoulders and arms like clutching fingers. Kaz had disappeared around the corner with Nadia. At least there was that. Finally, the jacket slipped from his shoulders. But it was too late. He wasn't going to make it. He was going to be out here in the mouth of the damn alley when the explosive went off. Someone grabbed his arm, jerking him up, and pulled him into the shelter of a bricked-off doorway. He was shoved up against the wall, and he had a split second to notice that it was Ivan who'd grabbed him, and that Ivan had braced himself, his own body sheltering Tay's, when the explosive went off, and the entire world turned to light and sound and choking debris. For a moment there was silence. "Don't move," came Ivan's strained voice. "I saw 2 explosives. The next will be programmed to go off a few seconds later, maybe a minute. It's their way to make sure there are no survivors. Lure you out, make you think it's safe." Tay managed a short nod. His heart was pounding a quick, unsteady rhythm, and adrenaline still jittered through his muscles, his legs shaking at the thought of how close he'd come to becoming nothing but another piece of debris scattered across the alley. And suddenly, he was very aware of Ivan. The warmth of his body pressed against Tay's, the protective circle of his arms, the way his hand had come up behind Tay's head, sheltering him from the rough prefab wall. The tight lines of Ivan's familiar face cut with strain as he looked over his shoulder. His body, shoulders hunched, curled around Tay protectively, shielding him from the shrapnel. Tay's breath was coming far too fast, and his heart felt like it might pound its way completely out of his chest. Ivan stiffened, arms tightening around Tay, and another explosion rocked the streets. For a few moments, there was total silence. Slowly, Tay opened his eyes. Blinking against the afterimage of the explosion burned across his retinas. When he could see again, he was watching Ivan. For some reason, he couldn't seem to take his eyes off Ivan. Ivan was looking over his shoulder, body tense, arms still cradling Tay. Tay was acutely aware of every place Ivan's body touched his. The clean line of Ivan's jaw as he looked behind him, the pressure of Ivan's hands on his back. There was a sharp ache in his chest, a mix of pleasure and pain, and he thought he might actually drown in it. Ivan turned back quickly, his face tight with worry. He didn't release his hold on Tay, just drew back slightly, looking him over quickly, inspecting him for injuries. Tay, are you hurt? Tay's brain didn't seem to be working at all. He opened his mouth and somehow managed a weak, No, I'm fine. Ivan's expression went almost sick with relief, posture slumping with released tension. Thank the lady, he whispered, voice rough with emotion, and he pulled Tay into a tight embrace. Like always, Tay felt his entire body relaxing into the warmth of Ivan's arms. But his heartbeat was beating harder than ever, almost enough to make him dizzy. At last, Ivan pulled back, but his gaze seemed to snag on Tay's and catch there. For a long, long moment, they stared into each other's eyes. Something twisted in the pit of Tay's stomach, and he couldn't seem to breathe properly, and his throat was so dry, he wasn't sure he could even swallow. Ivan's chest, still pressed up against him, was rising and falling faster than usual, and there was a look in his eyes, intense and concerned and something else. Tay, Ivan said, his voice hoarse. Tay, I'm sorry. He closed his eyes for a moment, and Tay could see the strain cut across his face. With what seemed almost pain, he loosened his grip, shifting so they weren't pressed together, and Tay almost gasped at the sharp pang of loss. Ivan turned away for a moment and took a few deep breaths. Finally, with a sharp gesture that was almost frustration, he turned back. Tay, he said in a strained tone, listen, whatever you answer, it won't change the fact I'm going to be here to help you. But I need to know, before I drive myself completely mad. His voice shook slightly. I've thought sometimes that you might feel the same way I do. And then he paused and gave a tight shake of his head. Tay just blinked, staring at Ivan, trying to make his words make sense. Because Ivan couldn't possibly be saying, could he? Tay couldn't seem to formulate words. He seemed unable even to formulate a thought. You, same way as, he found himself saying. Ivan managed a strained smile. It's all right, Tay, he said. Just because I love you, it doesn't mean you. Tay felt dizzy, the cement of the street under his feet spinning strangely. Ivan took a deep breath and gently released his hold on Tay, and for a moment, Tay thought he might fall over. There was something unbearably tender and unbearably sad in Ivan's face. It's all right, he said quietly. It's all right. I never expected you to. He began to turn away, back to where the street kids were huddled under the shelter, a strange tension to his posture. Tay's brain wasn't working at all, and he wasn't sure there was a muscle in his body that hadn't turned to water. But somehow, he reached out and grabbed Ivan's arm. Ivan froze. At last, he turned back to Tay. the tension in his face matching the tension in his body. Tay? His voice was still somehow gentle. What? Tay couldn't speak. Even if he could have, he had no idea what he'd say. So instead, he reached up, slipping his hand around the back of Ivan's neck. A small shudder went through Ivan's body at his touch, and Tay was so lightheaded he thought he might actually pass out. Ivan's skin was warm under his hand, and coated with gritty dust from the explosion he'd sheltered Tay from with his own body. Ivan was staring directly into his eyes now, his breath coming fast and shallow, and Tay's own breath caught in his throat, which wasn't helping how lightheaded he was feeling. He brought his other hand up around Ivan's back, feeling the lean muscle under his thin shirt. His hands were shaking. Hell, his whole body was shaking. Ivan's eyes never left his, and Tay wasn't sure he could breathe, and he wasn't sure if he even needed to breathe. Carefully, gently, he pulled Ivan's head down towards him, and that strange tension in Ivan's body almost convinced him, for half a moment, that he'd read this wrong, that Ivan's words had been something he'd dreamed up. And then, just before their lips brushed, Ivan's body relaxed into his eyes closing, and Tay's eyes closed as well, and then the only thing in the world was the pressure of Ivan's lips, the familiar warmth flooding through him, the desperate relief of Ivan's body against his. At last, he drew back, breathless and dizzy, heart pounding so hard he honestly wasn't sure how he was still conscious. Ivan stared at him, a stunned look on his face. Then he gave a helpless groan and pushed Tay up against the wall, his hand cradling the back of Tay's head, protecting him from the rough prefab blocks. His other arm wrapped around the small of Tay's back. His mouth found Tay's, and Tay's lips parted without his conscious thought, his arms going up around Ivan's back and pulling him close, desperately. Ivan's mouth was urgent against his fingers tightening into Tay's hair, and Tay's entire brain had gone foggy. And damn it to hell, he'd never been kissed like this before. Even the kiss on Grigory's ship had nothing on this. And if he actually died from it, he still wouldn't want it to end. Ivan pulled him closer, tilting Tay's head back, and Tay leaned into him. Because his legs had gone so weak, he wasn't sure he could stay on his feet without the pressure of Ivan's arms. Hell, he didn't have the attention to spare for staying on his feet, because he couldn't seem to fit a single damn thought into his head. All he could do was lean into Ivan's kiss, desperately, as if it was oxygen and he was drowning. When they finally drew apart, Tay sagged against the wall, gasping for breath. Ivan held him steady, and they were still close enough that Tay could feel the quick, ragged rise and fall of Ivan's chest, the rapid gallop of his heartbeat. Ivan gathered him into his arms and pressed his lips into Tay's hair, and the comfort of the gesture was enough to make Tay giddy. Tay, he whispered, his voice choked. Tay. He couldn't seem to say anything else. Tay leaned into him, and Ivan's arms around him, the warmth of Ivan's body against his, seemed, for the first time in his life, to make the entire world fall exactly into place. There were tears gathering in the corners of his eyes, but he didn't want to let go of Ivan long enough to brush them away. At last, Ivan pulled back, rushing at his own eyes and blinking hard. Tay, he whispered. He swallowed, trying again. Tay, are you sure you're all right? You're not hurt? I'm fine. Tay choked, not completely sure how his mouth managed to form the words. I couldn't lose someone I loved again. He pulled Tay into another tight embrace. What about you? Asked Tay, when he'd remembered how to speak again. Are you all right? Ivan pulled back, studying him fondly. I think I'm a little more than all right. For the first time, Tay noticed that the street kids had come out from their shelter. That Petty was watching him and Ivan, a look of faint amusement on her face, and that Kaz was distracting the other kids, herding them a little farther down the street. He could feel his face heating. I didn't want to interrupt, but we should probably get out of here, said Petty, when she saw Tay's eyes on her. The police will be coming soon to check if their explosive worked. She was right. Tay straightened, ignoring the shakiness in his muscles and the way his head still felt like it was floating, the giddy, intoxicating tightness in the pit of his stomach. Ivan put out a hand to steady him, and for half a second, he relaxed into the warmth of Ivan's touch. Then he took a deep breath. You're right. We should go. His voice didn't come out as steady as he'd planned, but Petty nodded. Follow me. I know one other place. She looked around uneasily, but I'm not sure how much longer we'll be able to keep hiding. Tay nodded, trying to force his brain back to the problem at hand. Let's get somewhere safe, and we'll worry about the rest when we get there, said Ivan. His voice was shaky as well. His hand still rested on Tay's arm, and Tay wasn't sure he wanted Ivan to let go. Ever. Petty shook her head, and even in his stunned state, Tay could hear the unease in her voice. You're right, but if we don't figure this out soon, I'm not sure there'll be any safe places left. Chapter 15. Jez, Day 6. Jez woke in drowsy comfort and snuggled into the warmth with a soft sigh of contentment. Then, her sleepy brain clawed its slow way back to consciousness, and she realized that the warmth was Lev's shoulder. And then she remembered, well, everything else, and as bloody usual, jerked awake with a start, heart hammering. Damn it to hell. She sucked in a quick breath and glanced over at him. Still asleep. Thank the damn lady. Gingerly, she pushed herself backwards and tried to ignore the small pang of disappointment as the warmth of him faded into the cool of blankets that she apparently hadn't slept on for most of the night. She closed her eyes and took another long breath. It was fine. It would all be fine. It was like he said that first morning. The nights here were cold, and these damn government apartments were never quite warm enough. No need to think about the fact that before she'd woken up, she'd been dreaming of something involving Lev that had been undeniably similar to what she'd woken up to. Well, similar in a very broad sense of the word. Because that would have been incredibly awkward, honestly. She took another deep breath, then yawned, stretched, and glanced quickly over at Lev as she slid out of bed. She narrowed her eyes and swore under her breath. He was lying much too still for someone who was actually asleep. He blinked his eyes open and glanced at her, and she found she was smiling despite herself. Hey, genius, she said. You're not very good at faking, you know. He chuckled ruefully, rubbing his eyes. Sorry, Jez. I don't actually mind. It's just, last time you seemed uncomfortable about it, so... She rolled her eyes at him. So you thought it would make me feel better if you pretended like you'd been asleep and didn't notice? He chuckled again, the faint rasp of sleep still in his voice.
Well, I had hoped. But apparently,
He shrugged. Yeah, you always were kind of a crap liar, she said. But strangely enough, there was something tight in her throat. She wasn't actually used to someone caring how she felt about crap. Anyway, it was just this damn play acting they had to do, where he was her lover. That was messing with her head, that was all. After breakfast, she grabbed her bag and pulled the info chips haphazardly off the counter, shoving them inside.
do you have them all?
He asked.
I tried to put them all together, so you wouldn't have to go rummaging to find them. But it might not hurt to check. I have been known to make mistakes. On occasion.
She grinned at him. You make mistakes? He smiled.
On very rare occasions, yes.
Where's my damn... She began, glancing around the apartment. She was pretty sure she'd...
Your coat? Here,
said Lev, holding it out. She smiled at him gratefully. Funny, if it had been anyone else, she would have tensed up, waiting for the insult. But somehow, in these last few weeks, well, it was just that she was pretty sure he wouldn't. Thanks, she said. Figure I might actually be on time for once in my life. He glanced at his comm, and his face turned stricken.
Jez, I didn't realize what time.
She rolled her eyes. I'm not meeting with Bronca until 1100 Standard. Still have plenty of time to rob that bastard Yaramil blind. Lev managed a small, strange smile.
Just don't get killed, all right?
She laughed, winked at him, and slipped out the door. The air was bitter. Hell, the air in Prasvishoni was always some flavor of bitter, even in the damn summertime. But this was the bitter of autumn, well on its way into winter. She shivered, pulling her coat and scarf close around her against the tiny, icy flakes of lightly blowing snow. Once she was inside the government building, she glanced around quickly. The hallways were empty. For all that damn Bronca's harassing her for being late to meetings, most of the plaguers who worked here seemed not to show up for at least half a standard hour after Jez did. She'd be meeting with Bronca at 1100 Standard, which gave her a solid 2.5 standard hours to get into Yaramil's office and back out again. She grinned to herself and made her way to the narrow stairwell at the end of the hallway. Yaramil's office was on the 6th floor, which was a hell of a lot of stairs to climb. But she wasn't going to use the hololift and risk showing up in the records. When at last she reached the 6th floor stairwell door, she cracked it open and looked quickly up and down the long, broad hallway. It was empty, like she'd expected. Carefully, she stepped out. This hallway had the same white, prefab block walls, the same ubiquitous threadbare carpet with the standard hideous pattern, as every other hallway in this damn place. But she'd gone over the building specs with Lev for long enough the night before that she knew exactly where she was. She took a deep breath, feeling the satisfying tingle of adrenaline in her muscles, and made her quiet way towards his office. She was halfway there when one of the office doors opened abruptly, a cleaner's cart shoving its way out. Jez froze, her heart rate jumping, and slipped behind the half-open door just as a dreary-looking man in a grayish-white cleaning staff uniform stepped out. She bit her lip as the door swung shut behind him, muscles tensed, although she wasn't entirely sure what she planned to do. Not like she was going to kill one of the cleaning staff for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But he didn't even glance behind him, just shoved the cart down the hallway, clicked the next door open with his comm,
and stepped inside, dragging the cleaning cart after him. Jez let out a long breath and loosened her grip on her heat pistol. She waited a moment longer to make sure he wasn't going to come out, and then turned back down the hallway. Yaramil's office was at the very end, and she paused in front of the door, pulling up the key on her comm. She held her breath for a moment as she tapped it against the lock. It was always possible he'd been suspicious and gotten the lock changed, but there was the faint click of the door opening. She smiled to herself and stepped inside. The inside of the office was cluttered with trinkets that the bastard probably thought made him look important. But she'd seen the inside of Grigory Korsakov's office, and she knew what real wealth looked like. She tapped her comm. "Hey, genius, I'm in." There was a quick breath of relief through her earpiece, and for a moment, she wondered exactly how long Lev had been holding his breath. His voice, though, when he spoke, was calm, if strained. "All right. It'll be in a folder marked classified, I believe. Something like this." Her comm flashed, and she pulled up the holoscreen, squinting down at the picture Lev had sent through. A bland-colored paper binder with a chip pocket in the bottom. She glanced around the office, frowning. There was a broad desk in the center of the room, which would be the logical place. Probably. She rifled quickly through the papers on the desk, but there was nothing similar to the picture Lev had sent to her comm. There were a couple shelves on the walls, but when she stepped over to them, there was nothing there except some trinkets he probably thought were genuine gold. They weren't. She smirked. It didn't take her long to go through every bare surface that might contain a file folder. There was nothing there. At least, nothing useful. And the key she'd stolen didn't open the locks on the desk drawers. She stood for a moment, biting her lip. She could melt the locks off, probably, but that wouldn't do much for subtlety. Damn it. She'd have to steal another key and come back, and she wasn't sure how many more days they had. "Jez." Lev's voice was tense. There, just peeking out of one of the drawers, the tip of something drab and gray. "One sec," she murmured into her comm. "Listen, I'm picking up a heat signature outside the door." "Yeah? Well, I think I might have found something," she said. "You've got to get out. You can always come back later when—" She'd already crossed to the drawer and was working the binder free gently. The drawer was shut and locked, yes, but the desk itself was old enough that there was a narrow space between the top of one drawer and the bottom of the next, and if she pushed the side of the desk in with one foot— Jez. In the back of her mind, she heard the faint click of the lock, just as the binder slid free. She jerked it out, shoved it into her bag, and looked around quickly. The desk was far too open to hide behind, and the shelves were set into the wall. Still, well, it almost certainly wouldn't be Yaramil. And it was just possible that if it was the man she'd seen earlier cleaning offices, she might be able to talk her way out of this. The door swung open. For a moment, she stared at the man in the drab cleaning staff uniform, and he stared at her. And then he yanked a huge broad-bore heat gun from the inside of the cleaning cart and raised it to his shoulder. Jez swore and dived as heat blistered the air over her head. "Jez, what the hell?" The man was standing in the doorway, and he'd pulled the cart up so it blocked the exit. She'd have to go through him and the cart to get out that way, and neither of them looked to want to make it easy on her. The window. It'd be locked, she assumed, but the heat blast had left the latch a charred, melted lump, so that should solve that. She was 6 stories up, which could be a problem, but hell, she'd figure something out. She was pretty sure. She yanked out her pistol and fired back. The man had already pulled down a heat visor, and she wasn't even a little surprised when the heat from Ysbel's mods blackened the man's clothing, but only sent a dull orange glow around his middle as his heat shield absorbed the blast. He aimed again, and this time she ducked deliberately behind the drawers she'd pulled the binder from. The blast left the entire side of the desk charcoaled, tiny flickers of flame dancing up and down the singed metal of the drawers. She grinned. Took care of Yaramil figuring out what she'd taken anyways. She took a deep breath, then lunged for the window. She'd yanked it open by the time her attacker realized what she was up to, and by the time he'd brought his gun up to bear, she was balanced on the edge of the sill, the cold wind whipping around her, biting her exposed skin. Hell of a long way down from here. Still, she glanced back at the muzzle of the heat gun, took a deep breath, and stepped out onto the narrow ledge that ran along the side of the building. Behind her, the air in front of the window turned briefly visible as it burned. Damn. She closed her eyes for a moment. No way down from here. Well, that wasn't entirely true. There was one way, and she was pretty sure as soon as the bastard inside the office made it to the window and got his aim steady, that was the way she'd be taking. Jez. Lev's voice shook slightly. Above you. The 6th floor's the top floor, and they designed the buildings with decorative ledges. I've checked the specs, and they should support your weight. She glanced up. They were covered with packed, drifted snow, and they'd be slippery as hell. But on the other hand, she could hear cautious footsteps approaching the window from inside the office. She took a deep breath, bit down hard on her teeth, and started to climb. The icy bite of the snow on her fingers was a sharp pain, but she didn't have time to worry about that. As soon as the bastard put his head out the window, her hand slipped, and she kicked against the wall, lunging upward on instinct, her other hand catching the edge of the roof. For a moment, she dangled there. Then her foot found a ledge, and she shoved herself up and over the edge of the roof, flattening herself against its surface just as a man's head poked out of the window meters below her. He looked down, then from side to side, then up. And then, even though she was pretty sure he couldn't see her, he carefully began pulling himself through the window. Damn it to hell. She scrambled to her feet, shaking her hands to get blood flowing to her fingers, and tapped her comm. Okay, genius. I'm on the roof. Get me off, or the bastard climbing up after me is going to. Lev swore. All right, listen. There's a trap door in the roof, southwest corner. I don't have the code, but it's old. You may be able to melt the lock. She glanced around quickly. The roof was covered in snow, but she thought she saw a faint indent in the corner Lev had mentioned. She sprinted for it, trying to keep her balance on the slippery surface. Below her, through the whine of the wind, she could hear the unmistakable sound of someone scrabbling on the wall below her. For a brief moment, she considered waiting for the plaguer to raise his head over the edge and then giving him a solid kick. But anyone with a heat gun like that probably had mag hooks or something. Yes, there was definitely an indent in the snow. She kicked the snow away, revealing a rusty trap door with an ancient lock. She jerked out her pistol and fired, then fired again, then a third time. The metal glowed a dull orange, protesting loudly as it cooled in the frigid air. And then there was a sharp crack. She grinned, shoved the muzzle of her pistol
through the rusty handle, which still glowed a dull orange, and yanked the door back. Then she slid into the darkness, catching a rung of the rickety ladder with one hand and pulling the trapdoor shut with the other. This would give her about 30 seconds, maybe. But hell, that was 30 seconds more than she'd had before. She dropped to the dusty ceiling panels, loosened one with a sharp kick, then jumped to the floor in a shower of dust and rat droppings, landing in the same hallway she'd walked down less than a standard hour earlier. She was sprinting for the stairwell the moment her boots touched the threadbare carpet. She heard the heavy thud of boots hitting the ground in the hallway as the door to the stairwell swung shut behind her. Then, she was taking the steps 3 at a time, grabbing the steel railing and swinging herself around the tight corners of the staircase. She reached the first floor just as she heard a door above her swing open, and she pushed through the door and out into the first floor corridor. It was busier now, which was a good thing, probably. Less likely for someone to shoot her with all these people watching. But she damn well didn't plan on betting her life on that assumption. Then she saw a familiar, stiff figure striding down the hallway, and she grinned, straightened, and stepped quickly forward, grabbing the woman by the arm. Branka turned, startled, and for a moment just stared at Jez. Jez gave her a jaunty grin. "Hey, Branka. Figured I'd show up for our meeting a bit early today. Don't seem to like it when I'm late, so I figured I'd make amends." Behind her, a muffled clatter of heavy boots descended the staircase at high acceleration. She pulled Branka down the hallway by the elbow, the woman apparently too shocked to resist, and stopped in front of Branka's office. Branka was still staring. Jez sighed and touched the door handle suggestively, and finally, still wearing a stunned expression, Branka hit the key on her comm. Jez was shoving the door open almost before the lock clicked. She stepped inside, pulled Branka in after her, and slammed the door shut firmly with her foot. For a moment, she and Branka looked at each other, the faint drip, drip of snow melting off Jez's hair onto the carpet, the only sound. Finally, Branka shook her head, lips pinched tightly together. "Layla, whatever it was you were doing, I advise you to tell me." Jez gave her an easy grin. "Well," she drawled, "I mean, I guess if you were looking for ideas on how to keep your love life interesting." There was a snort of half-hysterical laughter through her calm earpiece, disguised quickly as a cough. "I don't think I need details, on second thought," said Branka after a moment, the look on her face a mix of horror and faint disgust. "Would you like to take a seat?" Jez dropped down into a chair, still grinning, and after a moment, Branka took her seat as well. She steepled her hands on her desk, tapping her fingers together one at a time, and clearly trying to regain her composure. And when at last she looked up again, her face had resumed its usual icy politeness. "Layla, since we last talked, we've received another message from Grigory." Jez raised an eyebrow. "Yeah? What'd he say?" Branka studied her for a moment. "I'm sorry. Perhaps intercepted would be a better term. Apparently, Drusan's loyalties are not what we assumed." Jez leaned back in her chair. "Wait just a damn minute," she drawled. "You said you'd intercepted—" She paused, her grin broadening. "Well," she said at last, "never did like that bastard." She paused again. "Thought he was working for Olyesa, though. At least, he sure as hell didn't seem happy about leaving her out of it." "It appears Olyesa wasn't the only one he was working for," Bronca's face was grim. Jez raised her eyebrows in what was honestly a pretty damn good approximation of surprise, considering she'd been waiting for this news ever since Lev had informed her what Masha had planted in the Plaguer's office. Guess it wasn't such a bad idea to keep Olyes's stooges out of power after all. No, said Bronca reluctantly. I suppose it wasn't. I'll admit, I was less than convinced by your idea when you first presented it, but I am beginning to see the benefits. See? Said Jez cheerfully. That's exactly what I was saying. Figure anyone who'd work for one of those bastards would just as happily work for the other, as long as they were offering a few credits. She paused a moment. What was this message about? He was purchasing weapons, said Bronca tightly. At least, trying to. And she hesitated, and Jez could hear the faint unease in her voice. And the weapons he was after were mostly street weapons, the kind of things you'd use for city fighting. Jez frowned. Lev, you hearing this? She tapped out casually on the side of her chair. Yes, said Lev quietly, and she caught the concern in his voice. Why would Masha specify that kind of weapon? She was pretty sure that the plan had been to let Tay handle the streets, and this was going to put him in trouble. At the very least, there'd be people watching the streets a hell of a lot more closely than they would have otherwise. Which basically meant the faster she could get done whatever she needed to here, the better for everyone. She turned her attention back to Bronca, unease twisting inside her. Well, so here's the thing, she said, keeping her tone easy. Don't know why he would have been after that type of weapon exactly, but I can tell you, when things start going sideways, they go quickly, and it sounds like things are going sideways. So, she leaned forward, figure you could get me that meeting with Goran you promised me. Bronca shifted slightly in her seat. I am not sure how that's relevant to... She shot the woman a grin that showed all her teeth. Listen, you called me here because I know how to deal with crap. And I'm telling you, this is how you deal with crap. By figuring out who can make it happen, and then not giving them a damn moment of peace until they do. Because if you don't, she shrugged, well, somebody else deals with the crap after they're done scraping what's left of you off the damn walls. There were a few moments of silence. Finally, Bronca said, you told me you had information. If you were to give it to me, and it were interesting enough, I may be able to get you a meeting. Jez grinned. I'll bring it tomorrow morning. Assuming they all lived that long. When the day was finally damn well over, she pulled her coat and scarf tightly around her and stepped out into the already dark Prasvishoni streets. The morning's light snow had died off, but the wind picked up the snow from the streets and hurled it against her in tiny stinging pellets. She hunched down against the assault, swearing softly to herself and wondering for the 100th time why the hell anyone had decided to build a city on this plaguing dump of a planet. By the time she reached the apartment, she was wet, miserable, and thoroughly chilled. Stepping through the door of the tiny apartment was an almost physical relief, and she sighed, loosening her scarf and letting the warmth and the smell of cooking dinner envelop her. Lev stood quickly, coming over to the door. Jez, he said, and there was a slight smile on his face, even through the worry in his voice. You're soaked. Here, let me take that. He took her wet jacket from her and hung it on the pick behind the door to drip dry. Honestly, she'd probably have just left it in a heap on the floor and then had to put it on sopping wet the next morning. Generally what she'd done back when she was doing smuggling runs out of Prasvishoni. But having a dry coat in the mornings was kind of nice. After dinner, Lev asked quietly,
So, did you get what we were after?
She shrugged and pulled the binder out of her bag. Didn't have time to check, to be honest, but I think so. The look of frank admiration Lev gave her made something warm spark in her chest, for no actual real reason. He took the binder and opened it carefully, then pulled a small chip storage compartment out of the bottom pocket. Carefully, he cracked it open, then smiled up at her.
I think you did it. Here, I'll pull up my holoscreen, and we can take a look.
She snuggled up next to him on the couch. Because they had to. Because whoever the hell might be watching them. And the warmth of him bled through the lingering traces of chill, and she found there was a smile on her face. Only because he was warm, of course. The same reason she always seemed to wake up to find herself snuggled into his shoulder at night. Because he was warm, and Prasvishoni was cold, and, well, the warmth of him was a comfort that soothed something deep in her soul. She peered over his shoulder as he looked at the readout from her chip. He was frowning slightly in concentration, that familiar crease between his eyebrows, and she grinned and poked him with her elbow. So, what is it? He glanced over at her, his expression one of mild excitement.
It does reference someone named Mirny. It doesn't give their identity, but I think if we analyze it, we may be able to figure out where to find that information, at least.
She grinned. Well, I guess. Jez. It was Tanya's voice. Have you done anything to irritate anyone in the government recently? She sounded grim.
Jez snorted.
Figure my damn existence irritates them at this point. You mean anything out of the ordinary? Yes, said Tanya, sounding not in the least amused. I mean, something that would give them a reason to suspect that you're not who you say you are. A reason to, for example, set an assassin outside your window. Beside her, Lev stiffened. You're saying, Jez began. I'm saying, said Tanya, her voice, if possible, even grimmer, that I am not outside your apartment right now, but I set a bug, and unless I'm very much mistaken, someone is waiting to kill you. And it looks like they come from the government. Lev was already turning, grabbing Jez by the shoulders as if he was about to shove her down, out of the range of any weapon. But Tanya's voice stopped him. I can guess what you are doing, Lev, but it won't be enough. If they want you dead, they'll bring the entire apartment down to do it. I suggest instead you work very hard at convincing whoever it is that you're exactly who you told Branka you were. They stared at each other for a moment. Damn it to hell. Jez took a deep breath, reached over, and gingerly took Lev's face in her hands. He'd gone very still and was watching her. She gave him a rueful look and a faint shrug, hoping he couldn't see that she was trembling just a little. Then she took a deep breath, leaned forward, and kissed him. It was just an act. It had always been just an act. Probably the only way to keep that damn Branka from killing them. But somehow, when his lips touched hers, every other thought completely vanished from her head. He leaned into her, slightly, his lips unbearably gentle against hers, and she found her hands coming up behind his neck, pulling him closer, and something light and tingling spread through her body at the taste of him, the feel of him. He made a soft sound at the pressure of her hand on his neck, and her heart was pounding even faster now. But it wasn't unpleasant. Hell, this was maybe the most pleasant thing she had done in a very long time. Her brain felt slightly hazy, like she'd just begun to realize that maybe she'd drunk a little more than she'd intended. She pulled back, feeling a bit like she'd been hit with a shock stick, and stared at him. He was staring back, and something about looking into his eyes, about the way his chest rose and fell in rapid, uneven gasps. She found she'd leaned in towards him again, because honestly, if they'd actually been lovers, one kiss like that wouldn't be nearly enough. And it was probably a good idea. Something she'd have done even if she did actually think it through. But the fact was, the sensation of Lev's lips on hers had left her way too drunk to trust anything her brain was telling her right now. Their lips met again, and this time his kiss wasn't nearly as gentle as it had been, which, as far as her now completely fuzzy brain was concerned, wasn't a bad thing in the slightest. Because hell, there were a lot of things she was feeling right now, and gentle didn't apply to a single damn one of them. Her lips parted, her tongue nudging his lips open, and she wasn't actually sure she'd meant to do that when this whole thing had started. But for some reason, it seemed like a very, very good idea just now. He seemed to think so too. His teeth grazed her lip, and she sucked in a quick gasp. Then he grabbed her hips, pulling her onto his lap, so she sat straddling him. The warm, comfortable burn that had started in the pit of her stomach the moment their lips met was spreading through her entire body now. She laced her fingers into his hair, pulling him closer, because maybe she wasn't in a state to think about anything at all, but she was damn sure that getting him closer to her was something she wanted, and she'd probably wanted for a very long time. Her entire body tingled, everywhere he touched her. His hands slid up her back, down along her waist, and she gave a little moan of pleasure. Honestly, Genius Boy came up with a lot of good ideas, but trying to make sure there was as little space as possible between them was probably his best damn one yet. She was definitely drunk. She was definitely drunk, because nothing in the whole world seemed to matter except getting more of whatever was making her drunk. She pulled him against her harder, deepening the kiss. She could feel every part of her body, every place where he touched her, every movement of his lips on hers, every rise and fall of his chest, and it wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough, and she needed more, or maybe she'd die. In the back of her mind, she heard a voice over her calm, but she didn't care about anything in the entire damn system right now that didn't directly affect how close Lev's body was to hers. The bright, warm tingle that ran through her at his touch. The way his lips caught hers. The way his hands fit against the small of her back, slid down her sides, grasped at her hips. Jess, if you don't answer me, I'm going to have to assume you're dead, and that will put me to a lot of trouble, and I'm not going to be very happy if I find out it's not true. By the time the words filtered through to her brain, she'd recognized the voice as Tanya's. She blinked, and somehow remembered how to remove her lips from Lev's, although it seemed to be a lot more complicated than she'd anticipated. And also, considering the fact they were just friends, she hadn't expected the dizzying jolt of disappointment when she finally succeeded. Jez, this is the last time I'm going to call you, and then... She swallowed hard and hid her calm, and somehow managed to convince her mouth to form words. Yeah, Tanya, I'm here. There was a pause from the other end of the calm, and then Tanya's voice again. I can assume, then, that you weren't assassinated? It took her a minute to remember what the hell Tanya was talking about. Because, okay, it was kind of an important subject, but at the same time, a hell of a lot had happened between then and now. Yeah, nobody blew the damn place up, she managed. But she was pretty sure that her voice had been a lot closer to shaky than to jaunty. That's good, said Tanya, a hint of amusement seeping through her voice. Whatever it was you were doing, it must have been effective. He's put down his gun. From the knowing edge to her tone, Jez was pretty sure that she'd guessed whatever it was they were doing. She scowled and reluctantly rolled off Lev, trying to force her brain to sober up from the after effects of the kiss. Which, actually, was not quite as easy as it probably should be. Every damn piece of her body felt light and tingly, like whatever it was she'd drunk would hit her hard soon, but hadn't hit yet, and she couldn't really feel the floor under her feet, or the couch behind her back, or anything, really, except the warm, urgent memory of Lev's hands, his lips. She took a deep, shaky breath. Damn. Good thing she held her liquor better than this. She made the mistake of glancing over at Lev. He leaned back against the couch, eyes closed, breath still coming far too rapidly, judging by the rise and fall of his chest. His face was bloodless, and he wore a dazed, helpless look that made her think that maybe their kiss had made him just as drunk as it had made her. She swallowed hard. She should probably look away. Honestly, she was pretty damn sure she should look away. In the same way as when she was drinking, there was always that moment that she knew she should probably stop. Probably put the glass down if she wanted to avoid a hangover the next day. But then, usually by the time she got to that point, she didn't really give a damn about a hangover the next day. He opened his eyes, and his gaze caught hers. There was an intensity there she hadn't seen in a very long time. And for a moment, she couldn't breathe. Her heart pounded against her chest like a damn trapped animal, and her whole body had gone shaky. But she'd never realized how pleasant a feeling that could be. Jez, he whispered, his voice hoarse, and the sound of her name on his lips sent a shiver through her whole damn body. His hand slid around her waist, and her entire brain fuzzed pleasantly. Jez, he said again, his voice thick with desire. We shouldn't. We aren't. He was right. They couldn't. They shouldn't. This was a terrible idea. She knew it was a terrible idea. She wasn't sure she could. Her damn brain didn't seem to want to let her even finish the thought, because the only thing she could think of was how close he was to her right now. His hand trembled, like he was on the very edge of his control. And then, with a sound that was almost a moan of pain, he tightened his grip, pulling her towards him. And she leaned into him, and, Lev, are you there? Tay's harsh whisper through their earpieces jolted both of them out of their trance.
For a moment, they stared at each other, and Jez tried desperately to remember how to make her brain work again. Lev recovered before she did, and tapped his calm. "Tay," he said, and she could hear the shakiness in his voice. "What's wrong?" "Lev," Tay paused. "Is everything all right? You sound—" "It's... we're fine. Everything's fine." "Are you sure?" Tay's voice was concerned. Jez drew in a shaky breath, her brain finally starting to function again, and hit her own calm. "Techhead, we're fine. What's wrong?" "I need your help." There was a trace of grimness in his voice, but there was something slightly incongruous about his tone. "Something's happened." He paused a moment. "We were up by the university, and the students are protesting. And they said they'll keep protesting, make enough noise to keep the police away. But the way the police were acting, Ivan thinks it's going to get ugly soon." Jez frowned at her calm. Granted, Tay worried about basically everything, but he sounded really worried this time. And if he was calling in, it was probably something bad. Also, there was something about the way he'd said Ivan's name. "That's not all." It was Ivan's voice this time, and he sounded grim. "Tay won't say it, but he was almost killed in an explosion this afternoon." Jez swore, her brain finally coming fully back online, and glanced over at Lev. Apparently the news had sobered him up as well. "Tay, are you all right?" he asked, the grimness in his voice almost matching Ivan's. "What happened?" "I don't know," said Tay. "I hacked into the police database to distract them from killing the other street kids, but I didn't have time to be careful, and I think they tracked my comm." He blew out a short breath. "The thing is, though, before, they'd never have spent that much time tracking down some street kid. There's something going on, and I don't know what it is, but—" He let his words trail off. Jez and Lev exchanged glances. "Jez heard something when she was talking with Bronca today," said Lev carefully. "I haven't had time to look into it, but—" He glanced at Jez. She nodded. "I don't know what's going on, but she mentioned the gangs, and the street kids, and weapons. And it's possible Masha's involved in this," said Lev quietly. Jez stared at him, something uncomfortable twisting her stomach. Because, well, because even after everything, she didn't want to believe that Masha would willingly sell them out. But Lev was right. The information Bronca had been talking about, that had been planted by Masha. "The university students are willing to help, but they won't be able to hold out on their own," said Tay quietly. "And unless something changes, we won't last 2 more nights. We're running out of places to hide." Lev glanced over at Jez, and she saw in his eyes the same thing she was thinking. She nodded slowly. "Well," she said, "here's the thing. I've managed to annoy the hell out of enough of the bigwig minister types that I think I've got some pull. I'll see what I can do to get the police distracted." "I'll look into what Jez overheard, see if I can figure anything out," said Lev. He hesitated a moment. "And I'll talk to Masha. It's possible I'm mistaken, and she knows nothing about this. Or at least, she doesn't know how bad it is." For a moment, there was silence over the comm. "Thank you," said Tay at last. Jez tapped her comm. "Hey, so one more thing. You and Ivan—" There was a long pause. He started. Then he stopped again. Um, we—" A smile was creeping over Jez's face. "Hold on.
Hold on just a damn minute. You mean we had this whole entire conversation and you didn't tell me that you and Ivan finally kissed?
There was a long pause. How did you? She was grinning broadly now.
Techhead, every damn person on the crew, including Misko, knew. We've had a running bet going on for the last 3 weeks, how long it would take for you two to finally kiss.
She paused a moment.
Well, most of us did. Ysbel said she would be an absolute damn hopeless innocent fool to let me anywhere near her credits, so I couldn't get in on it.
She paused again.
I would have won.
There was a long silence from the other end of the comm. At last, Tay said, his voice a mixture of awe and exasperation. Jez, I swear, one of these days, I'm actually going to strangle you.
You want to strangle me? You'll have to stand in line. And I figure the line's getting pretty long. Anyway, shouldn't you get back to, I don't know, kissing Ivan?
Tay made a strangled sound, and Jez snorted with laughter.
Hey, I don't blame you. He's hot. Anyways, I'll see if I can distract the police. Although, I seem to remember on Grigory's ship, you and Ivan had a pretty good way of distracting.
Jez! Jez tapped off her comm and turned to Lev, still grinning.
You know, figure Ivan will be good for our tech head.
Yes, said Lev, smiling. I imagine he will. He paused for a moment, his face going serious. I suppose I should call Masha.
Jez nodded,
trying to ignore the sick feeling in her stomach.
Yeah, guess that would be a good idea.
Lev sighed and tapped his comm.
Yes, Lev,
said Masha a moment later, her voice brusque. Tay just called in, Lev said quietly. They're in trouble from the police. Apparently, the university students are going to help by making a distraction. But Tay says their protests won't last unless they get help. Jez thinks she can get the police ordered down. Give Tay and the students a chance. There were a few moments of silence, and Jez bit her lip. Because if Masha agreed with them, well, then maybe they were wrong. Maybe she was on their side after all.
I'm not sure that would be a good idea, said Masha finally. The information Jez needs to pass on to Bronca has to do with the students. I've been watching them, and I believe I know how she can neutralize them.
Jez stared at the comm for a moment.
Wait, she said finally. You want me to sell out the damn students? After what they did for us? Jez, Masha's voice was weary. You wouldn't be selling them out. You'd be helping to end the protests quickly, before anyone gets killed. And in return, you'd leverage that to get an audience with Goran and keep the government from devolving into war when news of Grigory and Olyesa gets out.
For a few moments, no one spoke. Something slightly sick was twisting in Jez's stomach. Because she couldn't pretend that maybe they were mistaken about Masha anymore. She glanced over at Lev and saw in his face the same thing she was thinking. Tay's going to help the students, said Lev at last into the comm. You know that. He believes this is the best way, maybe the only way, to do what you sent him there to do. And even if he didn't, there's no way we'd be able to convince him to leave his friends to get hurt.
Maybe if you do what I ask, and don't try to make it easier for him, he'll see the issues with his reasoning, Masha snapped.
Jez took a deep breath.
No, she said finally. Sorry, Masha. I'll be damned if I let Tech Head call me for help and I don't do anything. I got the information you asked for from Yaramil. I'll send that through to you, but you'll have to look into it yourself, because I'm going to help Tay. Again, There was a long pause on the other side of the comm. Finally, Masha said, "Jez, if you do this, you'll be throwing away our entire plan." "No," she said, sitting up straighter. "I won't. Because here's the thing. I can still do what you need. Even if I can't get Bronca to give me an in with Goran, and even if I'm not breaking into crap to find your information, I've already convinced Bronca to make a damn lot of changes. We can still get the government prepared, even if it's not how you planned. But I'm not selling out those students, and I'm not going to leave Tay hanging." "Lev," Masha began. "I agree with Jez," he said quietly. There was a long moment of silence. Finally, Masha said, "I suppose I can't prevent you from doing this, but I'd advise you to think long and hard about what you're giving up."
And Masha, as Jez has explained, we don't believe that there has to be a choice. Both goals are achievable,
said Lev.
If you would explain your concerns, I'm certain Jez and I both would take them into consideration. But you won't, will you?
Masha didn't answer. And honestly, maybe that was what scared Jez the most. Chapter 16. Ysbel, Day 7. The noise was quiet enough that Ysbel almost didn't hear it. She frowned and glanced up quickly. "Mama?" Olia's voice was sleepy. "Why did you stop reading?" Misko was already asleep, and Olia looked like she would be there in the next 2 minutes. "I'm sorry, my love," Ysbel murmured. "I have to check on something. I'll be right back." "Okay," said Olia through a yawn. "I'll wait for you. I'm not very tired." Ysbel smiled despite herself and rose gently, depositing the sleeping Misko in his bed. "I need you to lie down beside your brother. Make sure he doesn't wake up." Olia nodded sleepily and crawled into bed, curling up next to Misko. When she was settled, Ysbel slipped out the door. She walked quickly down the familiar corridors of the Ungovernable and hesitated a moment at the loading ramp. She tapped her comm. "Tanya, are you back yet?" Tanya answered almost immediately, her tone concerned. "No, my love. We're at the government buildings. It will be a while, I think. Is something wrong?"
"I don't know,"
Ysbel said quietly. She tapped off her comm and touched the reassuring shape of her heat pistol in its holster. Then, cautiously, she walked down the loading ramp and stepped into the darkened hangar bay. The bar lights overhead had been turned off, so the only illumination was the dim glow from the street lamps outside, trickling in through the high, narrow windows, and the emergency lighting that gave the barest of illumination to the floor and walls. She hit the control for the loading ramp, and as it raised and clicked shut with a faint hiss, some of the tension drained from her shoulders. Her own life in danger was one thing. Lady knew she'd done that often enough. But Misko and Olia in danger shot ice through her limbs. She stood still for a moment, waiting for her eyes to adjust, and listened carefully, ears straining for anything out of the ordinary. Honestly, in this dump of a hangar bay, the noise she'd heard was likely just a rodent. But she hadn't survived for as long as she had by ignoring her gut instinct. And her gut instinct was telling her this hadn't been a rat. At least, not the animal variety. Once her eyes had adjusted enough that she could see, she peered around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But she'd lived long enough to know that didn't mean anything. And the sound, it had been so familiar It had hardly registered. What was it? The clink of metal on metal. That was what she'd heard. She looked around, frowning. The hangar bay was all but empty, and the floor was concrete, so it couldn't have come from the middle of the room. There was the Ungovernable, yes. But if the sound had come from that close, she would have realized it. But there was also the communication device in the corner. If someone wanted to sabotage them, that would be the obvious place. Warily, she walked towards the device, flipping on her calm light for a moment to illuminate the corner where it was stored. Nothing out of place. She frowned. The only other option was the heavy outer door. She made her cautious way over, and when she reached it, she paused, listening for any sound from outside. Nothing. She opened the door a crack, heat pistol raised and finger on the trigger. After an interminable moment, she stepped carefully out into the bitter Prasvishoni night air. The explosive device was so small that it was barely visible in the corner against the door. She wouldn't have noticed it at all if she hadn't been half expecting it. She crouched beside it, flipping on the light on her comm. Her heart beat faster than usual, but her hands were steady. She was used to explosives. Her hands were always steady. It only took a moment's inspection to recognize the telltale signs. A time bomb. Jostling it shouldn't affect the countdown then. Gently, she unfastened it from the corner behind the door, where it had been fastened, and turned it over in her hands. 10 standard minutes left on the timer. The mechanism was complex, but Ysbel knew explosives. It was a matter of less than a minute for her to disarm it. And when she'd done that, she stood for a moment, looking down at the disarmed explosive in her hand. Something cold winding around her chest. Someone had found them. It could be the government, or one of Grigory's or Olyesa's people bent on revenge, or any one of 1,000 other options. There was nothing about the explosive that told her. Perhaps, if she'd had time and materials to do a chemical analysis, send the information to Lev, perhaps he'd have been able to track down something. But there was no time for that at the moment. She inspected the doorway twice more, as carefully as possible, and finally, when she was satisfied there were no more planted explosives, she pocketed the one she'd disarmed and walked slowly back into the Ungovernable. Olya was asleep, as Ysbel had expected. Just as well. There was plenty she needed to do. Tanya and Masha arrived an hour or so later. "Yissi, what happened?" asked Tanya, her face grave as she stepped into the ship. Melting snow dripped from her wet hair, and her cheeks were red with cold. In response, Ysbel held out the explosive device. Tanya and Masha both frowned at it, and there was sharp worry on both their faces. "Who left this?" asked Masha at last, her voice quiet, but hard as steel. "I don't know," said Ysbel. "I heard someone moving around outside, and I found this when I went to look. If we did a full analysis, it might give us a hint, but," she shrugged, "by the time we got it done, it wouldn't be relevant, because we'd all be dead." Masha raised an eyebrow. "I suppose that's an accurate assessment," she said. She peered around the hangar bay quickly. "We'll have to leave. We can worry about the identity of the person who planted it later." She paused a moment. "I have a place we can go, but we'll have to leave the Ungovernable here." Ysbel nodded slowly. On the bright side, whoever it was who set this probably didn't know about the ship. She held out her hand, with the explosive still cradled in her palm. This would have taken down the hangar bay, but it wouldn't have stood a chance against the Ungovernable's shielding. So either they didn't mean to kill us, or they didn't know about it. And if we set the cloaking on the Ungovernable, I doubt very much anyone will find it. It's Sasa Ilyovich's tech, after all. I doubt even the government has tech to penetrate that. We'd best pack our things then, said Tanya at last. Between the three of them, it didn't take long. It was less than an hour later that Ysbel stood beside Tanya and Masha at the door of the hangar bay, a sleepy Olya in her arms, while Tanya held a muttering, yawning Misko. For a moment, Ysbel's heart ached to look at them. The drowsy confusion, mingled with fear in the children's faces, reminded her far too much of the day she'd fled Prasvishoni with her parents, as bundled as Olya and Misko were, and as bewildered and as frightened. And now it was her and Tanya fleeing, and her children who were bundled and confused and scared. But then, her children had never had the childhood she had, one of safety, insulated against the problems of the outside world. Her children were far, far too used to fleeing for their lives. Olya ducked her head against Ysbel's shoulder as they stepped out into the dark, wind-blown, snowy streets of Prasvishoni. The night air was bitter, and Ysbel tightened her arms around her daughter and squinted against the blowing sleet. Masha carried the communication device, as bundled as one of the children, and each of them, besides their larger bundle, carried the clothes and food and supplies to last them for however long this took. Masha led them unerringly through the streets, and Ysbel wondered briefly how long she'd been preparing to flee the hangar. At last, they came to a halt outside a grungy, worn-down apartment building. Masha tapped her calm against the door handle, and at the faint click of the lock, she pushed the door open. Ysbel and Tanya followed her inside. The building was tired and run down, the thin carpets on the floor threadbare, the air smelling of mildew. The dilapidated lift may or may not have worked, but Ysbel was relieved when Masha bypassed it altogether, even considering the heavy bundle they were carrying. The room Masha led them to was on the second floor, at the end of a long hallway. Again, Masha held her comm chip up, and again, the door clicked open. The inside of the small apartment didn't look any better than the common areas, and smelled sharply of rodent droppings. Ysbel wrinkled her nose and exchanged glances with Tanya. "I'm sorry for the mess," Masha murmured, glancing around. "However, we should be safe here for some time. As far as I am aware, there is no record of my connection with this building." In the end, Ysbel and Tanya laid one of the clean blankets they'd brought from the Ungovernable out on the couch and settled the two children onto it, with another blanket over them, while they set to work with Masha, making the place habitable. There were ancient cleaning supplies under the dirty sink, liberally sprinkled with rodent droppings, but judging from the sharp chemical smell of them, they should still be effective. Tanya found some dirt-ringed buckets, and after rinsing them out, they filled them with hot water from the rusty sink and began the task that would almost certainly take them through till morning. Ysbel was coming out of one of the bedrooms, a disgusted grimace on her face and a bundle of rat-chewed blankets in her arms, when she heard a voice from the other bedroom. She frowned, pausing for a moment outside the door. The voice was Masha's, and a trick of the room's shape let Ysbel make out the words through the door, partially cracked open. Planted an explosive outside the hangar bay where we were staying, Masha was saying. It doesn't appear that they've figured out yet what we're doing, but I have a feeling that may be coming soon. I hope you're ready. There was a long pause, then Masha's voice again. Yes. She sounded grim. There's a complication with my two in the government, I'm afraid. They're determined to keep the unrest off the streets. I tried to dissuade them, but I was unsuccessful. I'll continue trying to talk them out of it, but these are not people who are easily persuaded. And I can only go so far without losing what little remains of their trust. I wanted to make you aware, as that may affect our future plans. She was silent for another moment. And the ship, she continued at last. We had to leave it, but it's possible that may work to our advantage. She was still talking, but her voice dropped so that Ysbel could no longer make out the words clearly. She frowned. Whoever was on the other end of the comm, she was almost certain it wasn't one of the Ungovernable's crew. There was another pause, and then a soft click as Masha tapped off her comm. Ysbel stepped silently away from the door and was in the main room by the cleanser by the time the bedroom door opened. Tanya glanced up, her face sharpening with concern at Ysbel's expression. But Ysbel gave a quick shake of her head. They'd have time to talk when Masha was out of the apartment. The children woke early, as always, and when they did, Ysbel and Tanya exchanged wry glances. In an apartment this size, it was unlikely that either of them would be able to take a nap to recover from the night's activities. But at least the place was clean enough now that Ysbel wasn't worried about the children catching some horrible disease the moment their feet touched the floor. She didn't get a chance to talk to Tanya alone until early afternoon. The children were in the bedroom playing, and Masha had stepped out to purchase some rations and the few things they hadn't managed to bring from the ship. "What is it, my heart?" asked Tanya softly. "I heard Masha talking to somebody last night," Ysbel said. "I'm not sure who it was." Tanya's expression was instantly overlaid with concern. Ysbel recounted everything she could remember of the previous evening's overheard conversation. When she finished, Tanya's frown had deepened. "Do you think she intends to leave Tay to get hurt?" Ysbel pressed her lips together. "I wish I knew. I honestly wish I knew." "Well," said Tanya, "at the very least, we should warn Jez and Lev." She paused. "If they can find time to listen, with how busy they are pretending to be lovers." Ysbel grinned despite herself and hid her calm. Lev's voice, when he answered, was worried. "Ysbel, did something happen? Did you hear from Tay?" "No," said Ysbel. "But we did hear from Masha." When she finished her story, there was silence on the other end of the comm. At last, Lev spoke. "Thank you for telling me." His voice was quiet. "I'll see what I can figure out." There was a moment's pause. "And keep an eye out for what's happening on the streets. Tay's worried. Ivan told me he'd almost been killed." "I'll see if there's anything I can do," said Tanya, her voice grim. "I'm not sure there will be, but I'll do what I can." "That's the best any of us can do right now," said Lev quietly. There were a few moments' pause. Finally, Ysbel said, a hint of amusement in her voice. "You said Ivan told you. Are he and Tay still—" Lev chuckled softly. "That, at least.
Seems to be going well. Apparently, Tay finally figured out that Ivan's madly in love with him. Or so I gather. I don't see Tay going around kissing people he doesn't think are in love with him.
Ysbel chuckled as well. Well, that's good. She paused a moment. And I think you owe me 5 credits,
I believe I do,
said Lev, his voice amused.
I'll pay you next time I see you, assuming we're both still alive.
I didn't know it would be so easy for you to get out of paying, said Ysbel. Lev sighed, his voice once again serious.
Just be careful, all right? And if you hear anything else,
I'll tell you, said Ysbel quietly. She tapped off her calm, and she and Tanya looked at each other. Tanya's expression was grim, and hers likely matched it. At last, Ysbel shook her head. I don't like this, my love, but we're not going to let Tay die. And we're not going to let anything happen to my students. Not if I can help it. Tanya nodded, and for a moment they were quiet, listening to the sounds of the children playing in the room next door. But there was an uneasy tightness in the pit of Ysbel's stomach. Like Lev said, they'd do what they could and hope it was enough. But she knew very well it might not be.